generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Yeah.
Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
I was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out. Point 1. During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity, and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains superstition. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock the Tigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Endless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace to obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack, detected full advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to resist, sharpen and psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alloy brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nanonet filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With precise disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millimeters, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incisions to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the skin, heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And looks like we got a lot of participation in the chat. If you see me sort of talking loudly, right, it's not for any reason, right? It's just because there's a lot of noise in the area, right? We're doing like some construction, so on and so forth, right? So it's no offense if I'm just sort of like, you know, screaming at you guys right, at some points during this, right? Because I sort of want to hear my own flow of ideas, you know, because it's sort of extemporaneous, as it were, right? Most of the time, this opening presentation is very much open to the public to correspond with a lot of the ideas that we brought forward, right? We gave over 800 hours of presentations here, right, on a range of subjects, right? Mainly history, theology, political philosophy, right? And sort of, philosophy of technology is one of the main subjects we've explored. Philosophy of mind, sort of the sort of segue between technology and spirituality, right? But also religion and science, right? So we sort of try to explore the issues where, one could say that the road sort of swings off and there's not sort of academic answers for certain questions, right? In terms of, how science or spirituality or technology and religion sort of interact throughout history. And of course, we've explored the problem in a sort of unique way, and I'll sort of recontextualize the major issues for you guys. But let me pay attention to the participation in the live chat, because I appreciate you guys joining and watching. Okay, we got Brown's Boy here pointing out the Wednesday presentation. We discussed a lot of topics on Wednesday, right? And this is going to be an expansion of sort of the Wednesday show. Although we'll see if we have a lot of participation today. My bets are basically off on that. Don't think we'll have that much participation. So it will be Parmenides, then Shangzu, then Augustine, and then we'll go into some contemporary issues, right? Just as we did last time, right? So that's why the Wednesday show is pretty cool, because we had low participation, but we got to explore the major topics, right? To sort of give a series of explanations about the main, subjects that we've been going over, right? And that would be mainly ancient, Chinese philosophy, right? The pre-Socratic philosophers, right? Also known as the early Greek thinkers, right? And there's also a whole nother sect, that we're sort of dealing with, which is this whole idea of the philosophy of technology, right? And in that, the main idea there, we're dealing with the critiques of modernity and the modern system. Okay, and of course, most of the we have to take for granted that most of these critiques come from the Western world. Okay, and not a lot of these critiques are coming from the Eastern world, the third world, the global South, if it were, right? And the reason for that lack of analysis is because the sort of technological system did not really develop there. Right, they sort of post hoc accepted these things, right, and didn't understand the cultural ramifications, right, and then so they don't have a lot of sophistication with the roots or the ideas of the sort of technological system, as it were. So a lot of the critiques of the system, right, come from the place where it originated, right? So one of the bad points about, sort of, Western or Judeo-Christian civilization, right, is that it gave rise to this, sort of techno-industrial landscape, right? But the good parts about it is that that's also where the critiques the most solid critiques are, right? Because one who is not dealing with the problem and simply post hoc justifying it to gain some kind of power in the world, right? They're not really understanding how the problem has unraveled, right? They don't understand the roots or the, you know, the moral justifications, if you will, right? When the you know, problems sort of complexified, right? So we're sort of looking at the historical ideas, right? And we're sort of basing it in a sort of history of transhumanism. So I sort of define this idea of humanity as a whole, right? How did this notion of humanity as a whole develop? And we sort of started out with this idea of Adam Kadmon, right? You know, which is a later model of something that we're you know, dealing with, sort of Mithra or Phanes Protogenes, right? Which would be a androgynous sort of source for humanity. And you also see this in the Symposium of Plato, right? He talks about this sort of androgynous race of beings, right, where humanity spawned from, right? So we're dealing with a sort of Adam Kadmon, or this universal aspect of man. And when you want to make a universal concept of man, right, the first thing you have to go beyond is the male and female divide, right? If you want to make one, you know, one universal model for man, right, like Adam Kadmon, right, then usually that model is sort of androgynous, right? So so we start with this sort of concept in ancient times of a sort of androgynous god, which is sort of source of humanity, right? And of course we read in the Protagoras by Plato, or we will actually take a closer look at it, right? This creation myth between Prometheus and Epimetheus, right? Prometheus and Epimetheus, right? And Epimetheus sort of designed all the creatures, and then you know, Prometheus sort of has a problem with the constitution of these beings, right? Sort of a champion of humanity, right? So this notion of humanism is at least as old as ancient Greece, right? And of course they had a similar concept, right, within Chinese you know, civilization, called egoism, right? Called egoism, right? So you sort of had this personal approach, this sort of individual approach to seeking knowledge in the world, right? And you know, it was Plato that said the knowledge of the self is the greatest type of knowledge that exists, right? And of course it was you know, Protagoras who said man is the measure of all things. Man is the measure of all things, right? Meaning that we assign definition, but also we are sort of, you know, linked to the way that all things develop, right? So there's a sort of you know, microcosm of the macrocosm concept, right? In which we're a reflection of the laws of science, right? But there's another idea of sort of Gorgias, right, where he sort of throws to the side definition, right, in the search for meaning, and he says, look, whatever exists is what we assign meaning to, right? There's no inherent sense, you know, there's no essence to things, there's no logos to things, right, other than the logos that we prescribe to them, right? So this is another notion that we've been sort of going over, right? One is that man is the measure of all things, and the other is that the root of man is man himself, right? And through that we get this sort of hermetic, you know, principle, right, that you know that as above so below, right? This is a sort of extension of this idea that man is a microcosm of the macrocosm, right? And you have, of course, in the concept of the Kabbalah, the lesser Yahweh, right, or Metatron, right, which is sort of the you know, mix So we have a lot of different, sort of conceptions that come into play, right, with this universal notion of man. And of course, Plato said, just like the sun, goodness is sort of unified, right, within our grasp of it. So the Neoplatonists, they call the good the one, right? So I said the source of all things is not only one, but it's good, right? So they created this notion of the universal mind, right? Now, this notion of the universal mind is actually part and parcel of, an extrapolation of this notion that man is a measure of all things, right? Or as above, so below, right? Because you need an intermediator between natural law, right, and man's sort of grasp of that natural reason or law, right? And the intermediator between the two is simply this universal mind where reason and goodness and all these things actually exist. Okay, so this was the original conception of the demiurge, right? And I'm pretty sure I said I was going to say hello to everybody, and then I didn't. And then I launched off into this giant explanation after I talked about the Wednesday show and tried to summarize the things we were talking about on the Wednesday show. But yeah, I mean, it gets pretty deep. Like, we're going over lots of different conceptual frameworks, right? And just a mere explanation of what we're trying to unravel can get into, quite a bit of, quite a bit of, unpacking of certain ideas and concepts, because I see that a lot of people were not here, right? So I'm trying to sort of reimagine, re-explore, but we're sort of talking about the birth of humanism, how man's reason becomes a mediator between the universal mind and natural law, and how this is this sort of Neoplatonic formula is the source of the concept of the demiurge that was explored by the Gnostics, right, and used to invert the notions of the Bible, right? They combined both this notion of the demiurge, right, this Platonic synthesis, but also they combined a Judaic understanding of the creation myth, right? So we're sort of talking about this sort of development, right, of the fallen world ethos, and and how it sort of relates. The idea that the world is in a fallen state really relates to the pseudo eschatology of progress in many ways, right? Like Hegel's dialectic is basically just this idea that you can never get to absolute truth, right? Because it's constantly reformulating itself, right? And so on and so forth. So so we're really cooking with hot gas here, right, as they say. But let me pass on the mic to the homie here, Reddington. Blessings, brother.
Yeah, man. I think Hegel is just like pure mental masturbation.
Oh yeah, and now my coffee's cold. Great
Especially
stuff.
that quote the other day that Avian sent. Anyways, as above, so below. I'm starting to think that's just another way of saying fractality, fractals.
Yeah, and that goes to the greater concept that like is only understood by like. In order to understand God, you must become like God. So then there's this idea where, that what's being created in the image of God is God's creation, right? So this is where it's sort of returning back to, right? So the whole thing is a sort of turning back towards the origin, point, so on and so forth. So to say that you're going forward towards something, right, that sort of collapses, right? And of course, there's this Hindu sort of cyclical notion, right, that's attached to this, idea of becoming itself. and of course there's this notion in the Kabbalah of this national restoration that is that the suffering and the estrangement from God is based on the sins, right? So so there's a lot of different, and even still in the Eastern thing, and this might be a effect of trading with the Westerners or something like that, right? Is this concept of Maitreya Buddha and stuff, that seems to develop, right? And they, or the Bodhisattva, or or this enlightenment, and that sort of turning into a thing that became hijacked by Blavatsky to merge Eastern and Western. She took like arcane systems within the Eastern, to then subject them to the Western notion of eschatology, right? Which to her was not going towards some sort of apocalypse, but going towards a new age, right?
Right.
So a lot of people believed in this, right? Actually, a lot of people from the 17 to 1800s, not 1600s, but 17 to 1800s were Swedenborgians, right? Like
Right.
Kant and Blake and Ralph Waldo Emerson and all these people that we sort of grew up reading. So here's this guy. Music. Blessings. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll say what up to the chat after we're done with the explanations. Now we've gone for too long now, so I'm sorry, guys. But stick around, kid. You'll go far. So yeah, blessings to all the people that are here for us. Right, I greatly appreciate you. I know there's like an incessant, like 24/7 manufactured drama LARP, right? Full of actors and fake personalities, and they've been called on their bullshit like 1,700 times, right? And no one responds, and
The show must go on.
Yeah, we've tried to create a few working relations with the several groups that exist online, and we found out some pretty unsavory characters exist, and man, we'll have to go and venture and say that there's probably no online group available today that doesn't have some sort of handler or some sort of guy that's quietly watching everything and reporting back the information, especially since there's not too many groups online. It's a small world after all, right? So when 1/3 of the population is employed by the federal government, it'd be probably no problem to just go ahead and hire some of them to go ahead and do your bidding every now and then, right? Especially when you have powerful incentives, right?
For sure.
Yeah. So we know that this place is rigged. We know that the people that come to talk to us are the people that have been allowed to talk to us. All right, so we're no spring chicken here, right? And we know that there's constantly, people being sent in to sort of disrupt and curate the information and sort of take the ideas and sort of filter them and gatekeep them on their bigger platforms and put out ideas that sort of sound like one off, two off from what we're talking about, but give none of the actual real substance or the purpose behind why we're talking about it. Right, but sort of just to create shock or, curate, dismay. And of course, the primary function is to gatekeep the material, or to sort of pretend that the narrative is sort of one-off, and, and of course, by repetition, give it to a much larger audience. Right, so we're in a curated, basically greatest spy tool ever invented, right? And people still want to ask questions about, whether there's real content. No, there's not any real content, right? There's no original ideas, period. So, and still there's people barking up the wrong tree here, right, to try to draw down our following, right, and think that there's some sort of sleuths or gatekeepers of information, right, and that they're sort of, curating some sort of community of nobodies, right, online. They think, so there's a lot of this sort of pseudo activity that is going on, and of course it's not all of it has a direction, right? It's sort of to open you up, to make you friendly to certain types of bullshittery, right? So the point is to confuse you with sensory stimulus, right, so that you basically be told anything, right? It's not to give a certain curated sensibility about what's going on. No, it's just to fucking confuse you. At the end of the day, it's just to fucking confuse you. That's all people need to do to tell you anything, right? Right. So they found that out a long time ago, right? So most people are barking up the wrong tree, thinking they can either, suppress us or, try to derail, the content here. There's no direction here, right? For a very good reason, right? It's because most of this is a solo dolo effort, right? Constructed by me, myself, and I, right? In order to, stamp out my own, ideas and concerns, right? So there's no groups or organizations here, right? Simply none. Simply no groups or organizations, right? In sight, right? And we are constantly trying to figure out who is part of any groups or organizations, right? So that we can single them out. Okay, and maybe either take us to your masters, or let us talk to the people who are putting this up, and we have a few ideas who those people are, right? We try to holler at them, and I'm very sure that they know who we are. Oh my god. It seemed like, wow. Right. But yeah, so in the sort of information, apocalypse, right? Because it's sort of done with the war, right? The info war is done, right? We found that the info war was fake, right? We're now in the information apocalypse, right? Which means that there has to come an end to the information, right, itself. Right, it's got to even out some way, right? So we can put it in large boxes, right, and sort of curate any other spectrum of ideas. So what we're dealing with here is the notion of transhumanism, and I was sort of getting cooking and talking about where humanism comes from, right? What is humanism? Right, because it seems that most people are unaware that the concept of humanism itself is connected to several different ideas like Adam Kadmon and the universal mind and the hierarchy of being. Okay, and the notion that reason is a mediator between our sort of world, right? That natural law is composed of reason. So if one wants to recreate nature, one has to do it within the purview of natural law, right? And of course the entire idea of whether time can be managed or intercepted, right, has to do with this notion that time is sort of one body, right? Just as space is sort of one body. Right. So once you understand that, there's no, difference, in terms of, one moment to the next is, you could either speed up, go into what's next, or slow it down. Right. Because there's no way to get off the track, if you will. Right. So as we're looking at sort of, you know, this whole idea that nature is part of a multiplicity, right? We can also deal with the fact that sort of time becomes one body, right? And this is sort of explains the relationship between the one and the many, right? Because nature sort of has to be put in this state of becoming, right? And that's why you can use abstract reason sort of to go beyond nature, right? Because what doesn't change, right, is this immaterial, right? Because the immaterial doesn't have parts. Okay, so if you look at sort of you know, this idea of eternity, right, or infinity is sort of different, right? Because infinity, you're dealing with you know, a sort of set, right, of you know, of objects that maybe might go on forever, right? So infinite, right, like finite, right, can be thought of as like, you know, you know, you know, drawing to an end, like finitude, right, like finished, right? Whereas eternal, right, you know, it's kind of weird how eternity sounds like a place, right? Whereas infinity feels like a time, but infinity cannot be traversed, right? It has to be infinity that's talking about space, and eternity that's talking about time, right? Because eternity sort of means that it lasts forever, right? Eternity can't be a, you know, you know, just as, you know, infinity cannot be traversed, right? Eternity can't be a place, right? You know, it's kind of weird how that works, right? But you know, so, you know, we have this notion of time versus nature, right? And the notion that, you know, paradoxically, right, time is either cyclical or linear, or there's eternal recurrence, right? Or there's like synchronicities, or, you know, some other idea, but it's all assuming that, you know, there's a certain set of things that are bound to happen. And of course, the physical sort of naturalist assumes this too, right? Because there's certain laws of causality, right? So, you know, there's billiard balls and atoms, and, you know, they're smashing into each other. And of course, you know, there's a butterfly effect, right? So there's a sense in which, you know, there's an uninterrupted flow of time, right? And time is the thing that sort of turns back in on itself, right? Space has to sort of keep going, right? Space means that, you know, you can move through it, right? Sort of. So it's like space, you know, defines movement, right? You know, to a certain extent. And, but can you sort of say that nature is one, okay, or is time sort of outside of nature? Okay, and that is a one way to understand Parmenides, right? Because he's sort of saying, like, if there's no change in nature, it's just one continuous sort of circular, you know, either singular thing or a plenum of things, right? Then it can't change, right? And there's two ways to understand what he's talking about, right? Either he's talking about in terms of definitions, right, that we have to define things so they don't change, right? Or he's talking about in terms of either he's making an ontological statement or he's making just a statement about, also about empiricism, right? Right, because this notion that we can't observe change, right, that goes deeper, right? And of course, Heraclitus used this observation of the way things change to sort of implode the sense of meaning that we have, right? So what becomes super important to people like Parmenides and Heraclitus is these principles that exist, right, that function through reason, right? Okay, whereas Gorgias and Protagoras and all these people are going to say, no, it's actually our words and definitions, right? And that's going to bring us all the way to the debate between the sophists and the Platonists, right? And of course, it's a debate that exists in the modern world, okay, because there's a sense in which the symbolic or semiotic understanding, right, sort of implodes this understanding, right, that the symbolic is sort of separate from nature, the way that Plato sort of proposed, right, that there's these archetypes that go beyond, right? And so we're dealing with these abstract principles instead of the fact that we can use definitions and words, right? And sort of Plato used the way of like sort of defining words and and ideas, right, to sort of come to a general consensus about the meaning that pointed to a sort of principle, right, that exists and that can't be disregarded, right? So he said these are based on these universal principles, right, which he called archetypes, right, or forms, right? And of course, archetypes, meaning there's no arche, right? Remember, the pre-Socratics or the early Greek philosophers, they said there's only one general or ruling, ruling principle in the world, right? The arche, right? Just as it claims in the prologue of John, right? It says en arche kai hon logos, right? It says there's just one generative principle, right? Sort of refuting this notion that there's many, a plethora of, principles, right? This sort of language that exists beyond, right, nature, right, that could sort of inform the world. And of course, he's going midway between the sophists, right, who are claiming that it's language, and one way between the pre-Socratic philosophers who are saying there's one fundamental generating principle behind the world, right? And Plato sort of mediated both of these ideas through this notion of mind, right? He said it's the mind or reason, right? He said mind basically has to function through reason, right? So all of nature is interpreted, and the way it functions is through reason, right? Okay, and of course there's one universal mind, right? So all of the minds are sort of linked in this one universal mind, right?
Hey, Mohammed.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Nothing much. Just talking about Plato and the archetypes. What about you?
Yeah, I've been hearing you. I've been playing you for a while.
For sure. Yeah, I'm about to talk to my audience too just now. So
I didn't even think you would even let me up.
Well, I didn't know it was you at first, but I gotta check.
You got tricked.
Got fooled.
Yeah, you did. That's funny. All right. Well, I just wanted to come in and say hello. I love you.
Okay, I love you too, kiddo. Thank you for joining. And yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
Okay. How do I exit out of here?
You got to press the little red box at the bottom of the screen. It's like there should be like a big red box.
Okay, honey.
Okay, kiddo.
Bye.
Bye. All right, and that's my wife, everyone. They joined the
Cheers.
stream. Blessings to all the people. So yeah, let's move to the chat here. Let's interact with the people. I appreciate you guys. Right? You know, we got Lizard Tree. You know, blessings. We got name isn't important. TML Browns boy. Much love, brothers. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Telly. Yeah, Telly's here too. Blessings to the brother. US Ape. Greetings, friends. Yeah, I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for watching again. Dr. E is watching. Thank you for watching, sir. We got Dr. E and Dr. D, two esteemed you know, guests out here. Rachel, I appreciate you, madam. Blessings. Thank you so much for watching. US Ape, Dr. E. We got Lizard Tree. Thank you so much for watching, madam. As always, you know, one of the true homies of the show, Lizard Tree.
You know, I just noticed now her name's Lizard Tree, right?
Yeah.
But the profile pic is a frog.
Right. I assume it's like sort of Native American. I like the vibe. All right. It's very tropical, all right, and it goes along with our we are back with the machine lies. ESP blessings. Thank you so much for joining Neurojack's panel the other day. We greatly appreciated hearing from you, man. All right. I went back and watched that. So yeah, man. Yeah, thank you so much for talking to us. All right. Great to hear from you. You tell me. Hey, blessings. No, we got US Ape. Is that two different profiles? Blessings to the brother. Anyways,
I think so.
You know, we got Reddington out here. Yeah. Peace. And yeah, we got Zephyr out here. Thank you so much for watching, Zephyr. I greatly appreciate you. We got Buddha out here having a heated discussion with Buddha in the Discord right now. All right.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We're writing like we already wrote like pages of shit. Like, good lord.
In the DMs.
In the DMs, yeah. We're just going paragraph shit. And right, you know, about linear time, essentially. If I could summarize.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah. And
baby.
Or the spatial thing, right? I think nature is secondary, right? You know, I think that might be a huge, like how I described it with Plato, right? I appreciate you guys, man. You know, yeah, blessings, Shadow Buddha, man. Name isn't important. Be right back. Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, yeah, we got nothing but a mask. Yeah, we got the homies out here back. Yeah, blessings, brother. Max, thank you for watching. Yeah, Kangs, exactly. We got Dominator. Blessings, brother. Dominator, the homie Dominic. And I appreciate you, man. All right, here, let's put this link out here for the people.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I talk about something and get people's thoughts about it? And,
yeah. Just 1 second. Let me go through the rest of this chat here, and then we'll start back up in just 30 seconds here. Blessings to Calix. I appreciate you, man. You know, thank you for watching. Okay, we got my wife also joining the panel. Blessings. We did a show on ellul, you know, earlier when she was on the panel as well. So she will just join the panel to holler at us. You know, so I greatly appreciate her. Yeah, thank you so much. And she was laughing at us, right? Okay, so all right, the knower knows. Blessings. You tell me watching. Okay, I think that's everybody. Okay, I think that is everybody. We got Faye. I appreciate you, madam. Thank you so much for watching. It's great to be here with you. And yeah, all right. People are playing with the lights. Yeah, so yeah, blessings. Vampires, they never died. Okay, we got the link in the chat. Buddha wants to get into a topic. Go ahead, Buddha. You know, we'll get into it before the music break. If it takes too long, we'll do music and come back.
Well, the topic I wanted to get into is you know, semiotics, but more in a way that
Cool. Yeah. Awesome, man.
Yeah. So basically, like I was saying before, the semiotics, at least the books I read, like biosemiotics, they work from a Aristotelian or a Heraclitean assumption, but I don't see that as necessarily being the case because you see, based on what I've seen of Thomas Sibiok and Jesper Hoffmeyer and even that guy, what's his name? Jesper Hoffmeyer and Terence Deacon. Yeah, there's you see all life, everything like from your ion channels in your membranes to in your brain to even us talking right now. You hear my voice. That's a sign, and that causes a sign activity and involves interpretation. When you have a sign, you have to have interpretation, and the interpretation links that to the object. C.S. Peirce argues that. But of course, C.S. Peirce argues that from a more process-based view. But
right.
Yeah.
He's like a neo-Kantian,
Yeah, but my question is like the question of the signless, because in Buddhism, it's claimed the signless precedes prior to enlightenment, and also Nagarjuna and Madhyamaka talk about that too, and I think even some Vendetta Hindus also mentioned the signless. Like, you see, so I wanted to say like you see, let's say this is like a mix of like a Madhyamaka compatible Parmenidean semiotics that I'm trying to get. So it's not a doctrine of an eternal substrate, but maybe it could be, but a diagnosis of what is disclosed when semiosis stops being appropriated. In living systems, signs arise only through interpretive uptake, iconic likeness, and lexical correlation, and in humans, symbolic meaning distributed across a rule-governed web of contrast, relations among relations. So is that cognition is always mediated. It always has some kind of form of mediation. Interpretants become sign overlying sign, a cascade that can never finally secure what lies behind it. That's what I would say. What Bodhidharma calls the signless, which is called anamita, is therefore not a higher meta sign, nor an ontological ground, but the cessation of grasping at nimitta, which is the sign. Meaning making relaxes its claim to ownership, and the whole sign cascade is seen as dependently arisen and empty, useful, functional, but not ultimately authoritative. I'll get into that a little bit more. Emptiness itself is empty. Even signless cannot be grasped as a thing. It is only the ever-available disclosure that appears when the impulse to reify interpretation falls silent. So yeah, what I'm trying to get at is that, when you read a book or even when you talk, you hear the sound or you see the words scribbled on the page. That's a sign, or even if someone were to slap you, that's a sign. And like the deformation in your skin or what goes on in your ear, I think it's called cochlea. Your ear has a cochlea, and there's a lot of like amazing dynamics. Like there's like a spiral shaped organ in your ear, believe it or not. And
Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah, there's something like that to that. So that's like the object, you're getting the sound pressure and blah blah. I have to go look at my book again. But there's a process of interpretation as well. It's like the membranes, in your cell that are like analog, and they help interpret the genetic sequence inside the nucleus. So what I'm getting at is that interpretation and science, but what happens when the interpretations stop? When you're no longer, your mind is no longer interpreting, when the signs simply are not grasped. You see what I mean? Like if you just, and there was, I actually read this on a Neurojack show, and I shared it with other people, but you just don't, you just let them come and go, like that. There's this one book I bought about Taoist meditation, and I talked about it, and it's called Zhu Wang. It's very similar to Zazen. I'm gonna reread this. Zhu Wang is allowing all the signs to slip from the mind, not dwelling on the interpretation or signs, allowing them to come and go, simply being at rest. It is important to take a good posture to still the body and calm the mind. Otherwise, qi disperses. Attention wanders and the natural process is disturbed. Just remain empty, and there's no separation from the Tao. then wisdom will arise and bring forth light. With it is the clear chi of the person. That's from the book Sitting in Oblivion, translated and explained by Livia Cohen. She actually is a Taoist. She was living in China. So I think the book is authentic because it's genuine, because she was actually talking to the Taoists and she learned Chinese. She's academic and stuff. So my question is, you know, about the signs, like, are they real? Like, because you see, in the way of seeming in Parmenides is a misperception. You see what I mean? It's due to, and thinking and being have conformity, though. They correspond. So maybe since the possession of signs is an illusion, and no signs that, and the sign, I mean, so let me start. Since the possession of signs is an illusion, and the signless is no illusion, then by means of signs that are signless, the infinite can be seen, or the Tathagata. So my question is like, semiosis, you know, semiosis and ontology, and, you know, semiotics doesn't have to be Aristotelian, or I think so. It doesn't have to be Heraclitean. It can be Parmenidean too, but I think more of an anti-essentialist Parmenidean, like a non-essentialist Parmenidean. Like, is there an essence to science or something? Or like, are science multivariate? Are science multimodal? You know what I mean? Because one sign can mean different things to different people. I mean, or even in the body, you see the genetic sequence is not one-to-one correspondence. You know what I mean? The way it's interpreted. You know, some base codons can like mean different things. And, you know, for example, you have many genes can affect or lead to one neuron. Many neurons can affect or lead to one type of behavior. One gene can affect and lead to many neurons. That's called pleiotropy. Or one neuron can affect or lead to many behaviors. You know, or whatever. You know, it's just blah blah. It has a kind of yeah. So then yeah.
So that would imply that neurons are more than just on-off switches.
Yeah, of course, they're more than on-off switches. Yeah, they're interpreting. You know, your neurons have to see when you have the ion bind to the receptor, and then you have you know, a process of interpretation. Or I mean, you have interpretation, and that links it to like a cascade of, you know, like, I don't know, serotonin or dopamine. But even dopamine and serotonin is all context dependent. You know, it's not like that's why I knew that you know, stuff like SSRIs or antidepressants mess you up more, because you see the functional connectivity of the brain, which is very widespread and very diffuse. It's like a modulatory neurotransmitter system. It's not easy to predict or forecast, you know, how messing up your dopamine systems or serotonin systems. You know, serotonin, you know,
Right, it's like a bull in a china shop, basically.
But I know what it does. I know that children who use lots of melatonin, for parents who would use it to drug their children to make them go to sleep because they wanted to get drunk and not deal with them, and it ended up causing mental problems with the children later by making them violent on top of other things that I could, if probably given the right stuff, I could have proved that melatonin, if it's given in the wrong way, it can severely damage children, even adults.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You see, the thing with the modern science, or at least the medical industries, they work based on what is called a dyadic model. They just see it as cause and effect, a mechanism. You see what I mean? They don't see any interpretation involved. You know, they don't see it as a living semiotic system. I mean, they don't see it as a mediated by science. You know what I mean? Because when you have science, there has to be some, you know, level of interpretation, at least in the, you know, and that's the thing. And I was talking about all of that, and I went on long because the signless in Madhyamaka, or also in some other, you know, systems or spirituality or traditions, like Taoists also have something like that. I'm pretty sure of it, because you know, like, yeah, there you go. So yeah, the question I'm getting at is the Parmenidean being, you know, is it a sign or is it signless? At least in Parmenidean sense, the way what is, you know, what is has to be signless. I would argue what is has to be signless. What is not the way of seeming has to be signs, but the signs, you know, the web of signs, the cascade of signs, one could consider it illusory in some sense, you know. But yeah, so that's the thing. That see, when you appropriate signs and then you identify with the signs and such, is that illusory? I mean, I think, you see what I'm saying? I think from this angle, Parmenides will consider that illusory. Because how can what is be a sign? You see what I'm trying to say? It cannot be a sign, I think. So it has to be signless, you know what I mean? Or something. Because that sign, the signless has to be a pure possibility in some sense, or like a pure you see, it's getting kind of complex here. We're getting into. That's what I think about. Like, that's kind of like a critique of, or more like a more deeper exploration of Parmenides and from it. See, but I do think when you start like, if you take a like anti-essentialist Parmenides and mix them with semiotics, you get some interesting things. And in some sense, Buddha did that. So they call it nimitta. They call it nimitta in the literature and stuff. So yeah, it's kind of different.
Yeah, so you asked two different questions there. You know, the one question was, you know, does you know, do signs, right, or symbols have essence, right? And I think that really ties into the you know, the the sort of intro that I was laying down there, right? It's especially tied to a lot of the you know, ideas that that we were talking about there. The second question that you mentioned is, does Parmenides use this idea of you know, signs having an essential nature, right? And in I mean, obviously, to the idea of, do signs have them, right? Obviously, you know, as I was talking about Plato's archetypes, right? Plato is saying that there's multiple things that have essence, right? Whereas sort of you know, Parmenides and I mean, also Heraclitus, right? They're sort of dismissing this notion that you can categorize different reference frames, right? For Parmenides, that's the way of seeming, right? For I mean, Heraclitus, right, the way of seeming and the way of becoming sort of encapsulate all of existence, right? So you could talk about what is and what is not in the same description of a thing, right? So he sort of goes beyond the issue of definition, right? As we talked about, the real conflict comes about you know, is going to come about in Gorgias, right, where he sort of says that there is no logos, right, of the things that are, right, other than what we ascribe to them, right? So he sort of goes into this idea, right, and that really describes the battle between the you know, the Platonists and the you know, the people who are sort of saying that there is no essence to symbols, right? Because they're sort of saying, look, like nature is where we get the symbols from, right? So the symbols aren't separate from nature, they're part of nature, right? And the way I sort of describe this semiotic complexity, okay, is looking at this idea of sort of, you know, content and context, right? You could look at content right now, like in the symbolic logic, right? The truth value of a thing, right? The content does not matter, right? So you know, there's this idea of, you know, content plasticity, right, within cybernetics, right? And, you know, if all content is plastic, then it's all context dependent, right? So the over, you know, layering of contextualization that implodes meaning, right? That is sort of like semiotic complexity, right? Whereas, you know, what you're saying is that there should be a sort of semiotic realness and a sort of semiotic simplicity, right? By sort of stopping this layering of contextualization. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of in the right direction, but you know, yeah, what I have a question is like, is the based on the Parmenides, the ungenerated and imperishable, what is, what I mean, which is changeless, is that, can that be, is that a sign or is it signless? You see what I mean?
It's like the sign of all signs, maybe the set of all sets, right? Like if you want to say he's a Pythagorean, but if not, then it's something more
Retro.
Something beyond number even, right? Or definition, right?
Yeah.
But if you're saying he's sort of a Pythagorean dualist, that's just sort of saying that, the way of seeming just applies to this sort of theoretical notion, and it's not talking about the empirical observations, right? That's going too far with it. But then Zeno comes in and says, yes, that's exactly what's going on, right? So it's,
the thing though is, when you grasp signs or you appropriate signs and you use them to describe the what is, that would be considered unsatisfactory, because that would be considered insufficient, because the signs are being mediated. There's a kind of interpretation involved, so then how can you describe what is by using what is not? You see what I mean? The what is being, you see, I think what is has to be signless, otherwise it doesn't make sense. So like because way of seeming is kind of like the signs and the interpretation involved in that.
right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's almost, well, you can't have you can't have semiotic complexity without definitions and like separate categories of things that come to be out of what is not, right? Because where would they arise from? Either they'd always be there or not, right? So that,
Yeah, it gets complex. That's the thing. It gets complex.
yeah, it's funny. It's funny that both Heraclitus and Parmenides, right? Plato and Aristotle, and also the sophists, right? They all have this idea of definition or language playing a central role in their philosophy, right? Either using it as the epitome of falsehood or using it to define reality itself, right? So this ancient conflict has sort of expanded to our modern age, right? By looking at these ideas like hyperstition, right? How everything is just layers of narratives upon narratives, right? So nothing has actual meaning. This is a sort of idea that they derived from looking at cybernetics, right? And looking at these semiotic relations between things, right? So it's interesting, right?
Yeah. That's the thing, though. When you get to this level, like we were talking about in Neurojack show, it becomes philosophical. Empirical. I'm not a logical positivist. Because, and neither are these books, because empirical evidence or science cannot really tell you this stuff when you get this deep and stuff.
Certainly not.
Yeah, you cannot. Yeah, it's deep. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like we were talking about with that, Professor Dave's clip. He's like acting like there's ready set answers for all these things, right? But it's not. Lots of open-ended questions. And that's why we're trying to arrive at the basic principles or facts so that we can sort of look at the information on our own, right? Because if you don't have the basic principles, right, that allow you to give that bird's eye view, right? Something like this whole idea of being versus becoming, right? You can't really settle into a greater idea, because these ideas about whether the void exists or not, they've not been resolved even today, right? And they're not just exclusive to to Western philosophy, right? But they're actually a whole huge discussion within Buddhism about this. So we're gonna go ahead and explore all sides of the debate, and yeah. So Yeah, so maybe I'll move to the Parmenides now. I have a little video that I've been looking at too, where I watched like the first 20 minutes of it that explains a lot of the different problems, and it also sort of links it to Buddhism as well. We'll only watch like 20 minutes of this, and then I'll actually go to the text of the Parmenides, right? We're reading a couple of the texts of the Parmenides, a couple of different translations, because we've heard by the scholars, right, that there's a problem of interpreting the text, right? So whenever that's the case, like the Tao Te Ching, we look at a bunch of different translations and figure out, roundabouts, what the major, principles, problems, and solutions are, right? So then we can go to the next round of explanations, shall we? Right? Let's go to the Parmenides and let's go to the Shangzu, right, where we're looking at two different views. And of course, Shangzu takes a radical view of change, right? Saying that change doesn't mean a goddamn thing, right? So you should just accept whatever happens, because you're going to be turned into the same thing that exists all around you. If your leg's going to be made into a cart, your ass bone's going to be made into a rooster that crows, right? Your arm's going to be repurposed into something else, right? So the big lump repurposes all things, right? And so you shouldn't fret about how you're falling apart, how your body's falling apart. Right? And this great change that's going on, right? Because we're just being repurposed, right? So he's sort of very accepting of death and disgrace and all these things, and he says he gives his little understanding about that, right? So we're gonna sort of plunge into a dark maelstrom of ideas until we get to maybe Augustine and ellul, right? And we may even look at this whole thing with Hermeticism, right? And the poimandries, right? Or we may come back to it on Wednesday. It's all just figuring out, how much time we have and figuring out where we can go, and how many people will come and join the discussion, right? So we'll figure it out together, folks. Blessings. And here's a little music. We'll be back in 4 minutes for you guys. I appreciate you guys. Let me see what I got up here. Okay, yeah, all right. All right. Yeah, all right. I know where we're headed here. Keep on. Blessings, brothers. And yeah, we'll be back soon. Thank you.
Keep it moving. Yeah. Who the fuck come on. Keep What you want with the underground kings from the bricks? I've been at it since Clyde Frazier played for the Knicks. Packing 357s with the rawhide grips. Rolling 456 on you cross-eyed tricks. War type shit, so get off my dick. I'm wet like Pirelli's on the vet. Here I go, pull up in a stretch. Balling like the Nets, like 10 pass your marks on my neck. Wanting lust for me like people do money. They hungry, I might stop living too lovely. Got an A+ average and I'm bound to make honor roll. Jumping in and out of hoes' lives like Geronimo. Put it on wax, make it sound kinda comical. Bitches listen to it while they work their abdominals. G's listen to it while they out playing dominoes. Outsiders try to match the face with the article. People from the bricks keep on. Everybody up in Jersey keep on. And it won't be long for the outs invade. So we came to sing this song. Yo, we like love our shit or leave it alone. We like love our shit or leave it alone. We like love our shit or leave it alone. We like love our shit or leave it alone. My block get cash. 20th Street with pop plus hash. Mess around, see a cop get blast. Even the girls get stopped by ties. Outsiders, what, like the deck. We doing it to girls look like Tyra Banks. Drop the CD, girls hawking in there. Don't be doing time in jail until y'all niggas that be hating y'all can rot in hell. To my people from New York, keep on. Everybody in LA, keep on. And it won't be long for the outs and days, so we came to sing this song. Yo, we like love, I shoulda leave it alone. 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 You know that I'll speak game without rapping about my change and my range. Why everybody else all sound the same? Yo, me and Z, we just trying to get brains and run trains. Yo, hot like gun flames, we copped an upgrade. Let the story make the front page. All about a man with a bulletproof coat and chrome shiny. Ain't taking shit from nobody. And pump dog will make me use the still and blast your coupe de ville. Hit the right side up, make you lose a will. Outsiders drunk, can't walk a straight line. Me and Pace blind off the 189. I'ma tell the cops that the gun ain't mine. Some may find them low, all day shine them, no joke. Pace one the type of man that you don't play close. Better throw up your hands when my folks say so. To my people in VA, keep on. Everybody out in Philly, keep on. And it won't be long for the outs and bays, so we came to sing this song. Yo, we like love, I shoulda leave it alone. 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 Jacksonville, keep on. Little Rock, keep on. Vancouver, keep on. Seattle, keep on.
Yeah, the Outsiders from Detroit. You know, so let's see what's up, man. Let's get up into the Parmenides. Give me 1 second here, and let me open this up on another thing here. And of course, this is a John Burnett translation of the text, right? And we may be looking at a different one on Tuesday. Right, so far we've looked at 2 different versions, right? So let me try to open this up for you guys. So the text of early Greek philosophy. Here we go. Oh no, wait, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one, my friends. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry, I actually have it open on Google Chrome, but I actually forgot the page number. So bear with me while I rediscover what page we're on. So it says Parmenides 180, page 180. Okay, so let me go to page 180 here. Bear with me, folks. And of course, we're looking at John Burnett. He's a classicist, right? And he's he's translated the Parmenides, right? And of course, what you have to love about his sort of thing here is that he sort of composed a lot of prose about the Parmenides, right? Which is very much helpful, right? To contextualizing the ideas, right? And of course, I have another video that I'm going to play, right? Briefly here, right? But I'm going to read this translation of the Parmenides, and this is basically the only show where we look at the foundations of tons of ideas, right? And of course, we said that this is not peculiar to Greek philosophy. right? In 600, like 600 BC, right? There was all sorts of ideas about the void discussed, right, in Buddhism. Anyways, let me open up this video here. I was watching this video. We'll pop in on this video to explain and contextualize some of the ideas. And of course, I got two different videos, right? One on Parmenides and one on Melissus. And what you have to love about these videos is that there are, the presenter has an Indian accent. Right, so we'll look at the first 15 minutes of this. Right, and he's got a classic mustache. So you got to appreciate it, right? You know what I mean? You got to appreciate it, man. But yeah, let's check it out. Oh, okay, let's skip all of that stuff. But we got Shiva Kumar here. Dr. Shiva Kumar. Right, and I think the first 15 minutes, and it's an interesting side profile. Oh wait, you guys can't see him. Here we go. There we go. So yeah, Shiva Kumar, there's his side. There's his mustache. Don Presley, I'm glad you're live. But Donnie's got to fly. See you around, TML and Bunch. Oh, is he also talking as the Don Presley? Man, you got to love some of these characters in the chat. I wonder how long that guy's been watching. Whether he takes the
I think that's Elvis Trump.
Yeah, whether he takes the side of Parmenides or Heraclitus. But yeah, nobody does it easier than me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's kind of retarded. There you go. All right. All righty. And we got Abraxas, one of the OGs, in the chat. With this classic avatar. All right. Let's move forward. Oh, shit. What? Did this video start over? What is going on, man? Maybe I started it over.
As you can see, argued that not.
Fuck.
Parmenides.
All right, so so it's actually Parmenides, right? But yeah, we're not pronouncing it correctly either. So yeah, I don't think we're pronouncing it, but you
can see argued that nothing ever changes.
I think it actually might be closer to how he pronounced it. Parmenides. Right, Parmenides. Right, they would have a little bit more rhythm, right? They're like from Italy, right? So I don't know why I'm extrapolating that they sound like modern Italians, right? But yeah, they must sound something like that.
Now you can look at this either as an empirical proposition or as a logical proposition.
Okay, so there you go. It's either logical or empirical. Right now, interestingly enough for us, it has more implications if it's a logical one. Here, give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Give me.
It would have to be a more logical one because it wouldn't make much sense if it was an empirical one. Because then what would be the point of the way is seeming?
Well, I don't know, but some physicists do argue, I don't know, that time doesn't exist. I don't know, it's called block universe or something. I don't know much about it because I haven't looked into the theoretical physics, but some of them argue time is a conceptual imputation or something. I'm not sure.
Maybe, but our subjective experience of time can change.
Yeah, that's true.
There's time dilations and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Like, how does one go into a coma and experience a whole lifetime and then wake up from the coma, like, say, 2 or 3 weeks later, but it felt real to them that they lived another 30 or 40 years. It's
Yeah,
kind of wild stuff.
That's called fugue state. Yeah, fugue state. And David Lynch's movies deal with that, like Lost Highway or Mulholland Drive, stuff like that. Yeah, fugue state. Yeah,
Right, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
All right.
Time is a rope snake.
So yeah, so this sort of idea, right? Whether it's logical or empirical. What I was sort of in the middle of saying is that, it's more drastic of a claim if it's empirical as well, right? Because what one could rightfully claim, most people, right, who are dualists, right, could sort of rightfully claim, right, with good arguments, is that actually the empirical side is real, right? So we can observe changes in the world, right? So the world is in a state of becoming, but the way we do it is based on these general principles that don't change, right? Like math and logic and so on and so forth, right? So we need to formulate language through these sort of pre-existing laws, right? But then also, right, there's something that we can observe and change it, right? So if it was just a logical thing, right, him saying, look, no, in order to define things, they can't change, right? Because you need something that's stable in order to say this is that thing, but change still exists in the way that we observe change, right? So there's sort of a way of truth and a way of becoming, right, that sort of exist, side by side, right? But of course, if Parmenides is saying that this is also an empirical observation, right, then he's saying that no, that doesn't actually that doesn't work, right? So
No,
so yeah,
it
let's go
doesn't.
on. Yeah. So Zeno comes and makes a point that yes, it is an empirical observation as well as a theoretical one, right? And that means that there's something deeper going on here, right? That the path of seeming has no existence, right? It's based on things that don't exist, so it's just simply just essentially just trash.
Empirically, from the world of senses, from the world of experience, it is not possible to say that nothing ever changes, because empirically what Heraclitus said seems to be closer to truth from the world of experience, because experience keeps changing all the time. So what does Parmenides mean when he says nothing ever changes? The proof or the argument is not empirical but logical. It goes something like this.
Thank goodness.
Suppose we are talking about somebody, Mahatma Gandhi, right? Just say somebody, Mahatma Gandhi. Is Mahatma Gandhi a part of the present? People will say no, he's only part of the past. He died. Okay. Can we talk of somebody who will be Mahatma?
Yo, my bad, dude. I didn't see you back there for a second. Yeah.
Gandhi's great grandchild? That is a matter of future. Can we talk about the future when we are in the present? Again, pretty much not possible. So we have the distinction of time and space.
So he's saying we have no clear conception of what was, right? And we have no way to know how exactly it's going to be in the future, right? So what we know is actually very, very little, right? Yeah.
Which seems to interfere with our perception of things and alter the perception of things. If I were to say Mahatma Gandhi, immediately there is evoked in you a feeling that something has happened and gone, which is why we are talking of Mahatma Gandhi. If I am going to talk to you about a name which you have not heard of at all, then you will say, oh, it doesn't belong to now. It's not part of what we have here. So, whether something is here or there or ever seems to be from the world of senses, constrained and bound by the idea of time. Is it present? Is it past?
Okay, so there's this idea, right, where everything is bound by time, right, and what binds it is that it's contingent, right, on a previous cause, right? So if you accept that there's causality, right, that there's changes that exist in nature, right, that nature isn't part of one substance, right, that doesn't change, right, where you know, the universe is sort of self-complete, right, as Parmenides says, right? So there's sort of no way for something else to become, right? So what he's actually pointing to is like the substance, right? Like whether you say it's, you know, like mind or, you know, or some combination of mind and matter, right? Where like, you know, like for Heraclitus, the matter is thinking, right? For for Parmenides, thinking and being are the same, right? So one could say in Heraclitus, there's no real change because does it change from being a creative fire? Right? It's almost like if things are one, they can't change, right? So yeah. And if everything's just either the ether or all is full of gods, as Thales says, right? Then it's still sort of monistic, right? So there's nowhere to go where it can change, right? If there's monism, you can't change. So yeah, so it's interesting issues, right? But then if there is not monism, there's a multiplicity of things going on, a multiple essences, if you will, right? And they sort of have to interact with each other, right? So how do they communicate with one another? Or are they just totally ontological, in total ontological separation? But then how would we know about, you know, one mode in which we can exist, right? How would the mind comprehend those things? Okay, so these are the problems that are introduced once you deal with the multiplicity of substances, right? Or essences, right? But yeah.
Is it future? This seems to be the question which seems to formulate to us the idea of what is. Am I saying it right? Do you want me to say it again? Yes? Can I go on? So, Parmenides found that our perception, our understanding of things is incomplete as long as such a perception and understanding is conveyed to us by the limitation of time, the awareness of the present versus past versus future. So he looks at something further, deeper, and says, okay, when I say something, when I say
hold on, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link in the chat if anybody wants to join the discussion. So there's been so there's an opportunity to do that right now. I'll do it again in an hour. Right, so if you don't catch this one, watch the chat. You know, we'll be dropping it, you know, the next hour as well, right? So, you know, I'm not going to keep it up you know, or whatever. I mean, once it disappears in the chat. So if you want to join the discussion, now would be a good time to join the discussion. You know, you can ask questions about metaphysics, time, nature, mind, language. Right? These are all sort of topics that we've been discussing, how they interrelate, right? And where, you know, either, you know, language or mind, or, you know, something that is a mediator between language and mind, right, in the form of reason or archetypes, right, or something that is beyond all, you know, sort of definition, right, as, you know, Parmenides and Heraclitus are saying, right? But then, of course, you have to square off with being versus becoming, right? But yeah, anyways.
Mahatma Gandhi. Am I talking of something which is gone, dead and gone? No, because people are still talking of Mahatma Gandhi. So Mahatma Gandhi is dead and gone, but people are still talking of Mahatma Gandhi. There is a meaning which he makes to them today, right? And there is a meaning which he will make to people 2 years from now. In other words, when people talked of Mahatma Gandhi, just because Mahatma Gandhi passed away 50 years ago, it doesn't mean that Mahatma Gandhi is a void. It doesn't mean he's nothing. No? Mahatma Gandhi makes a meaning today. He makes one meaning to people today. He made one meaning to people 50 years ago.
Yeah, blessings ESP. What's going on, man?
Yeah, man. I'm just I'm on a work break, so I won't be here for too long. But
nice.
First time on the show, so can you hear me well? Yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. Blessings, brother. How about you? You doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. You know, in this crazy world that we're living
in. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you for joining. All right. Yeah, so he's saying that, you know, sort of as we define things, right, that definition cannot, you know, take on new attributes over time, yet we can't define its existence in the past or what it will become. Right. So so there's this problem when we try to define things through language, right, without some sort of general principle like existence or being or you know, or attach some other you know, mediator that's sort of doing the heavy lifting, right, to ascribe those attributes, right? So he's saying that, you know, definitions exist, they don't change, they're based on a pre-existent mode, yet we can't, you know, look for things in the past or define them in the future, as I said earlier. So yeah, so let's check it out. So so he's sort of talking about the limitations of language, and sort of me and Buddha were talking about that too, right? And of course, the Parmenides and the Heraclitus both have separate sort of implications for you know, language and its limitations.
He will make one meaning to people in the future. So he goes on to say, therefore, Mahatma Gandhi is changeless. He's there in the past, he's there today, he will be there in the future. As long as there is somebody who remembers to refer to Mahatma Gandhi, it means Mahatma Gandhi has a meaning. There might be a time and a place where nobody might have a reference to Mahatma Gandhi at all. They might not have heard of that word at all. In that place, he has no meaning. So what is important then is to understand that whether we perceive the meaning in Mahatma Gandhi or not is only a matter of how time influences us, but the meaning itself doesn't change. If I'm talking about Mahatma Gandhi here, I understand him one way. If I'm talking about Mahatma Gandhi in Gujarat, I'm understanding him in another way. In other words, what he's saying is meanings don't change, but the way you perceive meanings is subject to the influence of time and space. Make sense? So
that could answer
nothing.
Avian's question, right? the meanings don't change, the signs don't change.
Right, but he's sort of playing a fast and loose between between being and becoming, just to explain a concept. So he's sort of being metaphorical in a sense.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, sorry, Lorp, I saw you just now back there. I was about to add you, and then you disappeared. All right. So come back, Lorp. All right. Blessings, man. Yeah, because I can't see the studio if I have to switch the screen right to the other video, right? So when I'm looking at the video, I'm not looking at the studio.
I think Lorp is having connection problems.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. So
The StreamYard's being goofy for him. I've seen those errors before. It just randomly.
My picture hasn't come up either.
Yeah, sometimes StreamYard crashes my computer.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's common. Yeah, it takes too much of the RAM, So it's like you can't do other things on your computer while you're on StreamYard. It's kind of lame, but yeah.
Nothing ever changes. Change is only superficial. Want to write this down?
So he says change is only superficial, right? And then he refers to his text here. He says, Parmenides argues that nothing ever changes. All words have canonical meanings which remain unchanging through time. Since meanings are unchanging, it follows that nothing changes. Right?
Yeah, it would be the logical one.
Right.
What's this guy's religion?
I don't know. He's either a Buddhist or a Hindu. He goes on to talk about Buddhism in a minute here. Right. And it's pretty interesting. He gives some reflections about how Buddhists also referred to the concept of no thing. Right. They don't refer to nothing, but they refer to the concept of no thing. Right. That things don't have a sort of an essential nature in and of themselves. Right. So they're not defined by themselves. Right. The way Aristotle or Plato would say that, their definition depends on some sort of reason that exists beyond just a thing in itself, right?
Wait, so they don't have any ontology?
Who?
The things. If no thing has any.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no there's no ontological transcendence that can give definition to them, right? So yeah, they have no essential nature, right? As we read in the Shang Zhu, right? It said, there's essence but no form. You know what I mean, right? So, but yeah. Okay, so yeah. So as to reiterate the basic points, right? This is dealing with language, mind, right? But also what things have existence, right? And whether you could separate them from being, right? Which is the ultimate sort of idea that gives everything its, nature, so to speak, right? So yeah, these are complex issues that we're contextualizing for you guys.
As always.
Yeah, blessings. But yeah, let's move. Let's hear. We're only gonna watch 15 minutes of this. We got like 6 more minutes. Let's see what he's got to say.
Let's do it.
So Parmenides had a strong case to make against the idea of the void. So he says.
Okay, and this is going to really matter when we get to Gorgias, right? Gorgias is going to really affirm this thing called void, and so or nothingness, right? That there's an essential nothingness or void that sort of defines things by formulating the backdrop. And one could say it's sort of like ether or like zeros and ones or or something like this essential nature to things that exists behind it all, which is really nothing, right? So as Democritus and Lucretius say is that everything exists by convention, right? You think like convention, like what does that mean, right? It's kind of like, you know, they exist because like things match up for a certain time and then they disperse, and then they match up for a certain time, then they disperse, reformulate, and then they disperse, right? Which is kind of the way they think about it in modern science, right?
Yeah, right.
You know, that things reform inside this void, right? And you know, when there's patterns to things, they sort of match up, right, with each other, right? And they sort of stay there for a while, right? Coalesce, and then they sort of go back to this chaotic, you know, existence, and it's the void that's sort of stirring them up, right? And making sure different things formulated into different things, right? So you know, so when you go to the opposite side of Parmenides, you have this thing, you know, you have this multiplicity and this chaos, right? And you know, they sort of exist in harmony. But yeah,
You say that void is a thing, but nothing that is, nothing that isn't can exist. And therefore, there is no such thing as void. Look at the fine play of logic here. It says, you say that void is a thing, but nothing that isn't can exist. Therefore, there is no void. Playing with words, you know, but the point is very clearly made. He's opposed to the idea of void. And along with Parmenides begins this big debate in Greece.
I gotta go back a little bit. I sort of tuned out there for a second. But yeah, welcome down. Blessings.
What's up? How's everyone doing?
Good.
Yeah, pretty relaxed
Cold.
here. How about yourself? You know, you doing okay, my friend?
Yeah.
You get over that sickness, or?
Yeah.
It's good.
Much.
Vitamin D, vitamin C, every day.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm very distracted at the moment because there's a lot of stuff going on here. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, we got like some construction going on down here, and whatnot. So I'm sort of like watching what's happening. But yeah, blessings to you guys. Let me play this video for a little bit.
And therefore, there is no such thing as void. Look at the fine play of logic here. It says, you say that void is a thing, but nothing that isn't can exist.
So there's the big line. Nothing that isn't can exist, right? So he's talking about this idea of nothingness. Right, of course, this is one of the most radical conclusions in the Parmenides, right? He says, you know, you know, not only is nothing, you know, like, you know, have like no substance or no ontological value, right? But you can't even talk about what it's not, right? So it's not just as much as this idea of seeming, where there's these sort of ideas that have a seeming because things appear to change because we apply sort of our own definitions to things and separate this thing from this thing in this moment from this moment, and we can sort of observe this change because we apply these false definitions in the in the way of seeming, right? But this goes beyond that and goes to a level where you can't talk about, you know, what is not, right? So you know, as as Parmenides says, there is only the now, right? There is no sense in which something came to be out of something else, right? So there's only the now, right? There's no movement, right? As Zeno goes on to say, there's even no movement, right? So that's why sort of the people that talk about multiplicity and change, they create this notion of the void, right? Because things can move through the void, right? In order to get to this, reality, it's sort of like there's matter, mind, and void, right? And matter is formulated through the void, right? So it has a sort of space in which to become reformulated, right? Right. So there's this sort of trinity that exists, right? And it's primordial, right? So sort of Aristotle and others would sort of say like there's multiple things that have essence. And so would Plato, right? But yeah. So this is
Nothing
a
can come from
radical.
nothing.
I'm sorry, was that ASP?
Nothing can come from nothing.
Exactly. Nothing can come from nothing. Yeah, precisely. It's this idea that from nothing, nothing comes. Impossible is nothing, right? As it says in the Nike ad, so yeah, so it's an interesting idea and it has radical implications, right? On the surface, it seems kind of like, whether you believe in nothing or not, what does it matter? Right, but whether you believe in it sort of defines how you believe in all other things, right? So it's this amazing idea that Parmenides comes up with, right?
Therefore, there is no void. Playing with words, but the point is very clearly made. He's opposed to the idea of void. And along with Parmenides begins this big debate in Greece. Should I accept the theory of the void? Should I accept the theory of the plenum, P-L-E-N-U-M, which means the world is full of, there is no empty space, the world is full, P-L-E-N-U-M, plenum. So the debate was it a plenum? Was it a void? If it's a plenum, the world is full of this one thing. If it's void, there is really no thing. This argument which Parmenides made against the void, as an aside, we can look at the way a Zen Buddhist might have answered that. If you remember in the last class, we saw that the Buddhists were talking of Sunyavada. They were talking of void too. And the Zen Buddhists of Japan are direct descendants of the school of Buddhism, Madhyamika. And the Zen Buddhists are looking at this void as a no thing. It's not nothing, because you don't know anything about it. It's a no thing. You can't say it's zero, you can't say it's void, you can't say anything. So the Zen Buddhists found a nice explanation for the void, which answers what Parmenides said. Parmenides made a play with the word, no? Void means nothing. So he says void is a thing. Then he says, nothing which isn't can exist, and therefore void doesn't exist. This will say, we escape from this whole play of words by simply saying, there is no nothing, there is no thing. There is no thing. You just put a check, right? And you just, that no thing is again what Buddha was talking about when he used a similar term. He never used any description for any permanent, eternal principle. He never talked about it.
So there's this independent understanding, right, of the Parmenides, right, in Zen Buddhism through this concept of no thing, right, where there's this sort of definitionless awareness, right, and that sort of goes with what Buddha was saying earlier, right? This sort of going beyond symbols, right? Or this semiotic complexity. So he's sort of saying like, yeah, they avoid this problem by saying that, since things have parts, they have no definition within themselves, right? And this is sort of the same approach that's used in the path of seeming. Okay, so he explores this concept, right? And this is sort of the last part we'll look at is this last sort of 4 minutes of this, and I don't want to get you guys' thoughts on what he's saying.
So by that token, everybody thought Buddha was an atheist. True.
And of course, then we're going to go into the reading of the Parmenides, right? And
did not accept any form of organized religion and worship. But does it mean that Buddha denied that the world was a plenum? Nobody knows. Because Buddha
like I said, he's like, nobody knows, right? He just, right? He, right, didn't agree that things have existence, right? And he's saying that some of the radical like Advaita like thinkers, right, who in Hinduism sort of took the same approach, right, by imploding definitions, by saying how things can be and not be at the same time, right? And that sort of the illusion of time sort of demonstrates this completely, right? But yeah,
I never said
It's definitely illusion time.
I never said so.
Right. So that's one of the major concepts, right? He's saying that sort of, as I said, in the dialectic between nature and time, for Parmenides, it's sort of like all nature, no time, right? If you want to say that nature is this concept of being, right? Meaning that what is now is all that exists, right? It's sort of like what he's saying, right? But
Time's
then,
just made up. He's just made up.
Right. And then we go to Heraclitus, who is sort of taken on by Hegel, right? Who says, look, everything's becoming, it's always changing, it's moving towards this sort of scheme where it's always improving on itself, right? So yeah, this idea of improvement and progress and change, right? And also time itself, right, sort of goes out of the window with this sort of way of thinking. But then the question is whether Buddha was saying it's all one nature, right? And he's saying nobody knows whether he's saying that because he doesn't affirm or deny anything, right? He has this.
I think he's just saying, think for yourself.
Right. That's one interpretation of it. Sort of saying like, don't let anybody trap you into any way of thinking, right? Right.
Yeah.
Which is disciple said. Buddha used the word tathatha. Have you heard of that expression? Tathatha. Tatha in Hindi and Sanskrit means what? That. Tatha is that. Tathatha is thatness.
So look at these two girls. These two chicks are definitely AI. And I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Right? There's no way those are real girls. I mean, just look at the glasses, right? They both look like the same girl. So it's like there's a glitch in the matrix there, right? So yeah.
Well, how old is this video?
It says it's really old, but I'm calling fake and gay on these two girls here. You know what I'm saying? History of
early 2000s.
It's old.
It doesn't really say. It says it was posted here 2012.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
So yeah, just by our estimations, it's over, 14 years old already or something, right?
Buddha would only say thatness. He says, I can't say anything more. I can't even say it is it. I can't even say there is something. But he says, if you go through the process of contemplation and removing conditioning from your mind one after another, then you get to a point when you're simply that. So he says tathatha. So Buddha went one step further than all this. He didn't said there was void, there was plenum. No. He accepted neither. He says there is tatha. So which is why the Buddhas were referred to in Buddhist.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. We'll play some music here for you guys, and we'll join back up in a little bit. Give me 1 second. Okay, I've created this one too, and yeah, I think this one is a lot more futuristic. Honestly, I really like how this one sounds.
It's my time's up now anyway, machine. So I'll try and come back on Tuesday.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, blessings, sir. Yeah, thank you so much
Easy,
for joining. Yeah.
Yeah, see you later, Bennington. See you later, machine. Take it easy, yeah? I'll be in the chat anyway, listening, but yeah, time to go.
Have a good day.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, see you later, guys. See you later. Peace, peace.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Always, man. See you later.
Yeah, peace, brother. So yeah, I'm not sure what this is. I gotta actually look up the name here. Okay, here we go. Blessings, guys. We'll be right back.
Shizzle. You know what I'm saying? We from the hood and we don't play. Big guns when we come out around the way.
Gat to your ear, let it boom like a Walkman. Guns be smoking cause they do a lot of sparking. Put you in a coffin, your children's offense. Dude get stressed, something awful for flossing. Walk around fronting like your ass is important. Thought you was a dog till the slugs started talking. Clock to you now, like it hard, like soften.
Let out my frustration on wax, bang on wax, do my thing on wax. ST be doing this thing on tracks. So when I get it, I get with it and spin it back. Now, most of y'all niggas wanna hear me rap. With a horror fear me rap, spare me that. Listen to me, y'all, I'm telling you one thing. I'm like a ball player who only got one ring. I'm starving, I need another one. Get out my way, son. Aim, son, from a 3-point range to gain something. Cause backboards will get your backboard, and layups will make you lay up. I'm trying to stay up. In this game, I make you lay up. In the benches or in the bleachers, till I blow your back to pieces. You ask me what pieces? Well, it's pieces when I get a piece of you niggas who keep seeking.
Think it can't happen? Keep on talking. Gat to your ear, let it boom like a Walkman. Guns be smoking cause they count on sparking. Put you in a coffin, your children's dolphins. Dude get stressed, something awful for flossing. Walk around fronting like your ass is important. Thought you was a thug till the slugs started tossing. Glock to your knives, make hard rock soft.
Praise the Lord, pray I don't raise the force. Slay you all, I'm just a slave the war. I ain't crazy, y'all, but don't play me, Paul. Thinking I'm a fall, I'm ashamed of y'all. Niggas talking shit from afar, but you don't say shit when I come to y'all. You cowards got guns, I don't run from y'all. Scatter from the thunderous roar. Niggas that was hardcore ain't hard no more. These street dogs draw heat in front of the law. You don't really want beef to be in front of your door. Whole family under pressure cause you fronted before. ST fill a blunt with the raw. Let the Hennessy pour till I got memory loss. Sometimes I really forget that y'all bitches been soft. Never really had the balls to fuck with me all. Think it can't happen? Keep on talking.
Gat to your ear, let it boom like a Walkman. Guns be smoking cause they do a lot of sparking. Put you in a coffin, your children's orphans. Dude get stressed, something awful for flossing. Walk around fronting like your ass is important. Thought you was a thug till them slugs start tossing. Block to your knot, make hard rock soft.
I don't floss it or flaunt it, but you can get it if you want it. A bad boy moving in silence, that's how I'm on it. Come through for my team, cause I'm on it like that. Some old gazelle frames, Gucci suit in a gap. Little spray around my neck, cause I'm on it like that. You can die if you try for being on it like that. I got 16 spitters who don't rhyme for real. Just wanna be in my videos and hide the grill. I'm in the field all day, cause I'm on it like that. Hit me on a two-way, you wanna know where I'm at. Other than that, I ain't got no time for your cats. Acting odd sometime, and I get on it like that. Especially if I know you're handling and you think with your dick. Get a flick to call you up so we can rope you up quick. Dibby your chips, your pussy and your guns ain't popping. I get on some other shit when my bank is dropping.
Think it can't happen? Keep on talking. Gat to your ear, let it boom like a Walkman. Guns be smoking cause they do a lot of sparking. Put you in a coffin, your children orphans. You get stressed, something awful for flossing. Walk around fronting like your ass is important. Thought you was a thug till them slugs start tossing. Glock to your knot, make hard rock soften. Soften.
Storm, the hood, we in here.
Killer. Killer. What a yuck about? What a yuck about? What a yuck about? What a yuck about?
Alrighty.
So I was thinking a little bit of what they were talking about. And
Cool.
I definitely have to agree with the people who say that it's whole and not empty. I see why there's an illusion that the void is empty, but it cannot be empty to sustain life because life is full of substance and being. So
Right.
in order for life to come from something, it has to be full of something, whatever that something
Right.
is. Now I say it's principles, however principles manifest in the void, which I'd say is full of potential, which I basically equate the void to the noon or the abzu, which are the waters of creation, which are chaotic, where all potential flows from, and then there's some other force that is bridged together in this chaotic water and what they call the logos. And that's basically what I'd say is the Trinity. But I don't see how it's empty. I think it has to be full of something, full of life is really the best way I can describe it. But I was also thinking of how they say you can't even describe or talk about things that are not. But I'd say within the void, all things are possible. So things that are not are just, I don't know. I guess they're right. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, one of the translations of thinking is the same as being actually just says the possible is the same as the actual. Because sort of Parmenides talks about how there's no potentialities anywhere because all potentialities exist now. Right? So he says, say we think of something, right? We can't think of something new. We can't think of something that doesn't exist, but we also can't formulate like anything new because everything we think of is based on what is.
Yeah, it's like a variation of it.
Right.
But you can definitely think of things that are not real. Just look at all the fictional stories that exist and all the lore to explain it. I mean, what is that?
Well, I think he would say that, say you go with any fictional story, right? Like Harry Potter, right? It's set in England. That's a real place, right? It's based on magic, like texts and study of that. That was real to a certain extent, right? That existed in the underground of British society, right? Some might say it still exists to a certain extent, right? That the movie's actually talking to a deeper truth that's hidden behind the veil of, social engineering, and and so on and so forth. Even to the fact of the racial divide of, whether somebody has pure bloodline or a fake bloodline, right? So you could talk about like just Harry Potter, that nothing in Harry Potter is seriously fake, right? It's sort of all made up of elements of things that do exist, right?
Yeah, it is. But there gets a point where I think it becomes, I don't know, strange. Like when you take something like Warhammer, which has hundreds and hundreds of books, and there's people who dedicate large amounts of time to just studying the lore of something that isn't even real. And the fact that it exists, and someone thought of it and they wrote it down, and there's something there that I think is strange, and I don't quite know what to make of it. But it's a very real phenomenon that comes from the real world, but it's become this variation of the real thing that lives on in this strange and fake way. And there's all kinds of stuff like that. You know, you could say that like religion is like that, where it's taking things that happen and then it makes it this fantasized version that people then begin to associate with the real thing. But at some point, it becomes so indistinguishable from reality that it's not real.
Yeah, yeah. I have a perfect quote for that actually from Story of the Stone, which is famous Chinese story from Ming Empire. I have a perfect. I have to find the quote again, but it's perfect for that. Like, yeah, let me get that. Let me get that. Yeah, here it is. I found the quote. Yeah, let me read you this quote. Yeah, truth becomes fiction when the fiction's true. Real becomes not real where the unreal's real. So that's from The Story of the Stone or Dream of the Red Chamber. It's actually famous Chinese literature. I always thought that quote was nice. Yeah, I put it in the private chat. Yeah. But I feel like what you're talking about is just like the real and unreal have a topsy-turvy relationship. That's the way I see it. Topsy-turvy.
If you ever seen the movie The Never Ending Story, or what we imagine, I forget what they're called.
Yeah, I read the book. I read the book actually. It's incredible. Michael End's book. Yeah, I have it. I read it. So I didn't watch the movie, but I did read the book. I highly recommend reading the book. Actually, that's very good.
I think they're called egregores, right?
Yeah, egregores or egregore. I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah. Yeah,
Our
that
imagination lives on as these entities.
Yeah, I think there's another word for it in occult too. Like I gotta look at it again, something like that. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that in Western esotericism or the occult. Yeah, like egregores, and there's something else that's similar to that. I have to double check. Let me see.
Now you see, where do those things live? Like if there's the void and there's this logos and then there's this force in the middle, where are the egregores in that? I think on some other frequency, but I don't,
Well, egregore almost seems like a combination of this concept from atomism of this convention of things getting together by convention and this concept of the forms, right, from Plato, right? So it's like they want a mediation. It's like they want to say the forms are evil. So it's just a bunch of like, like bootleg, like weird ass motherfuckers that just came together one day and just formed a monstrosity, right? And so they just continue to plunder, and suck up ideas through this, egregore, right? So, so it's like it could be like a vector where like symbols or ideas come from. Like we were talking about, like in Valentinus, right? Like it's almost like language is the thing that gets corrupted over time. So we like lose control of it. So we like lose control over like what we create.
What?
Right.
You know about the idea of swarm intelligence? Swarm intelligence, like when ants come together in a colony, they have a more collective behavior that's above the sum of their parts. Like it's a kind of emergent. Like you cannot really predict, like their collective behavior. Like the way they behave is almost like a cohesive entity, you know, the swarm intelligence of, you know, ant colonies, or even the swarm intelligence of fungal networks, and how, you know, like I read this before, but like the hi-fi, which is like the elongated strands of the fungi, you know, like and then, you know, they find one block of wood, then that changes the collective behavior of the whole fungal network in some ways. Like it's like emergent behavior that goes beyond the sum of its parts or something. Yeah, yeah, but that's swarm intelligence and other stuff. You know, like, you know, you have a lot of stuff like mob mentality, or like the swarm intelligence of flocks of birds, or ant colonies, or even your brain is kind of like that if you think about, because it's always dynamically reconfiguring itself, creating new kinds of connection. Like some people are missing half of their brain. Yeah, the wiring can compensate for that loss of gray matter in very dynamic or flexible compensatory ways that can.
My understanding of birds and ants are a bit different, because birds are more in tune with the magnetic frequencies of the earth. I think it's called magnetoreception is what they have, and then ants are more fixated on pheromones produced by the queen, which in a sense they're kind of the same, but it's a different type of sense, in the sense that birds see it and ants smell it.
There's a lot of truth to what you're saying, but doesn't the soil also have some like, I think people can put ground into the soil. Sometimes they can get some electric conduction that way. I mean, wouldn't there be some weak magnetic field around the soil too? I'm not 100% certain. Sorry about that.
I'd imagine there is, but I think the main difference is that ants, you know, they have more of a queen, whereas birds are more fixated on the earth or the world around them. Well, I don't really know about the soil or what you said. That could be true. But
yeah, I have to double check. Yeah, I don't know.
But I know what you're talking about. There's a good video on YouTube where it shows the ants, and they have this huge underground city where you can fit several people in there. There's like archaeologists excavating it, and it looks huge.
Yeah, ants are what is called eusocial, and they tend to divide like a labor force. Like there are some ants that are devoted to, like, I don't know, farming. Other ones are devoted to maintaining the tunnel system. It's eusocial organization. It's kind of similar to the compartmentalization in human society, the eusocial organization of ants. It's kind of strange. Yeah.
I would say that city behavior mimics ants in the sense that they kind of revolve around a central, like, town hall, and that directs everyone's energy through laws written on paper. It's not quite the same as pheromones, but it's the same in the sense that people have agreed to obey these laws in a pretty much hive mind fashion, similar to ants obeying their pheromones, except people have more control over if they can disobey the law or not than an ant. But there are consequences, of course, you know, that are typically carried out through coercion.
Yeah, I actually have a question. You know, Star Trek, I don't like it that much, but The Next Generation, it does have a few good episodes.
Oh yeah, more than a few good. I mean, let's all just be honest. I mean, what is even on TV? That's even you know, of comparison to the Next Generation of Star Trek. I mean,
yeah, you know, the Borg, right?
Nothing.
The Borg.
Oh
The
yeah,
Borg.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I know about the
Yeah.
Borg. It's one of the it's one of the deepest, like, philosophical shows. Like, honestly, like, what else is even on other than Star Trek Next Generation? There's no even good shows other than X-Files, Twilight Zone, fucking
Stargate's got a lot of stuff in it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, Stargate and Lost, you know, you could say like Stargate and Lost, you could add those sort of to the list. I've not seen Stargate, so I can't personally comment, but But yeah, there's some deeper philosophical like shows for sure.
I would say all the sci-fis in some way have some deep philosophical.
Right.
When you, hey, what's up, machine? What's up, panel? Avian
going
Buddha.
on? Yeah,
What's up,
bless 'em.
everybody? Yeah. Would you say that like science fiction is a way that so-called social influence, social engineers and whatnot kind of get ideas to plan the future or direct the future through science fiction?
I mean, it's more so that the people who create these science fictions they're kind of like controlled by the manipulators already, like Hollywood and all that stuff.
Right.
Like
Right.
if there's one, if you've seen the Godzilla movie, Godzilla 2014, the opening credits, it has these messages that it covers up because it's trying to be like it's a military movie full of black ops. But if you actually read it, it'll say stuff like the Illuminati writes these movies, and there could be stuff like giant organisms out there, and it literally says the Illuminati uses people. I don't remember who wrote it, but some dude wrote it. Like, we use people like this to write these movies. So yeah, if you go watch that, it'll say that. But it goes even deeper than that. Like, Star Trek was founded by the Council of Nine, which was this assembly of aristocrats, people like Arthur Young, who invented the helicopter, and a bunch of other people's wives. I think one of the DuPont's wives. But they were organized by Andrea Puharich, and he was this insane military dude, worked with the CIA.
Right. Yeah.
He wanted to
Yeah.
try and weaponize ESP. And
Yeah, I mentioned him on the show. I think he might have been like a student of Delgado, or is that?
I don't know.
Who again? Can you? Is that the guy with the bushy eyebrows?
Andrea Puharich. It's Puharich. He's got a number of patents that deal with like trying to hack people's brains, and that we looked up on the show. So he's an interesting guy, and he was like an interesting figure for like the new age too, right? I think they worked on a book called The Aquarian Conspiracy, right? But
yeah.
Through the Council of Nine, he put together things like Star Trek. They told the dudes Roddenberry about it. And the Council of Nine was these people, they got together and they literally connected their minds with entities.
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't know what
That's
they
right.
were,
Yeah,
but
that's all right. Yeah. That's all.
we're nine, you're nine, we're one, you're one. That's what it was. And they got
7 of
these
9.
ideas.
Oh no, this is the lady I was thinking about, Marilyn Ferguson, who worked for the Institute of the Noetic Sciences. And it says here she befriended such diverse figures as Buckminster Fuller, Ram Dass, Ilya Prigozhin, and billionaire Ted Turner. But, yeah.
So you got a billionaire, you got a Jesuit, you got a ex-scientist that's a hippie guru. I don't know who the other person was. Yeah.
Let me look up Andrea Puharich.
Oh, Buckminster, a futuristic architect. What's the connection, the commonality of all those people we mentioned, though? Would you say, off top?
They're all aristocrats. They all have connections with rich.
Well, also theosophy, right? Because because Andrea Puharich is connected to Uri Geller, right? So the most famous thing about Uri Geller is the Matrix movie, right? Where they walk in and they're bending the spoons, right? Right.
Oh, he did stuff like that?
Yeah, that's Uri Geller, right? So it's like mind magic type of stuff, like exactly like what the homie Dominic is mentioning here, right? So it says here Andrea Puharich, right? The Israeli Uri Geller. You know what I mean? If you go down I forgot where they put like the little patents that he had. Oh, here it is. right? Two of the most famous of Pulitzer's 50-plus patents were devices that assist hearing, the means
Yeah,
for
it's not
aiding hearing.
showing. It's not showing.
Oh, whoops. Here, hold on.
It's in your CD.
My bad. Here, let's go to this here. There we go. Right. So, yeah, it's fine. I didn't get to the point. That I was looking for until right here. Anyways, it says two of the most famous of Pulitzer's 50-plus patents were devices to assist hearing, and then there's another one, a method and apparatus for improving neural performance in human subjects by electrotherapy.
Wow.
And
Biomedical engineering.
Yeah, using low frequency ELF, electromagnetic wave emission on the mind.
Isn't he like that Delgado guy we talked
Yeah,
about?
That is
Delgado,
straight
yeah.
up Delgado's alley.
Yeah, I was thinking he was like a student of his, but I could be wrong.
Can you look at his personal life real quick? Those are always interesting to me on Wikipedia. It's a small thing. Anything weird on that? Or is it personal life? I think you passed it.
Personal life, yeah, I think it's.
It's a short one. No, personal life. No, there's one that actually says personal life. Usually something weird that happens if you go down more. The other way. I mean the other way. Sorry.
Personal life.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
What?
While working in Mexico.
Hofberger.
Visionary art. Okay.
The future founder of the director of the American Visionary Art Museum. Okay, so that's not really
nothing
that.
too weird. Not too compelling, but yeah.
Yeah, who's this?
Did he write a book on Uri Geller? Did I see that?
I think he did say that.
Okay, so all right. She has been a recipient of numerous mental health advocacy, equal opportunity awards, and has served as director of the director of Jewish education, and on the board of the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross Center. And
Near-death studies, that lady. That Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. That's
Right,
near-death
I know,
study.
right. So yeah, so they're all like. So that's another thing that relates heavily into theology. You know,
Right.
it's like the whole. Okay, so we got this. So we got this guy here, right? Marilyn Ferguson, right? Institute of Noetic Sciences. This lady, she's the one who wrote this Aquarian conspiracy, right? So, so she said the book's title led to some confusion at the age of the popular conception of the age of Aquarius succeeding a dark Piscean age. The word conspiracy she used in a literal sense of breathing together. As one of her great influences, the philosopher Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. And then it says here, unabashedly positive in his outlook, the book was praised by such diverse figures as Arthur Kessler, who, this guy was a Jewish spy, by the way, who wrote the 13th Tribe, right, where that cause-art theory comes from, right? But here's another guy who's really influential in theosophy, is Edward Bulwer-Lytton, right? And some say that he created science fiction. But yeah. All right.
Look at his. He made famous. It said the phrase "pursuit of the almighty dollar."
Yeah, and also the pen is mightier than the sword, right? But he came up with the ideas about the vril, right?
Raro.
Yeah. So,
That guy's
what was his name
way
again?
Too long.
Edward Bulwer-Lytton.
Why Pierre de Darchan? Was he like? Did he talk about like global consciousness or something like that? Like
Teilhard de Chardin, exactly. Global consciousness.
that was the Jesuit.
Right.
Yeah.
Omega Point.
Yeah, the Jesuit guy. Yeah.
McKenna loves him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He's obsessed with him.
Yeah.
Right. And actually, the entire Esalen Institute is an offshoot of the Lindensfarne Association, and the whole focus of the Lindensfarne Association is like, not only process theology, but also, Teilhard de Chardin, right? So they're heavily focused on those two individuals. And that's why there are, that's why, McKenna was obsessed with the singularity.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's a huge concept from, Teilhard de Chardin, right?
He was so obsessed with it. He was taking mind cosmology and trying to lump it in as resonating with that. in his narrative.
Right.
Like the
Right. The
time wave
Tao.
zero.
Yeah,
And the
Tao
Tao
and
too.
Mayans. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the I Ching and the Mayans are talking about the same thing,
Mhm.
and which is and also he like wrote about like the Hermetic corpus, and also
Yes.
he wrote about like John Dee, and also
Uh-huh.
he started the Discordian, he was a huge figure in Discordianism, right, along with
Yeah.
Robert Anton Wilson,
Wilson, right?
right?
Leary.
Yeah. So there's a lot of this.
Would you say like the Nick Land is carrying on that tradition of Terrence McKenna's and
He's sort of going in a sort of unique, different direction, but yeah, it's a lot of the same influence, right? But he's adding in a bunch of ideas from cybernetics, right, and also from the Kabbalah and the occult.
Okay.
Right, so he's adding in a lot of different elements into the whole idea. Like they're trying to like they're basically saying like they're doing like time magic. Like you could summon CTUHLU if you believe in him, like so on and so forth.
Wow.
Also, he takes a lot of heavy drugs, right? Like I heard that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ketamine and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what the whole hyperstition game is, right? It's like word magic. Like they're going beyond Wittgenstein, right? And yeah, it's heavily influenced by, like there's a bunch of different strains of influence.
Uh-huh.
There's like Deleuze and Derrida. There's the Kabbalah and cybernetics, right? The mixture,
like to overlay it, right?
The overlay of Kabbalah and cybernetics, right?
Yeah.
And then obviously Lovecraft and certain other things, right?
Wow.
Nothing lasts. But
Yeah,
nothing
also
is
Gibson.
lost.
There's a huge influence from William Gibson, right? There's a huge influence from Kant, right? There's obviously a huge influence from Nietzsche and Georges Patel.
And Deleuze too.
Yeah, right. I mentioned Deleuze earlier.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
but
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah.
What did Gibson do again? Or bring to the table?
Gibson invented this idea, along with Deleuze, of this virtual space, right? Virtual reality.
Okay.
Right. So some of the postmodern, philosophers sort of, they sort of, they're
Yeah.
obsessed with this.
Also, Baudrillard. I don't
Exactly right.
Baudrillard. He also was a big influence.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. He's mentioned in the Matrix movie, right? For sure. Yeah, it's interesting stuff.
I have a friend into all of that, and maybe I've been trying to get him to come out here and talk about all the postmodern stuff, but he's been busy. No.
Yeah, one of the huge figures in the Esalen Institute is Charles Sanders Peirce, right, who invented this notion of semiotics, right, and the whole idea of sort of cybernetics got kicked off with like sort of centralizing this notion, right?
Yeah, there's another one who may have been more influential, especially to Derrida. His name was Saussure. Saussure, that guy's his views are a little bit different from C.S. Peirce. Saussure or Ferdinand Saussure or something like that. He's French.
Spell it out for us.
Yeah, I'll just put it in the okay, I spell it right. I'll just put it in the his views are semiotics too, but they're a bit different from Peirce. I put it in the private chat. So he also influenced Derrida a lot. Put it in the private chat.
Are we in the postmodern era? Like, can you break down the three segments that came before? What came before the era we're on now? What era we are now, and where we're going? Or
it's modernism, postmodernism. Then there's supposedly metamodernism, but it's really just like posthumanism, transhumanism. That's a real.
For laymen, so modernism is what?
It's basically like the like post-industrial era.
Okay.
Right.
So now we're in postmodernism right now.
Sort of, yes.
Sort of,
We're
in between, maybe.
Yeah, we're in a reaction to postmodernism, pretty much, right? So, you know, it's just basically just kick the can down the road, right? But yeah, here's the guy that Buddha was talking about, right? So yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it says one of the two major figures together with Charles Sanders Peirce of semiotics or semiology. Whoa. I was
Yeah,
never aware
his
of
view
this
is
guy.
a little bit different from Peirce, because Peirce
Yeah, that's fascinating, Buddha.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, with this
His
like
views a little bit different. Like he has a different kind of views, but they are both semioticians. So yeah.
all right. So what should I do? Should I move on to Shangzhou or what you guys feel like?
Shangzhou.
Yeah, I was almost about to like read more of the Parmenides, but we've already talked for so long, you know. And I mean, I did play a video on the Parmenides, so just take it with, you know, the discussions that we had on Tuesday and Wednesday. And if you haven't queued up on those sort of discussions, I gave a lengthy discussion on Tuesday about the Parmenides, right? I mean, and of course we've been looking at it for weeks, right? 3 or 4 weeks already, right? So, and of course we've seen the flip side of the equation with the Heraclitus, right? We've totally looked at that, and we're gonna look at the pluralist, the atomists, right? And so on and so forth. And also the sophists, right? So pluralists, atomists, and sophists are gonna sort of go in a different direction and say, becoming and nothing and all these things, they sort of do have like temporary and immediate like sort of existence in certain sense. So they get to another level of things. So yeah, I'll play some music right now and I'll move to the Shangzhou for you guys, right? So this is what we'll do. Right up. And of course this song is called Riddle of the Sphinx, right? By the Devil's Rejects. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that band, but
familiar with the movie
Devil's Rejects. Oh, I didn't realize it's a movie.
It's Rob Zombie series. Yeah, crazy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm often called Rob Zombie. People say I look like Rob Zombie, so this happens a lot. But yeah, anyways, but yeah, let's get into this. Right, and I appreciate you guys.
It's Rip Shop. What's that? Boss and street shit. No doubt. Devil's Rejects. Yeah. Let's get this shit poppin'. Yo, what? You motherfuckers bow to shots our law just like yow. Put a lot of grass in my mouth just like cows. Fuck a lot of gals. Your bitch is shallow house. Your dick stays drier than just for show towels. My dick scrapes the ground like trucks with snow plows. I only like riding in pussy with low miles. Only like diving in pussy with no styles. And the bitches that'll give up the goodies with no trials. Hanging in this spot where the hoes and drugs is. Never talking to the judge in the halls of justice. True God never puts nothing above his. Dumb devil never rises over above 6. Understand, it all happens as planned. You fucking faggots, a law's most savageous man. I'm never tricked, my third eye faster than hands. I know mathematics, the magic that I practice is banned. Lyrics for days you've been when I fire, blood splatter. What's the mad cat in your back? Bust off shots, I blow up spots in competition. Got me causing mad commotion. Time to react. Commercial rap took all I lose, so now we're smuggling drugs. I'll bubble their mugs till they're reduced to a puddle of blood. It's plain to explain, I'ma drain your veins. Blame the pain till you're nothing but stains and remains. I'm not your ordinary dude, watch me run the tool. I make a fucking bloody pool out of your Sunday school. If I'm going to hell, then fuck it, goddamn me. In the meantime, you got drama, I'ma bring it to your family. Y'all motherfuckers just sucking what? When I see you, that's my word, I'ma fuck you up. What you looking at, bitch? I'll stab you in the eye. Torture you so bad, you'll be glad to die. Light a flame to your mummified rags. It'll burn fast with one nut. I gave Cleopatra a sperm bath, you been jinxed. Your head turns little when it shrinks. With one guess, I solved the fucking riddle with a spring. Lyrics for days you've been
When I fire, blood splatters. What's the mad cat in your back? When I bust off shots, I blow up spots in competition. Got me causing mad commotion.
So I backed up and I went. You cash fugazi. Crab cats usually doing they rap with a splash of Jay-Z. Teaspoon and Nelly in the batch. Curtis Jackson and Big B. 300 degrees is cool. You come with a media tool, and the media GM is to mislead the people as fools. Either prove you the truth or get beat by some dudes who was street with Adidas and boots. Then get your chick bone, a rip folder over my big dick and show her I'm as freaky as Luke. Vic niggas for dough, cause I'm needing some loot. He who recoup, get re-robbed, run that shit. Fuck being a comeback kid. Even dumber is believing you can fuck with this one black fist. Duck, I got another I can come back with. They'll be like, whatever happened to the one whack kid?
Parents for days you've been when I fire, blood splatters. What's the mad cat in your back? Bust off shots, I blow up spots in competition. Got me causing mad commotion.
Fuck that, time to react.
They have Bibles in hell.
Paints a different view of Revelations. Says the world will not end by God's hand, but be reborn in the embrace of the dead. Though if you ask me, fire's fire.
All right. All right, let me try to find where we're at here, folks. I think I got to go across the room, grab my book here. Okay, here we go. You're reading from the Shanglu here, right? So we're going with this concept of essence with no form, right? And he says the way has an essence that can be trusted, but it takes no action and has no form. Right? So how can we define things, right? And if we go to an earlier passage, right? It says hu zui. Wait, sorry. Hu zi, right? Huizi. That's how I'm saying it, folks. Asked Zhang Zi, can people really have no essence? Right? Zhang Zi said, yes, they can. Right? Hui Zi said, but if they have no essence, how can you call them people? Zhang Zi said, the way gave them a face, heaven gave them a form. How can you not call them people? Hui Zi said, but if you call them people, how can they have no essence? Zhang Zi said, rights and wrongs are what I mean by essence. By no essence, I mean people not letting in good and bad to hurt them. Follow the natural and do not help life along. Hui Zi said, how can people exist without helping life? Zhang Zi said, the way gave them a face, heaven gave them a form by not letting likes and dislikes in to do harm. That's how. But you shut out your spirit and tire your energies, leaning on a podium ranting, slumping at your desk and napping. Heaven chose a form for you, and you use it to sing of hard and white. Or he's saying, let go of your definitions, right? Let go of your attributions, right? A form. I said everything has a form, but not letting in likes and dislikes, rights and wrongs, it can follow the path of heaven. And he talks about the way of heaven and the way of people, right? And he says, since they have a human form, they flock with the people, the sages, right? Since they lack human essence, right and wrong do not get to them. Infinitesimally small, they flock with people, indescribably large, they complete their heaven alone. So indescribably small, they're sort of alone in the crowd, but indescribably large, right? They rely on no one. They complete their heaven alone.
Yes, it's kind of like the Heart Sutra's form is emptiness, emptiness is form.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in a larger sense, what he's saying is the form is just, sort of an illusion.
Yeah. And it sounds like he's saying that it's the path to heaven is a path of neutrality, of not letting, like he says, right and wrong get to you. But I think there comes a point where if someone is doing wrong and it's affecting you, there's kind of no way around that unless you choose to act upon it to change that wrongdoing. Like if you're going out and then you get mugged, you can go with, you can say that that's a flow to, that's a flow to go along with, and you say, well, I don't have any control over the situation, so I accept the mugging. But I would also say that you don't have to put up with that, and that you can stop the mugger or the wrongdoer or whatever. So I think that there comes a point where the wrongdoing does affect you, and all you have to do is look at the world in the state that it is today, where we built a literal prison planet designed to suck everyone's attention, to funnel it down basically into nonsense, because that has been deemed the resource to hijack and steal.
Yeah. It's
Some truth there.
Yeah, actually, I would say the idea of butterfly effect had precedence in the Mahayana idea of interpenetration, which means no being or event stands alone. So harm done anywhere ripples through the web of relations and inevitably touches us, whether we notice it or not. That's kind of like Indra's net, where you have like a spider's web, and at each intersection of the web, you have jewels, and each jewel is like reflecting all the other countless jewels, and that's like interpenetration. You know what I mean? So it's like it's like yeah. So there's truth there. Yeah, that's yeah interpenetration.
When you're talking about Indra's web, Avian, it reminds me of holograms. How like the smallest picture is in like many of the whole picture is all over in small pictures, just like the dewdrop on the Indra's web of consciousness. Everything interconnected.
Holograms are definitely related to that. Yes. Yes.
When you're talking about the spider's web, are you talking about Spider Woman, the Native American goddess who weaves fates together?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, that's killer. I'm pretty sure somebody came on the show to talk about that.
Sounds interesting. Can you put it on the private chat? I'll look it up because I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems interesting.
Yeah, spiders are, honestly, there's some real stuff going on with spiders, as opposed to other insects, for sure.
You're talking about something from Native American mythology, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, got you. Not the actual superhero, the comic book hero. That is
no.
Yeah, spider.
The spiders, they weave silk, right? And we use that metaphor. We're talking about that man that Avian the Wikipedia about the linguistics. Like when we talk, we weave stories, right? We weave a tall tale. It reminds me of like people with make clothes, threading, the weaving, and all that stuff. It's all seems to resonate with the spider at the crux of it.
That's one thing I like about Deleuze, even though I don't like him that much. But his idea of rhizome, he claims that the intertextuality and the stories we tell ourselves or to others all web together, and it creates kind of like a rhizomatic structure. At least that's what Deleuze talked about. And that
Even what do you mean by rhizomatic structure?
rhizome is an idea from Gilles Deleuze's philosophy, where he claims that we're like when we like get into a creative act, and we're thinking like it always involves narratives knitting together with other narratives, because a word is always borrowed from others, and then you are repurposing that word, you are reinterpreting that word, and according to your own individuality and such. So then it's like knitting together, but it still like has an element of novelty, at least for Deleuze. You know what I mean? There's an element of novelty, and it's like, yeah. I mean, yeah. He calls it rhizome, Deleuze.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to pull up. This badass staff, from the Ghana. It's like insane, right? Depiction of like
That's some crazy shit.
Spider god. It says gold-covered staff held by a Khan, linguist, court official. Linguist? Whoa, Nelly. And here's another.
That's what Zephyr's talking about. That Anansi, the spider. Zephyr's talking about it in the chat. He's like their Thoth, their god, of like telling stories and
that's killer
knowledge.
That's like an angry-looking spider with a bunch of swords, or some shit.
Right.
It's a woman. It's not a god. It's a goddess. And
yeah.
I don't think she's supposed to age. I don't remember exactly what her place is, but they say that at one point she led people astray, and so she was punished by having to age.
Yeah, that's crazy. You say that to bring it back to like these what's trending now. How even young women nowadays they get plastic surgery, so they can stay locked in at the same age. Remember back in the day, women we get it like when they're older, but now women are getting it when they're younger.
Yeah, I just want to briefly touch on this point because it's an interesting.
Look at how it got Deleuze and Guattari on the second paragraph.
Yeah, this is an idea developed by them, but it's basically like the idea that assemblage that allows connection between any of its constituent elements, regardless of any predefined ordering, structure, or entry point. So Deleuze uses that rhizome and rhizomatic to describe a network that connects any point to any other point, and they just do it to say that narrative structures are not linear. See what I mean? That's the main point. It's not linear. There's a non-linear aspect to the narratives that we tell each other, and so especially in this era, it's basically that can be entered into any point to map out connections with other points. It's connections between semiotic chains, organizations of power, circumstances relative to art, sciences, and social structures. Okay, sorry about that.
Was a rhizome be that circle on that chat? I mean, on that chart, the green, is that a rhizome? An interpretation on that picture right there.
So this is like an underground root system. It's showing that it is not exactly,
right.
It has a kind of like non-linear aspect.
Right.
Ceaselessly establishes connections across branches in the tree without it's not without regard to the predefined order. There's no like predefined order to the rhizome. It's like making connections in a very, very dynamical sense. I think it's like kind of like a natural intelligence or something. Deleuze was a vitalist, right? So
it sounds like this broadcast kind of. Like how you can interconnect all these different things just at this point of being here right now. You guys are making like all these different connections and stuff.
Oh snap!
100%. Yes, yes. That's exactly it. Yes, yes. Deleuze has some interesting things about him. I think so. I don't agree with him with everything, but some of his ideas, like the rhizome, and it's interesting and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rhizomatic
so
supremacy.
yeah, so that was quite a detour from that previous idea about essence with no form. But indulge me in trying to maybe explore a little bit of this text here. Right, and this is a very drastic sort of example that it gives. Right, it's trying to talk about how this essence with no form works, and people who go beyond rights and wrongs, and likes and dislikes, and so on and so forth. Right, he talks about 4 such people who are sort of friends with each other. Right, and they have interesting names here. Right, it says Master Sacrifice, Master Chariot, Master Plow, and Master Arrive. All 4 spoke together, saying, quote, "Who can take nothing as the head, life as the spine, and death as the tail?" Sounds like HUNDUN, right? Take nothing as the head, life as the spine, and death as the tail. Right? Who knows death, life, existence, and annihilation all the same thing? I'll be
That's crazy.
right, right. So it's like radical going beyond rights and wrongs, and radical acceptance or something like that, right? Right. So it says, "I'll be that person's friend," he says. So these 4 sages are meeting. They're saying, "Look, we take life, annihilation, death, existence, all is the same thing." All 4 looked at each other and smiled. There was no resistance in their hearts, so they became friends. Suddenly, Master Chariot got sick. Master Sacrifice went to ask after him, quote, "How extraordinary the maker of things to knot me up like this. My back is hunched out. My organs are my organs are all out of order, excuse me. My chin is hidden in my navel. My shoulders are peaked, and my neck bones point to the heaven. But though his yin and yang and ki were fouled, in his mind there was nothing the matter. He hobbled over to look at his reflection in the well. Sheesh, he said. The maker of things really is knotting me up.
Sheesh. Damn.
So that's all he's got to say about being so fucking contorted. Right? He's all fucked up. Right? Nothing's in order.
He said sheesh, man. That's
He said
like,
sheesh, man. So I
I'm
guess I'm
like
being knotted up.
1,000 years late.
That's transcendence right there, bro.
Yeah, so his friend who's visiting him asked him, do you dislike it? Right? He said, not at all. What is there to dislike? If in time he turns my left arm into a rooster, I'll use it to crow the day. If he turns my right arm into a bow, I'll shoot down the dove for roasting. If he turns my buttocks into wheels and my spirit into a horse, I'll climb aboard. What better carriage? You get something when it's time, you lose when it's past. If you are content with the time and abide by the passing, there's no room for sorrow and joy. This is what the ancients call loosing the bonds. If you don't loose yourself, things will bind you. Nothing has ever beaten heaven. What is there to dislike?
Yeah, it sounds like they've definitely overcome the binary illusion of duality.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. That and then some.
Did the Stoics steal from them or what?
I mean, Zeno. We're gonna be looking at Zeno a little later. Not Zeno of Aaliyah, but Zeno of Citium.
Uh-huh.
Right, and no, he's definitely saying that, like, you know, that there is sort of goodness, you know, whereas like these guys aren't really like striving for anything. They've gone beyond the striving.
Mm-hmm.
They're not striving to let go of their,
Yeah.
you know, likes and dislikes, so to speak, right? Or to be stoic, or, you know, like that sheesh, the maker of things, is really nodding me up. That doesn't sound very stoic.
It almost seems like a nice he's such at peace of mind that it's fun. It's like there's a humor to it. There's an enjoyment.
Right.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's a weird humor to it. Yeah, exactly. There's
Yeah.
a weird, like, sort of strangeness to it, right?
To me, it sounds like he's become the magnet or something, like what I talk about, the force that bridges together duality, in the sense that when he describes whatever comes at him in life, he knows what to do that will be best for him. And that's a strong skill right there. That's basically intuition that a lot of people lack. Right. Just making the right choice without really having to put any thought into it.
Dom, what goes in the way of that thought or something else?
Well, you know, in the case of these sages, they've overcome the interference of those thoughts, even though when it comes to intuition, it's not even a thought. It's more like a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I would think similar to what I was describing earlier with the birds, with how they see magnetoreception, except you're not seeing it, you're just feeling it, and you know exactly what the right choice is. Pretty much before you got to be receiving something to tell you what is the right choice, and that's what your intuition is. It's just in tune with whatever that force is. But yeah, when it comes to these sages, you know, like he said, if you turn my arm into a bow, he'll shoot down the dove and then cook it. That's just basically, in his mind, becoming what is best, or doing what is best in life based off of the situations that he encounters. So I guess it is a bit beyond stoicism, because stoicism is just accepting it. This guy's basically talking about becoming or being it.
All right. Is the author a Taoist? Considered a Taoist?
Oh yeah, this is one of the main Taoist texts, the Zhangzi.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So we looked at the Tao Te Ching, and we're looking at the Zhangzi, because as time permits, it's pretty easy to take a look at these two works, you know, and break them down for people. But check out this line here. You know, what really interests me is this line, right? He says, if you don't loose yourself, things will bind you. Nothing has ever beaten heaven. What is there to dislike? Right. So it's this idea about not letting the passage of time affect you. He says,
that's very stoic.
Yeah. So, so this idea of not being bound by things, right? But there's also this idea of heaven, right? Which, as he talks about the distinction between the way of heaven and the way of people, right? And, you know, as he says earlier, right? Let me go into this. Right? It says, where sages wander, knowledge is a curse, restrictions are paste, favors are a patch, and effort is for trade. Sages do not plan, so why do they need knowledge? Sages do not cut, so why do they need paste? They have nothing to lose, so why do they need favors? They're not buying, so why do they need trade? In these 4 ways, they feed at heaven. So this is the idea of going beyond people, right? Going beyond the way of people and going to the way of heaven, right? Feeding at heaven, they are nourished by heaven. Once they are nourished by heaven, and compare this to chapter 20 in the Tao Te Ching, right, where it says, give up learning and put an end to all your troubles. And then he describes himself as being like basically an outcast from society. Right. And he says, since he's an outcast of society, he's nourished by the Great Mother, who nourishes all things. Right. And so on and so forth. Right. But he says here, once they're nourished by heaven, why do they need other people? They have a human form, but not human essence. Since they have human form, they flock with people. Since they lack human essence, right and wrongs don't get to them. And that's where I read this line. Infinitesimally small, they flock with people. Indescribably large, they complete their heaven alone. So let's go back to our friends Master Arrive here. Right? And Master Sacrifice and Master Chariot and Master Plow. Right? So he said, suddenly Master Arrive got sick. Grasping he was on the point of death, his wife and children circled around him, weeping. Master Plow came to ask after him and said to them, stop, get back, don't be afraid of the change. Leaning on the door frame, he said, quote, how extraordinary, the one who makes these changes. What will he do with your next? Where will he send you? Will he make you a rat's liver? Will he make you a bug's arm? Master Arrive said, a child goes wherever its parents say, east, west, north, or south. How much more are yin and yang to a person than parents? If they bring me to a point of death, I refuse to obey. I would only be being stubborn. What fault is it of theirs? The big lump burdens me with form, labors me with life, eases me with old age, and rests me with death. So if I like my life for the same reason, I must also like my death. Suppose a great smith were casting metal. If the metal were to rear up and say, I insist on being, so-and-so, the great smith would certainly take it as an inauspicious material. If having once trespassed on the human form, I were to say, only a human, then the maker of changes would certainly take me as an inauspicious person. If you take heaven and earth as a great furnace, and the maker of changes is a great smith, then where can you go? That will not be all right. I will doze off whole and drowsily wake up. Yeah, blessings to MPC. Blessings. Thank you for joining. If he sort of stepped out there.
Yeah,
But yeah, Matt. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Share a little comment.
Oh, sorry for interrupting. Just told
No, it's
have a
cool.
good day. Yeah. Have a good day.
Oh yeah, blessings to MPC. Thank you so much for joining, sir. And I greatly appreciate your time. But yeah, if anybody has a comment on that.
So who was this again? This was Shangzhou, right?
Yeah, Shangzhou, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the inner teachings was written by one person, but the outer teachings were written by multiple different people.
Right. We read that earlier in the introduction. Yeah, it's
It's
interesting.
Yeah, I read Brooke Zipperan's translation. Brooke Zipperan. So he made it's good to read. Yeah, I should read another translation. Yeah. What was the translation you're reading again?
Well, it's in a text.
right where it says it's edited by Philip Ivanhoe and Brian Van Norden. But yeah, I'll send you the edition that I have. I'm not particularly sure who's translated this one, but yeah.
Say when you overcome the duality of life, the biggest, I think, particular dualistic dilemma we face is life and death, because a lot of people, that's the one that is pretty much the root of all fear. You know, if you don't fear death, odds are you're probably not going to fear much else. And once you overcome that fear, then you can transmute that into something like love or higher, or, you know, principles, and aligning yourself with principles. But once you come to the realization that life and death are pretty much the same thing, it's just a transition into a new form of experience, then people can, I think, overcome fear. But I think that's the biggest hurdle, is the fear of death.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, here's our guy right here. Department of Philosophy, Whittier College. Paul Gelberg or Kelberg. I don't know which one. It's KJ. So it says he specializes in Chinese philosophy, also works in Greek and German traditions. His research is focused in Chinese philosopher Zhang Zi, and he co-edited the volume Skepticism, Relativism, and Ethics in the Zhang Zi. He I don't know. So yeah. So
Dominator, do you do any meditation practice or not really?
yeah. So he's a Quaker. So yeah,
Not
he's
really.
anyways.
Well, I do Zazen. In the past I was doing a lot of Zazen. Then I stopped doing it consistently, but I'm back to doing it consistently for the past few weeks. I do 30 minutes of Zazen a day. 30 minutes of Zazen a day. I do it on the cushion and half lotus. Half lotus.
I like yoga and Tai Chi, but I haven't done that in a while, but I should do it again. I say I should. I don't know if that means I'll do it or not.
I think a little bit every day is good. Like 20, 30 minutes a day or something is good. Yeah. Yeah, there are different styles of meditation. Like Zazen, Shikantaza, you have Vipassana, which is Theravada. You have Tai Chi. And I also was reading about Zhu Wang, which is a Taoist seated meditation, is very similar to Zazen. Maybe they mutually influence each other. I don't know. I got this book. Yeah, I read Sitting in Oblivion, which is about Taoist meditation. And yes, and yeah, I talked about it. But yeah, there are a lot of different meditations. Yeah, there's Kundalini also. I don't know much about that Kundalini. Different meditation practices. Yeah.
I don't know much. I think Kundalini revolves around the spine and it being like a serpent, something like that.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. From what I've seen, that's correct. The chakras, that stuff, it revolves around that stuff.
So does meditation help overcome the fear of death?
Well, when you do Zazen, Chandra Suzuki says, beginner's mind. You know, it's not about something you can improve in. You know, Zazen isn't something you get better in. You know, each time you sit in Zazen, it's like a kind of surrender. It's a kind of, you know, letting go. It's kind of like the space between life and death or something. And it's like is not something you should really reify or that guy Shohoko Okamura or some other people, they say it's a good for nothing, or Nishijima, he says good for nothing. So it's not something to cling to. You see what I mean? The way to approach death is to there are different ways to approach death, but ultimately not to cling onto worldly aspirations, worldly memories or faults of others, or not to cling onto likes or dislikes, stuff like that. Yeah, Zazen is like that. It's like I read Zhu Wang. Just, and this also ties into Shang Zhu. TML was reading. But basically it's like allowing everything to slip from the mind, not dwelling on thoughts, allowing them to come and go, simply being at rest. It is important to take a good posture to still the body and calm the mind. Otherwise, chi disperses, attention wanders, and natural processes. So just remain empty, and there's no separation from the Tao. Then wisdom will arise and bring forth light, which is the clear chief of the person. But in Zazen, you're not trying to attain a special state. You're not trying to attain anything. So it's like that. You see, yeah, there have been monks who have died in Zazen. Believe it or not, that actually think that corpse of Hu Ning was preserved in China. Hu Ning's corpse
Well,
was.
I guess you could say they died doing what they loved, right?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, but yeah, it's interesting. Man, the craziest ones is those guys that are, obviously the Rage Against the Machine, where they're just fucking set themselves on fire, just burn to death. Hell yeah.
I'm just thinking of do you guys know who Jake Swig is? He's like a Navy SEAL, or he was, and now he's a recruiter. I was watching one of his live streams and he has people call in, and he was talking to this 18-year-old dude who wanted to be a Navy SEAL or something. And he was talking about his dad and how he's like, well, my dad doesn't want me to do it. And he's like, so Jake told him that. And then the 18-year-old was like, well, also, I don't really want to die either. And then Jake, he said, he actually told the 18-year-old kid, I don't give a shit. And he's like, I mean, when people die, it's like they think they're going to get up an hour later and they're going to be grabbing their back and they're going to be like, oh, I just died. Oh, man, that really sucked. And he's like, no, once you're dead, you're dead. I'm just... He's like, I just thought that was so funny how he told the 18-year-old kid, I don't give a shit if you care about dying or not.
Well, you should have said, I don't want to die for a Zog war. I don't want to die for Zog. About ZOG, Zog.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it gets a little complex to like tiptoe around people's feelings, right? Who are sort of coming at you like that. And, yeah, I can see where he's coming from, especially on a, sort of, maybe if it's like a public conversation. It's like, look, dude, we don't really have time for this sort of, sort of virtue signal grift or so on. And, for me to sort of save this kid's life right now or so on and so forth. So there's certain lines of questioning where it's totally inappropriate. But yeah. And sometimes people troll like that too, right? So it's possible, right? But yeah.
Clip.
But yeah.
Well, yeah, that's how some people deal with the fear of death. They just I guess they don't give a shit.
Right. If that happens, it happens. And of course, an extreme sort of hedonist is definitely going with that sort of conceptual framework, right? But yeah, let's check these guys out. From the from the Zhangzi. I only got like one page of this. I'm going to briefly read this to contextualize something we read earlier. And I read this to Dom earlier. This was the day when we were watching NPC the game, right? The award show, right? So I broke this little passage out, right? So it'd be the second time you guys are hearing this particular passage, right? And then we'll move to a different subject, right? But we'll sort of open it up for discussion. We'll see if anybody has anything to say about this, right? Yeah, exactly. No Zog War. You know, we got some comments here. You know, death is a door. Life is a whore. Blessings, guys. I appreciate you guys. And no Zog War. Wow, we're all poets here, right? Yeah, anyways, so Master Mulberry Door, Auntie Mang Z, and Master Great Zither. So you got Master Mulberry Door, you got, so representing like a guy who's simple, right? Anti Mang Z, right? A guy who's just doesn't give a shit about ritual and society and honor and all this stuff, right? Don't give a fuck about that shit. It's low level shit. Right? Then Master Great Zither, right? It's like this guy that's like you can't explain shit about, right? He's just sort of just a total weirdo, right? We're all three friends. Right? They were all three friends. They said, who can join with others in not joining with them? Do for others by not doing for them. Who can climb heaven, roam the mists, and whirl in the infinite? Living forgetful of one another forever and ever. The three men looked at each other and smiled. None was reluctant in his mind, so they joined as friends. Nothing happened for a while, and then Master Mulberry Door died. Kong Z heard about it, and Zigong, he sent Zigong over to help out, right? The guy who's really obsessed with ritual, right? And burial rites and mourning and all this stuff, right? These are some of the main rituals, right? So he's saying these guys aren't observing burial rites. What's the deal with them? This guy, Anti-Mang Z, isn't observing burial rites. Who would have thought? I mean, his name's Anti-Mang Z, for Christ's sake, right? You couldn't have figured it out, right? But yeah, he doesn't give a fuck about burial rites, right? So what are they doing instead, right? One of them was plating frames for silkworms. The other was playing the zither while they harmonized together and sang. So they're singing, right? Oh, Master Mulberry Door. Oh, Master Mulberry Door. You've returned to your true self while we go on as men. And they're singing this, right? Zigong hurried in and approached them saying, excuse me, but does it accord with the ritual to sing over a corpse? Right? You're supposed to mourn over the corpse, right? Right? Kong Z says, if you can't mourn, if you can't bring yourself to mourn, at least act like you're mourning. But they don't care. They're not mourning at all. They're singing. They're celebrating Master Mulberry Door is dead, right? He's returned to his true self. Right? He's like, what is this shit?
Their
This
way
doesn't
of celebrating is it's just beyond the regular person to understand. It's just weird.
right. Right. Exactly. You're ahead of the game, Dom. Because that's exactly what Kong Z goes on to explain to him. He says, look, they're just not comprehending things in the same way you are. It's not like they're happy that their friend's gone. You know, that's not how they're going about things. So it's to just say, oh no.
You know? So he says, so he says the two men looked at each other and smiled, right? So Anti-Mang Z and the Great Zither just smiled at each other, right? And he says, they says to each other, what does he know about the meaning of ritual? Right? They say, all right, Zigong, right? You're kind of a tard, so, what do you know about ritual, bud? So it looks like Anti-Mang Z and Master Great Zither were not really, and they weren't willing to engage his, point there, right? So Zigong went back and reported this to Kong Z. He said, what kind of men are those? Correct behavior is nothing to them. As though their physical bodies were something external. They sing overlooking the corpse without even changing expression. I don't know what to say about them. What kind of men are they? Right? He's like, what's wrong with them? Kong Z said, those are men who wander outside the rules. I am one who wanders within them. And he says, inside and outside don't meet. And it was rude of me to send you to mourn. There, he says they are about to join with the generator of things, and being human, and wander into a single breath of heaven and earth. They think of life as a hanging tumor and a dangling mole, and of death as a wart falling off, or a boil bursting. People such as this, how can they say whether death and life are ground gained or lost? They commit themselves to different things, but trust to their all being of one body. They forget lives. Oh, sorry. They forget liver and gall and abandon the ears and eyes. They exchange the beginning for the end and cannot tell a premonition from an echo. Bemused, they wander about beyond the dirt and dust and play at the busyness of non-action. That's an interesting and pretty much very, very interesting way to describe it. Right? He says they, what was it again? They play at the business of non-action. Right? It's like their play is organized to constitute non-doing. Right? This principle that basically defines all things, right? So, yeah, he says they play at the business of of non-action, right? How could they get worked up over conventional politeness just to put on a display of the ears and eyes of the crowd? Zigong said, so why then does my master follow rules himself? Kong Z said, me, I am one of those who are punished by heaven. Even so, I'm share this with you. Zigong said, may I ask about these rules? Kong Z said, fish school together. Right, fish school together. People school together in the way. Right, people school together in the way. For things that school together in the water, dig a pond, and they will be provided for. For things that school together in the way, Don't busy yourself with them, and their lives will be settled. Hence, it is said, fish forget one another in the rivers and lakes. People forget one another in the arts of the way. Zigong said, may I ask about deviant people? And this is the last line. Deviant people deviate from people but converge with heaven. Deviant people deviate from people but converge with heaven. Hence it is said, heaven's petty person is a prince among men. The prince among men is heaven's petty person. All right. So that is some of the sayings Z here. We'll move forward with that next time. So what do you guys think?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. Sorry, I got kind of tired, but yeah, it's
it's okay.
It's all very profound stuff. Yeah, definitely. Like this. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You know, I feel like a lot of Chinese mythology also conveys a sense of the mistlessness, the mist, and the formlessness. You know, you look at a lot of their depictions of heaven. It has a kind of formless character to it, kind of misty-like character. You see it also in a lot of popular media from China and Japan, both of them, because you know Japan was heavily influenced by China too. You know, like you see it in Sekiro, you see it in Otogi too, stuff like that. You know, I like that depiction with their like the peach blossoms and the kind of like yeah, you know, there's a lot of poetry from China that and Japan. Like I have poetry from Ryokan, poetry from Stonehouse, Shiwu, poetry from Hanshan, Cold Mountain. All of them mix a lot of Taoist stuff and a lot of Buddhist stuff. You know, it's actually actually shared some of that poetry with you on Discord. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think Red Pine is a very good translator. Red Pine for a lot of poetry. Red Pine, but yeah, yeah, yeah. The image Dominator has is of a diffusion tensor imaging of a brain, and so I think that's diffusion tensor imaging. Yeah, it's kind of like just the traces of the water, and it kind of looks like a cauliflower, or it looks like a tree, kind of fractal, like a fractal. And stuff.
Yes, it does look like a tree.
Yes, it does.
And the tree is a pretty good symbol for the interconnectedness of all things because there's a lot of things
Yeah,
that grow in a fashion similar to how a tree grows. You know, like the brain right there is one example, but
yeah. Question for you, Reddington. What if you found out you were just living on a small grain in a Kaldorowski cloud? You were living in a dusty plasma cloud. You're just living on a small grain. How would that surprise you? So if you're there, so would that surprise you? Because
No, it wouldn't.
I was thinking that's kind of like a fractal and stuff. But in the fractal, it's hard to tell where things begin and end. You know what I mean? That's the thing.
Fractals would be like kind of like what would you call it? Not downsizing, but like what's the word, man? I'm having a senior moment. Would be like to streamline information in a way that makes it compact, so that perhaps like you wouldn't have to expend as much energy to do anything with it. So like in a sense, like Kordylewski clouds would be kind of like down compressing information into smaller and smaller packets so that it's, I guess, could be stored easier.
Yeah,
Would be my guess, even though
yeah.
both clouds are at least, both of them together are like what, 4 to 9 times larger than the Earth. So it has like the capacity to store everything that's ever happened on the Earth, and then some. So it's kind of strange. I mean, if Temple's onto something there.
Yeah, I think the book was onto a lot of things. Also, my review didn't mention it. You read my review, but I think the parts where he went about how the DARPA and the naval and the marine researchers, how they hide a lot of stuff. I think that stuff is true. Yeah, they're always
100%. They hide stuff and chalk it up to national security or whatever.
Yeah, that stuff is definitely true. Yeah, I feel like they want to just topple down academia and just migrate all research there in the future. I have a feeling. I mean, they're ready.
It's possible. I mean, there's a lot of universities that don't seem to amount to hill of beans these days with all the garbage that they're teaching these kids.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's a thing? I didn't just make it up. Fractal
Yeah, you were
compression?
right. Yeah, there's such a
Holy
thing as
shit.
fractal compression. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guess I'm on point for like once in my life.
Well, I feel like when you get into philosophy deeply, it can like improve your thinking better than so-called scientists, because you see, there's a kind of like I like the word numinous, numinous pattern to like
Right.
fractal antenna, fractal compression, stuff like that, and like we're saying, there's nothing new under the sun in some sense. So that means that anamnesis can really show you most things, I think.
Right, and like the actual memories and information could be stored in those clouds. So if you access the clouds, it'd be like an anamnesis in a sense, if that's what's actually happening.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, because the mind at the end of the day is not just mere epiphenomenon. It's not, it does not like steam coming from the brain. It's more mysterious, and it's more connected to things in a more grander, numinous way, basically numinous.
Could you say that at least there is a possibility for experiential continuity then?
I mean, you see, I do believe in rebirth, like I believe in rebirth, and I do believe in stuff like past life recollection, stuff like that.
Right, but you're making the case that there isn't experiential continuity, that everything that we
Well,
change over time.
Well, there both is and isn't in some sense, because if you try to remember your past lives right now, you can't do it. But maybe if you go deep in
At
meditation,
least most people can't.
Yeah.
And it also depends on if they even had any past lives to remember. I mean, just because some people have it doesn't necessarily mean everybody does.
Yeah, I think
Well,
ultimately,
whatever that implies, that's a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah, the point is that we could speculate a lot and try to figure out, but I think ultimately practice is greater than philosophical speculation. Even though I do think discussing the philosophy,
Of course,
it's important. Yeah, it's important. It's way more important than the scientists who are worshipping reason and progress. Those guys are messed up.
That's what I kind of feel like scientists, at least the hardcore materialist scientists, need to at least have one mushroom drip. At least one.
Well, you know why they ban it and make it illegal? Because if they did have it, they would be more better,
But then we could get mainstream science on at least the right track, instead of it being misdirected for the past like 150 years. So they can't have that.
Yeah, they don't want people like David Bohm. You know, Bohm seemed all right to me with his implicate and explicit order, and he was more open to spiritual stuff, kind of like Rupert Sheldrake and all those people. But they want the more Delgados. They want Delgados, basically. That's what they want. They want Delgados.
Yeah, so I mean the reincarnation game, I mean that really changes up a lot of the ideas in terms of you know what the Taoists are saying here, right?
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah. That adds a whole new spectrum to death and rebirth and turning into other things and being remade into a bow or a crow or
I mean, you have to. I mean, if energy matter is not created nor destroyed, then you have to have some mechanism that explains why things are changing. The energy has to be transformed or transmuted or changed into some other form. Since there's death, there's life, there's changing of the forms, there's the matter, the energy is being expressed in a different way.
The ancient Druids also believed in rebirth, reincarnation. I read there's one story about a cow, and the cow's like transforming into the worms, and the cow is then transforming into various beings, even dragons that start fighting each other. Like there are two cows, I think it was one was brown, the other was white, and they're like fighting throughout time, and they're like transforming into all these beings, and then at the end they just fall into and they kind of become the soil or they become cows again. I know I forgot that story. I have to look it up again. But yeah, let me see here. I think it was about the cow pig keeper or something. Let me see, cow pig keeper, Irish mythology. That was one of my favorite ones. Actually, that was a nice one. Let me see. It was like, yeah, it was like Don Cooling or something. It was like in the Ulster cycle, and it was like, or no, yeah, that's right, yeah. Anyway, yeah.
But at the same time, if energy is neither created nor destroyed, then it would have to be finite, would it not?
Yeah, I have no idea. And stuff. It's
It
maybe
would just be a whole lot of it that it would appear to us as being infinite when it's actually finite amount of energy. And then you have to wonder, well, if it's finite, then what you have to give energy, and if you take energy, that means it's being taken from something else, and if you lose energy, then something else or someone else gains it.
Yeah, Nietzsche, I think he said something like that too once, actually, Nietzsche. He said that all success is or something is lost victory at the failure of another person or something. I have to look at that again. Yeah.
I kind like, in a way, I think of it as like if you lose energy, then perhaps like in symbolically referent becomes symbolic in the sense that maybe you have like you trip over a rock and fall over, you experienced pain, but it's like the loss of energy. I might be that's probably not how it works, but just
Well, the point
speculation
is
that you're
that
saying.
if the mind is not merely epiphenomenon, like we're saying, then something about the mind, like its latent tendencies or its habit energy or its something about it transmutates or is carried over as it transforms, basically. And I think something like that is true, because you see it among the Irish Celtic Druids, you see it among the Greeks, you see it among the Indians, ancient Indians. Well, you see it among even I think some Taoists, and so like there's a sense of some kind of cyclical transformative aspect going on to some degree, like that go beyond life and death or some sense. Yeah, but you know, the Buddhists
It
want
would
to
also it will also lend itself to it really being the myth of progress, because if it's a cycle, then there is no progress. There is
Yeah,
no
exactly.
no true eschatology. It would just the eschatology would just be cyclical.
Yeah, we agree. Yeah, I think ultimately it's cyclical and non-linear too, based on my own trip. And I think one can either keep turning the wheel, it ties into desire and craving, or one can stop the wheel by ending craving and stuff. You know, the Buddha, the final nirvana is actually called peri-nirvana, and peri-nirvana happens while you're in a state of nirvana prior to dying, and then you leave the cycle altogether in peri-nirvana. And so the cycle continues on in the Buddhist picture unless you go into a peri-nirvana. Peri-nirvana.
All right. I mean, I was hoping for a longer discussion here. Maybe I'll drop the link here and.
Yeah, I'll try getting the link to other people too. I mean, I could discuss some more stuff. Like I can read the review I wrote of Robert Temple's book, or I can like share a clip from Dark Souls or something with a wolf in it. I don't know. I could. There's actually a cool wolf. His name is Sif, S-I-F, in Dark Souls, and he's a very cool wolf. Yeah.
Nice.
I can share some other stuff. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what to talk about. You want to talk about anything, Dominator, or not really? Are you there or not? Maybe you fell asleep.
Yeah, I was, but I was kind of like something was happening at the same time. So I was half listening to what you were saying.
That's fine. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, my cat is getting problem.
The cat. Yeah. Interesting.
That very shiny cat.
Okay, we have an esteemed guest, Axis Ratblood.
Hey.
What's going on, sir? How you doing today?
How's it going, Machine?
Yeah, blessings.
Just kind of listening to you guys debate and contemplate and throw around suggestion that I would join for a bit.
Oh yeah, we got some ideas here. We're about to, they were talking about reincarnation, and then we're gonna, I'm gonna sort of play Doppler effect.
Oh, but I was
in a minute. And,
ask. So when it comes to Tao reincarnation, I assume they mean we live, we die, and we're reborn in this realm. So is there anything beyond it? Beyond this realm, or are we just stuck in that cycle in Taoism?
Well, I don't think. There's not a complex, I think, concept of reincarnation in Taoism the way there is in Hinduism, for sure. But Avian, you're gonna say?
Yeah, depends on the system. Like the cosmology of the Taoists is a bit different. I think they have like heaven, earth. What else was there? Like heaven, earth. One other thing, heaven, earth. There's one other. Let me see. Heaven and earth in Taoism. I think so. And then in like Buddhist cosmology, you have like different levels too. Like in Mahayana, have different levels, and in Hinduism, there are different levels of reality too. And so, but it depends on the cosmological scheme. Like there are higher realms, and then there are lower realms. And in Mahayana, there are higher formless realms, and then there are like lower realms, even a hell. The hell is called Naraka. Hell is called Naraka. I haven't looked into cosmology that much. Some of the sutras do go into it more, but yeah, I would say that Yeah, the goal of the Buddhists though is to end rebirth altogether. You know what I mean? But you know, some of them can have higher rebirth. Maybe they come back as asuras. Maybe someone come back as, I don't know, animals or hungry ghosts. You know, hungry ghosts appear a lot in the Chinese literature. Hungry ghosts and stuff. They see. It depends on the system. I think in the Celtic ones is more earthy. So I remember, like they're like, but they do transform into more fantastical creatures like dragons too. Like I remember reading the translation of the Tane I read had a story which prior to the Tane was like it had rebirth too. So the translation I read was Thomas Kinsella. I read that one like 4 or 5 years ago. It had a kind of story involving transmigration also. Yeah. What's interesting about the Upanishads I read is that and also in Gnosticism, this is something Upanishads and Gnosticism share in common, like Manichaeism, is that, you know, in Mani and the Upanishads say that the sun, not the sun, the moon, when it waxes, it collects the soul particles or something, or like the memories or something, I don't know, and then when it wanes, is like involved in the rebirth cycle. So the moon is connected to rebirth, but in the Upanishads, the sun is connected with the ending of the cycle. Like in the Upanishads, like you go to the sun, you know, the sun is largely plasma too. Underneath the photosphere, the surface, there's like a big river of plasma. And you know, if I was interested in Robert Temple in his book, talk about how plasma, prior to people dying, they let out a final exhalation. And it's kind of like a wispy smoke. It's kind of misty. That could be like their like soul or something. It could go to either the sun or the moon, you know, or something. You know, I don't know. I'm just speculating though about this. I'm also tying it to some other stuff I know associated.
If I could just to lay a potential concept down instead of trying to micro identify aspects of influence. You know, to me, everything is a counter of what defines it, such as death defining being alive, left defining right. And these are built within the constructs of this particular realm of existence. To try to see beyond that, or to understand a left without a right, or an up without a down, is kind of beyond perception of the general human mind. But it's still applicable to the situation blanketed that we're in, because it's a part of the language of creation that we exist upon. And you can use Occam's razor to any situation and break it down to that just as it is. We are here as what we consider ourselves to be real, but there's also something to define our reality, and that would be a complete opposite state of, or otherwise we can't coherently comprehend, because you got to have a left without a right, or a left with a right, up with down, in with out, you know?
Yeah, the Tao Te Ching also talks about that. You know, it's the complementary unity of the opposites, basically.
And there's no getting away from it whenever you're dealing with this particular dimensional construct that we exist in.
Hi, everybody. TML.
Yeah, blessings, madam. Yeah, how you doing today?
I'm in good mood. How about yourself?
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, we're doing all right.
Cool. I heard you guys talking about past lives and or reincarnation. Right. Is that still the topic?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can go in on that. You know, if that's what you want to talk about, definitely.
Well, I would say that since human is a deception, and if you're in that altered of a state to accept that as truth, then it wouldn't really be likely that you would remember any past lives, you know, because it could be, all right, I'll give you an example. Like, okay, I knew my mother that I have currently in a past life is what I was like, I like remembered it doing, it was not really a regression, but it was an auditing that I went through, and I saw everything that happened, and my mother had killed what I felt was me, stabbed me in the back. But actually, years later, when I did my soul alignment afterwards, I had a realization about that, which what I remembered is me being boyfriend of my mother in this lifetime, but it wasn't me who experienced it. It was my opposite, a male in my grouping, because we all share the same consciousness. There's thousands of us, but there's 8 pairs in my local group, and I'm one of 8, the female version of the 4th couple. So I was remembering what my other side, my male counterpart's memory. So until you remember, you get your memory back, you really can't be sure whether it was you or one of your group members in your soul group. You have to expand your awareness in order to get to that spot where your memories come back and your amnesia dissolves.
Not trying to be disrespectful, but didn't you escape the Scientology group?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it an escape. I just left.
Yeah, I know who you are.
I didn't do much in it.
I want to say I don't know about spiritual.
But that has nothing to do with what I was just talking about, though.
But I will say that when it comes to memory and past lives, the reason it's impossible to remember past lives is because we're essentially locked within this physical construct that we call a body or an avatar.
Avatar, yeah.
Brain basically, it cannot perceive before a certain time period. All it can perceive is all the experiences that you have while you're stuck in time, navigating time and space with it. When you're trying to remember past lives, I don't know, but I would have to think that you would have to lock on to some other frequency that is far beyond the body.
Well, what you do is you rid yourself of the mind, because no one has a mind. The mind is a part of the construct in this simulation, deception, light matrix.
So the mind is the brain.
No, the mind is the thoughts that come in, none of which are your own. It's
So
a conditioning.
is that part of this light construct, or is it
Yeah,
beyond?
it's part of the machinery, the control mechanism part.
The mind.
It does, yeah. It's the catalyst for the degradation system.
So then what is the brain?
Oh, that's you know, you've heard of the veils, right? It's a part of the veil, the human part of the veil, because they have to make it real. So it's like psyching you out into belief. Anything human is a belief, because we are beings first. It's only redirected consciousness and all of your awareness being away from your true form and hooked up into the simulation.
Yeah, and this kind of goes with what I was saying earlier, is right, you can't remember past lives with just the body.
Well,
you'd have to align yourself with frequencies beyond the body.
well, right, because this isn't our true form. These avatars are just how we feel, see, hear, taste, and touch. But there's other senses beyond the five that most have, it's gone dormant and it's been blocked because we're not supposed to remember our origins.
Where did you derive this information from? That's what I'm curious.
My own experiences. I did my soul alignment from memory. I didn't copy off of anybody else. The only thing I used like I was aware of the entities. There's non-physical and physical in the simulation. And I used to clear my field of them. That was just one of the only things that I took from somebody else. But I went rogue and I just decided to trust myself. And I didn't want to spend 30 or 40 years doing meditation. I'm like, I'm too old to have to spend that amount of time. So I just trusted myself because I already was aware of my soul group, even though I didn't really know at the time who they were. But once I just sat and in dark and blocked everything from me. And I was fed and I didn't need to do anything, totally comfortable. And I just sat there and I breathed because thoughts started coming. And I didn't address them. I didn't try and not to think. I just counted in between inhaling and exhaling until the thoughts stopped. And they would stop for a while, then they would come back in. Well, after they'd stopped, I breathed normal and just sit comfortably, neutral, observing. And it takes a little bit of practice, but it doesn't take that long. And when you accomplish, like I did 3 times in 1 week, the first session was 9 hours and the time flew by. And then I waited 2 days and I started again to still the mind, and I accomplished it the second time in 2 hours. And then I had phases that I automatically went into: forgiveness of self and forgiveness of others, and let everything go. So until there was nothing left. And then I moved into thankfulness. It's not something that I had instructions to do. It's just you move through it. And then gratitude, being grateful for whatever came up. Just let it come and just feel it and move through. And then appreciation. Everything that I was appreciative of. Kind of like Thanksgiving, huh? And then and then I moved up in, I guess you could say, tone, a tone level of frequency. And it was just to where I got to the point where I was questioning who and what was I really, and I just sat there neutral observing, and I got really calm and peaceful and happy and excited, and I felt as if I was literally love itself as a vibrational frequency. And then all of a sudden I started moving, and I ended up in front of my soul group, my immediate soul group, and they were showing me pictures and of, there was 2 males that had stepped forward and showing me both at the same time. I'm like, the pictures would be flashing, boom, 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 one after another, like events and stuff. And then the dark one came right in between us, and he shot some thoughts at me to be afraid that I was causing my soul group harm if I stayed, that I must get back in my avatar body. And like a dummy, being so conditioned, I felt it empathically that I didn't want to cause them problems. But it didn't register, oh shit, that's the mind activating again. So I went back and I was like, well, I can always do it again. But then as I went through, I had cognitions about different things all the time since, and it hasn't really stopped. And I've gained regained some of my memories back, but I didn't want all of it because one time I had the opportunity to know everything that I forgot, but I was like still here. And I kind of backed off from it because once it started, it was way too much for me to handle at the time. So I backed off from it and then it stopped. I'll get back. I wanted to be back in my true form before that happened. You know, consciousness redirected back to origin, body, form.
Right.
But I get claustrophobic when I'm there. I need my soul group. They have the tones and the frequencies that will break the machine and the force field that's holding me. And I saw everybody. There were like these structures and they had not beds, but like places where they were holding all of the true forms. And it was like, as far as I could see, there were billions, of eternals, I'll call them. Eternals, true forms of everybody dreaming that they're living the human life or other.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, blessings.
I remember coming into existence with my true form. The source field, it's not a god, it's a consciousness field, possibilities for all personas that you could ever imagine. And I remember my persona. By the way, personas of Eternals are nothing like human personas. Totally different. And I remember emerging from the source field and taking form with my grouping. Because we are not singularities as Eternals. We are groupings. I'm
So you
just
guys
sharing.
there?
What's that?
No, I'm wondering like who else is on the panel with us.
CC.
Well, I'm
Silent Mother.
here. The only thing I can relate this to is being a frequency or a vibration within an atmospheric God, which takes on a quantum aspect, quantum theory, quantum mechanics. As long as all consciousness is within the field of an atmospheric God and you're a vibration within that, then you're just a numbered equation within a whole or a single equation, which defines all equations.
I had to get rid of all beliefs. I didn't really have much to get rid of, really. You become knowing, empathically, intuitively knowing once you pass a certain progression.
Like I said, the only thing I can relate that to is You know, just basically quantum theory.
Except you mentioned God, and God takes a belief.
Well,
it's a
God is,
belief.
yeah, atmospheric God is not a manifestation of some centralized, humanized aspect of God. Atmospheric God is all existence, all points, atmospherically. Without that, you cannot exist as a frequency because there's nothing to exist in. It's called the field, the quantum field.
Well, that's still within the matrix, though.
Is it?
Right,
Yeah,
because she said pure consciousness, right? So
right. It's a pure consciousness field, and the vibrational frequency is love itself. Therefore, all beings that come from it are love itself as a vibrational frequency.
So what about the opposition? See, I'm not a loving person, nor do I
Well,
have, you know, that same type of empathy or compassion that most people have. But yet I still exist within the same confines of this atmospheric God in concept that you do.
well, you gotta be able to see all the degradation that occurs here.
I've taken the Jungian journey.
There's soul regression, there's or whatever, soul degradation, but
Degradation, the what? Deterioration of the soul through what
yeah,
process?
through the process of all the mind control and the pain and everything. If you don't know that this isn't really your true existence, and if you're thinking and being human, you're not really being authentic self. So you're already in an altered state. You've got to get yourself out of the altar and back to your origin.
Well, for me, true understanding is the embodiment of all, the whole, good, bad, nice, naughty, right, wrong. You got to take on all these aspects to truly understand the whole. Otherwise, you're just getting a minuscule insight into the possibilities that could be. You're limiting your own potential.
I would disagree, because that is embracing duality, and duality corrupts souls absolutely.
Well, we live in duality. That's why I was just explaining here with a blanket statement. You can't have a left without a right.
Are
You
we?
can't have an up without a down. You can't have in without an out. I mean, if you can prove that you can have these things, and you can display that to me and make it tangibly coherent and solidified fact and repeatable process, then I would absolutely probably agree with you. But as long as I know that I understand my left from my right and up from down from my perspective, then I realize the relevancy they have to each other, such as light and dark and good and evil.
Yeah, but that's duality. That's not even a part of origin at all. The source field does not have duality. It's only here in this degradation system. That's the whole idea of this, is to degrade souls. And
what is the entity behind that, or the principality, or the primordial force?
Oh, the archons and the demiurge, and I'm sure some of these folks here will understand that.
Indeed.
It's a dupe. Everything here is a dupe. You can't depend on your five senses to guide you out of here. You have to rely on your higher senses.
And I'm not being adversarial towards you as an individual. I'm just trying to provoke and promote a back and forth because, you know.
I know you want to understand
Well,
and
that's why I'm
relate.
asking questions, and
Yes.
you know, instead of having a dead panel, might as well ask a question or two.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. But anywho, I wrote it all down for everybody because my total intention is to expand the higher field by recovering as many souls back into their grouping so that we can end this degradation system once and for all, because all of us are powering it. Everyone that is so-called human is being drained, siphoning eternal energy out of their true forms. And I don't really know how much time, like, you know, I chose not to remember any of that shit. I just wanted to know how to get out of here and how I can, like, write it down and do videos and get others to see. But if they're so of mind, they're not going to be able to do it. And if they hold on to the false identity, they're not going to do it. They're maybe next time, you know, I don't know.
Well, I will say that from your perspective and from my speculation is that you have achieved a sense of self-solidification that you yourself have determined to be factual for you. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I can't speak for the incomprehensible, but I will allow you your day in court.
It's something that you can't really be told, but you have to experience it, but there are specific, I call them golden keys, that you have to have in place in order to accomplish expanded awareness consciousness state. You can't have mind. You've got to still it so that you have full perception of your true self, so you can feel to get the answers of what and who you really are.
With you, would that include also the dark night of the soul and the deeper aspects of one's ability to be, let's say, malevolent, for a soft word?
Yeah, that would be the phases, basically. Even though I kind of did Dark Night of the Soul a couple times way before I even started, years before I started the soul alignment. The phases just gets you back over that hump to where you got nothing left, so that you can feel and be your true ID.
So is it safe to speculate that your world exists on a maintaining of some type of balance that you perceive to be stable?
You said reality? My reality is different.
I'm just asking questions. I just was curious as to
The way you formed it was kind of complicated.
Well, let me simplify it. If you were a scale, a weight scale, and you had two positions of distribution, you are in a constant battle to maintain a sense of what would be considered acceptable balance within your own.
Oh, I gotcha. No. You don't revert back to a duality struggle. You're non-dualistic, and that's stable. I hope that helps.
To a degree, it's kind of like the mid-pillar theory from the Masons, or the gray theory of the Jedi, or, you know, both good and evil being concepts, and the acceptance of both of them not as definable, but as states of just a part of the whole.
Well, you've been stable as human. Is that right?
No. No, I've been alive, but I'm not stable.
You haven't veered from taking on a different beingness, have you?
Oh, I've channeled all kinds of entities, yeah. I opened myself up for that, especially when I was in the entertainment industry. I would personify what they call method acting, but it's stage performance and music, and I would allow whatever energy or entity that would drive that performance to the pinnacle of what it was capable of being, to feed on the energy. And it's a two-way distribution. They like the music, but I feed off of the energy, the adrenaline, the endorphins, you know. And if I can personify that even harder and utilize myself as a conduit to a various other state of energy, whether it be a spirit, demon, or whatever, then yeah, I would utilize that and have utilized that.
Yeah. I've had much experience with the dark ones. They don't want to let me escape. And they do all kinds of things. And I have observed others who are inhabited. You know, like sometimes they're there, and then sometimes they get taken over. They even sound different. Their voice changes. In fact, you know Mad Monster, right?
No.
Mad Mystic.
Yes, I know Mad Mystic. I know who she is.
She's been taken over completely by an entity.
I can't speak for her.
Well, I know, but that was just one example. I've known her ever since 2018, and I've seen the transition. They don't call it a degradation system for nothing, you know? It's like, I've seen it. Just as an example. I did notice a change in you at times, but you said that you're an entertainer, so
yes, I am.
Like,
Very much
I
so.
like.
But I'm also authentic whenever I'm not being Axis rat blood.
Oh, okay.
See, when I come here, I'm authentic. You know, but whenever I'm on my channel, sometimes I'm authentic, sometimes I'm the character Axis rat blood. Sometimes I channel that type of chaotic energy to provoke, to be adversarial.
Yeah, I told you I called the 9. I shouldn't have done that. That Toth, that's an evil book. The Emerald Tablets. He talks double talk, where it seems
Right.
like it's
Exactly.
a good, yeah, it seems like it's a good perspective when it's actually the opposite. He's saying that he's one of the ones that enslaved humanity. You know, machine lies.
Yeah, I've been kind of like trying to like I don't know. I did a little bit like exposing the book or what, or at least the the problems, inconsistencies, paradoxes, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I haven't caught any of your shows where you.
Yeah, like Hegel, like talked about it. So we looked at a book called Hegel and the Hermetic Tradition by Glenn McGee, in which he was saying how Hegel basically appropriated some Hermetic concepts, and then also we're looking at Berger Pearson, a book that is on the roots of sort of Gnosticism, and he has a sort of section in there about the Hermetic corpus, and he says there's a lot of similarities between Hermes, right, the character, and Enoch in the second Enoch, and he's saying that it looks like they totally copied, or like one work copied the other work, or something weird is going on. There's like some plagiarism there.
Do you see what Heavy the Crown said? Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the 1930s.
Right. Right. They faked a lot of stuff too. They said Hermes was a figure older than Moses, but they most likely invented it after, they compiled things like the second Enoch and other texts that are basically Jewish.
I just skimmed through old stuff, and I just decided it wasn't for me. I was like, no. Of course, I was being directed. Like, what was that about? I don't even remember what it's called. Some Indian text. Where
What the
they were
Vedas, the Mahabharata,
the
Rig Veda.
Mahabharata, I think. That one.
Yeah, there's the Bhagavad Gita, which is the actual, basically kind of their Bible.
The one that has the sleep descriptions of the phases of sleep that you
The
want to get
Vedas.
into. The 4th or 5th stage where you're not sleeping, but you're in the in between or something. What did they
Like a
call it?
trance-like state.
Yeah.
It's called hypnopompia or hypnagogia or something like that.
Yeah, I believe so. That's yeah, the term for it.
Sleepless sleep. Wait a minute. Even though that's the opposite direction, you want to be expand your awareness, not sleep. Tibetan Book of the Dead. I never read that.
Just the traditional rites and passages of death in the Tibetan aspect. Kind of
I
like
read
the
it.
Egyptians had the Book of the Dead, how to navigate the underworld. Computer science for the soul.
Science. There's, I don't know if any of you know him. He's a scientist, crypto alchemist, and
Yeah, where
I
some of
asked
us are
him.
Oh
aware
yeah.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah, he's aware of me for sure. He definitely doesn't like me at all. But
He's in the
got on his
States
bad
now.
side.
Huh?
Got on his bad side for sure.
Who is this guy,
Oh.
TML?
Crypto alchemist.
I've never heard of him.
Bernie. I've been sub to him
Bernie.
for years. He's a smart dude, but I asked him, can science prove that this is a simulation? And he said, absolutely. Good question. He says, we're going to be doing that in 2 weeks. And that was a week ago, he told me.
Yeah, I think you'll be waiting longer than a week. For
I
sure.
knew that.
Yeah, that guy's a big time joke.
Oh,
In my opinion.
right. Well, we'll see.
Well, they went to some sort of weird like science conference where he had this other lady that was like a hoochie mama that was like going on all these big shows that like Synthetic Warrior was talking about. Right, where it was like this weird lady. It was like Julie or something like that. Where he had this like hoochie mama co-host. He was going around the science like a literal like shill science conference. They like talked to like these flat earthers, like some sort of weird free energy thing where there's like all rapping about how there's going to be this free energy that's going to cause communism. And he also talks about the Bitcoin stuff that's a scam. So I don't know, dude. I feel like the dude is like a shill, like scammer.
And
A lot of this
Bitcoin
stuff.
definitely a scam.
Right. But yeah. And he also hung out with a bunch of dudes that basically shills, scam type of dudes. But yeah, I don't know.
So I'm not missing anything with this guy.
I could be wrong. I mean, I could have him all wrong. Who knows? But yeah, he definitely made up a bunch of information about us for sure.
If you can get factual information, I'm not interested.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I was looking for to see if he was going to do it. Because I asked him years ago if he could make like glass lenses to be able to see beyond visible light like the other light spectrums. And he said that he could, but he was choosing that and something else, and he decided to do the other thing instead.
I have one of those actually in my hand that bends light from reverse concave. Right. Hold on. My camera's in reverse, but there it is.
Oh, I just got on your thing. No, it's kind of like that one where they see green. It's like everything's green, but it's on that kind of concept, but going
spectrum filters.
like the army dudes. They have that
Yeah, spectrum
green.
filters. Yeah. There was as far as I know, it's speculation. I don't have any proof of it, but they were seeing entities through this technology of night vision. And is that what you're talking about?
Right.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Like
I've
I
heard of
wanted
that.
him
Yeah.
to.
Gotcha.
I wanted him to build those glasses so you could see beyond visible light into the other.
See, they claimed that with the Lucifer telescope in Arizona, and the Vatican has control of that. And because of the concaved glass that was the main focal point of the telescope, they were able to see things out of spectrum.
Did you see that laser where they looked into the lasers? It was like in an X, and you could see. They said you could see the matrix, like some codes and stuff.
I don't know about any of that. I don't have the research material here or the hardware to pull off something as elaborate as that.
So I'm sure there's some way of making something that you could do that.
Well, a lot of your ancient early alchemists or hermeticists would do scry gazing, water gazing. I've got a really nice, it's just a little smaller than a baseball, clear quartz crystal. Many people throughout the centuries have used many different ways to experience visibility beyond what would be considered natural senses. It's just we have technology today so we can actually duplicate factually those type of frequencies and record them. So I kind of now go off of the science than more the metaphysical probabilities.
Well, Cypher put it down in chat. Scintillating. Yeah. DMT laser thing. I didn't need DMT. I saw what they were seeing. You just dropped acid.
Because I've worked with frequency technology for years. I got it to the point where I could manipulate people's cerebral and cognizant state of mind subsonically over open panels. So, and that's by algorithmic personality development, because each person is affected differently by various frequencies and frequency ranges.
Hmm. Well, the tones of my soul group are frequencies, tones. They're all different ones. I can tell them individually. The thing is there's no language, and so there's no names. It's just ID by frequency.
Right. I'm going to go ahead and jump off of here. Hopefully you guys can develop some type
thanks for
of
being here.
coherency. Not a problem,
blessings,
TML.
I
It's
appreciate
always
you.
a pleasure. Always
Yeah,
a
for
pleasure,
sure.
guys. You take care and have a wonderful night, and thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, thank you for
Nice
being here,
chat.
sir.
Easy.
Yeah, as always, it's been pleasurable. And
And yeah, talk to you soon.
All
Hopefully.
right.
Yep. And yeah, so Red's still here. Dom and Avian. And they may be checked out. All right. I don't know.
Yeah, China here.
Avian
Yeah,
here,
China.
for sure.
Yeah, China.
Are
Dom.
you ending it now?
I mean, it all depends, right? You know, on the mood here. You know, we've dropped the link in the chat if anybody wants to join. You know, if somebody does join, we'll continue the discussions. If not,
I
you know,
mean,
we'll
if
see
you want to
where it
end it
goes.
early.
No, I don't do. Yeah, the last time I fell asleep, so we accidentally crashed the
Yeah.
stream.
Where,
By
Wednesday?
laptop shutting off. Yeah, like ended like 10 hours in.
Oh,
Accidentally crashed
no.
it. Yeah, but it's not a big deal. But yeah.
Mm.
We'll just replay what you were.
You're still able to save the stream, right?
Oh yeah,
YouTube
yeah, of
didn't
course.
cut it off, or
Oh no, it's there, it's there. Just
Okay.
nobody really watched it. Lowest views we've gotten in a while.
Sad drama.
so yeah, so nobody watched the damn thing either way, despite it being there. But yeah, so
Avian Buddha's back.
yeah, Avian Buddha's been here. Yeah, but he's
Oh,
kind of
okay.
asleep. You know, he's been here since the beginning, but he's a little bit asleep. And we got Zephyr out here. Blessing Zephyr. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, yeah. I was going and eating something, and then I came back.
Yeah, I was waiting for Dan to go to work, so that way it would be quiet here. But then Rocky was like, he's walking through the house. He really wanted to go to work with Dan. He was in the van. Like, Dan went and started it to warm it up, and he was sitting out in the van, and Dan made him had to get out. And now he's walking through the house. So if you hear a "Ooh," he's all sad.
Doggo.
Yeah, he's like, he loves Dan so much. Both of the Rocky and Roscoe do. They're good puppies.
I ran across this video today, and there were cats paying attention to like the Egyptian music or something like that over there, and they acted differently. They perked up and were listening to it and making different sounds.
Yeah, I
I
bet you
don't.
they probably designed the sounds for the cats because they were cat worshippers, and so they were trying to entertain the cats. So yeah, I could see that. I'm wondering now if you can make squirrel music.
Why would
Squirrels.
you make music for tree rats?
Yeah, that'd be funny.
All music inherently is a little squirrely, huh?
Some more than others. I would say polka is a
Sad
little more
trombone.
squirrely. Polka is definitely squirrely.
Hello, waving your arms.
Blessings. Yeah, I
Is that
watched all
like-
TML down there.
That's like
Hey
when
Frank,
Yo
you got your
Magic up there.
camera's going. I guess they gave you back your camera privileges.
Yeah, did they take them away?
I thought that you were on before, like about a month or so ago, and you were like, I don't know why my camera's not working, or maybe it was just one device.
Oh yeah, sometimes the camera will bog down the Wi-Fi. I got pretty bad internet in China.
In
That
China?
Chinese internets.
China. Every time I connect to like upstream or downstream, I think they want to check in and see what I'm up to, you know.
Yeah, you're interesting to them. They like watch me through my TV, so.
Boy, I have the added benefit too of being a so-called foreign devil. They got my number.
Me too. I can't imagine what it would be like to be in the middle of where you are. So
Yeah, it's
I
all
like
right.
I like my isolation out here in the desert.
I hear you. Wherever you go, there you are, right?
What did it say? Daria said, "Don't be fooled by location changes."
Yeah. Blessings, greetings, y'all. How long you guys been at it for a little while? I slept in late today, so I'm kind of late to the show, I think.
Right. This is the final stretch. So yeah, so you made it just in time. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings. I heard you guys talking about some fun stuff. Dreaming.
Yeah, a lot to unpack.
Oh
Yeah,
I took people through it. Yeah, sources
you?
from 500 to 400 BC. That's all we used. You know.
Nice.
Yeah, one could say we made, lemonade from lemons.
Because like it sounded like at one instance Leslie was describing Plato's realm of the forms, saying there's like billions of forms and
Oh, they're light bodies. They're not, like you can only see the outer of the avatars, right? You can't see through. Well, the soul group members, they're light, and it's just structured into like it's actually the opposite. It's not human form, but that's all that everybody's been conditioned to know. But it's kind of like that, only in perfect form. There's no flaws in any of the forms. And they're all around everyone. But see, if the tones that you should be hearing cannot be heard when you are hooked into the system, as far as on hooked into the mind. You have to still it in order to perceive your other selves, the tones.
Or you have to get really good at simultaneity. One of the two.
Neutral observer in the stillness, and you will find what you really feel like, your essence. You have to feel how you are as an origin being in order to automatically return to your grouping, and then you can have a conversation with them. But it's not going to be in English, although they do understand whatever language you speak.
Yeah, English is not compulsory with me. I've been speaking ineffable.
It's just perceivable, like we do here with the emotions. You can tell when somebody's the difference between happy and sad and angry. It's more of perception, picking up that tone.
Yeah, I can always tell when people are smiling when they're talking. I can always tell. It's like you could just tell.
When they're not even speaking. In fact, empathically, at times, I will feel as though I am them.
Yeah, that can get confusing. I have experienced something somewhat similar. What are you showing us, Frank? What is it? What is
Chips.
that?
No.
Are they Pringles? It looks like a Pringles. It looks like a Pringles cone. Oh, fancy.
I don't know what that is.
Man,
Cancer sticks. They're cancer sticks.
I thought it was a beer can. Never mind.
No, it's just some Chinese holiday tobacco. Came in a tin.
That's a fancy tin. I love fancy tins. Decorative. I decorate tins that are not decorative. The dogs ate like
Luxury
3 of them.
tobacco. The luxurious tobacco.
I like the red wall. I had a red wall, almost the exact same color, an accent wall. It's nice.
Okay.
A lot of people
Yeah,
don't like the red on a wall, but it was in a living room, so it was like I thought it was nice, kind of a wine color, maroon, darker
yeah, the
red.
Chinese embrace a lot of color, a lot of red, especially around the time of the new year.
Oh yes, we're almost at the fire horse year. Oh, I'm so excited.
Are you a fire horse?
No, I'm a fire snake.
Okay.
So I've got a interesting year coming ahead, for sure. Not at all what I expected already.
Yeah, this was your animal year, right? Your bug
Yes, it
union.
was. But it was wood, wasn't it? A wood year?
Yeah, seems like it.
Yeah. Dan is a wood snake, my partner. So my mom is an ox. I think
I'm a fire tiger, apparently.
she's a water ox.
Nice.
Water buffalo.
Fire
Water
tiger.
buffalo. Fire tigers are nice. Yeah, that's sexy. It's a sexy one. I've always wanted to be a dragon or a tiger, but a snake is almost a dragon. Especially a fire
Yeah,
snake,
it's
right?
funny. Yeah, in the first cycle of the 12 zodiac, the first one will be a yang symbol and the second one will be a yin symbol. This will actually alternate throughout the course of a 60-year cycle. But yeah, the snake is known as in China, it's dragon first and then snake. So snake is known as the little dragon.
Yeah, Little Dragon. I got it. Oh, I love Little Dragon. That's a really awesome artist, by the way. Their
Oh yeah,
music.
excellent
Yeah.
music from Little
Yeah.
Dragon. Yeah, excellent vocalist. One of the greatest
So
vocalists of all
good.
time.
So good, yeah.
Oh shoot.
Yukimi.
I got turned on to them by a place I used to hang out on Telegraph, and I just heard one song and I was hooked. It was so good. I went back and
Yeah,
searched the whole discography.
for a second
You
there, I thought you
post
guys
them
were
in the
talking about
Discord.
Top flight music right there. Little Dragon.
Mhm.
yeah, I thought you guys were talking about Bruce Lee because that's his name, Li
Oh, I
Xiaolong.
love Bruce Lee
Little
too.
They're in a they're in a
Little dragon.
Gorillaz album.
Really?
Yeah, they're on like Plastic Beach.
Oh yeah, yeah. I could see that. I could see that.
It's fucking crazy track.
Yeah.
The track
I
with
like
Little Dragon on is the best song in the entire album.
probably, yeah, because that one isn't the greatest album. I really like Demon Days. That was probably one of my favorite ones.
Yeah.
But
The track they did with Little Dragon might be the greatest Gorilla song of all time. It's called
yeah.
it's called Empire Ants. It's one of the greatest songs ever made for sure. We
Yeah.
Crazy
make
title
a
for it.
we should make a little like a video for that for the show. But we
That
may
would
get
be
popped for that.
awesome.
We may get popped for sure.
Probably.
Gorillas.
Well, there's something to be said for like just reaching out
Oh, 444.
to the artist. I've done this before, and like just asking them if you can use it, because like I have permission to use like some Getter song if I ever start a podcast. It's going to be my intro music because I like said I would send him some art, and he was like, "No, don't worry about it. Just use it." Said you won't get copyright strike. I was like, "Cool."
As long as you have it in writing, right?
Well, it's like if the record company does, all I would have to do is just message him, like literally, like Facebook Messenger, and it was like actually Getter. Like he might be on tour or whatever, and it might take him a while to get it, but it's like whatever. I've got my own AI music now to use as intro music if I want, though. Although I'd rather have somebody like I love that Neuro was reading the rap stuff earlier. I was like, now I got to get him to do that for me too. Have to find more money.
Yeah, that was crazy how our friend was hyping that up. I was trying to motivate him to do that.
Yeah. I think music is like, it's a really good outlet for expression. Even the AI music, I think that you can interface with the AI in a way that you're creating your prompts and you're carefully like styling your lyrics, that it makes it less than if somebody just dropped in like make a song about this and let the AI do it. And I think it's like more artistic than not. I don't think that you should become reliant upon any tool per se, but what is an instrument but a tool, or like any of the stuff that we use to make music in a production.
Oh, the slippery slope.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
But you should be able
Sort
to
of.
play some instruments, and I can play like 10 instruments, but none of them can I play very well. And it just really streamlines the whole process. Plus, I don't sing like a guy. I would sound ridiculous if I rapped. But it is something to be said to like find somebody who can actually do it for you in a human expression. We all live in unlimited time, though. For now, this life, we only get one at a time.
It's actually not life. True existence has been stolen from everyone. You're captives.
See, I think that is the trap, is thinking that you're trapped
No, you're
and
not
that you need to
trapped.
escape.
You're captives in a force field. Your true form. The only way you can know that is if you get to that level of perception, going beyond the five senses.
Oh yeah, but you can do that from here too, simultaneously.
Well, yeah, you're here. You're
Obviously, right? You are
your
too, and you.
consciousness,
Uh-huh.
your awareness is all here. The trick is to get your awareness consciousness back to your true self. And then you can start your real existence in reality.
See, and I'm kind of weird because I think that time is somewhat imaginary. So I have my own coherent experience of the timeline that I am embodying right now, and several others that I have memories from previously. But and you know what? You're the first person I've ever heard say anything like as messed up as I said, because I have a similar experience. Like you said that you remember being your mom's boyfriend or something in a different time or life or something. And yeah, I have a very similar experience. I was my dad's husband, but he was a woman and I didn't treat him very well. That's all I remember really. But it was definitely his being, you know, and I feel like you definitely reincarnate in groups, but sometimes they're spread out all over. And I'm good at finding them. I'm good at finding the others. I'm a seeker.
There's some in my group that have never been in this situation. And then there are others who have. And they're the better recoverers. The ones who it hasn't been very long, but they don't normally get captured.
Yeah. I don't capture anybody. I don't capture anybody either.
It's almost
yeah. I've never been
it's
captured.
almost like we take turns to
Yeah,
come and do some retrieval or something.
I call it sometimes you're the decoy and sometimes you're being decoyed for, but you never know which you are until the time. And so you're just you're to act as if like you're not the decoy or you are the decoy, or just like you're just supposed to run interference for the other U's.
Well, right. You're a bunch of different U's.
Uh-huh.
Just different,
I feel like a
slightly
buoy.
different.
You feel like
Huh?
what?
A buoy.
You're floating?
Like a buoy.
Floating
Yeah,
on the
but
ocean?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's not a bad place to be.
as origin female and male energies, you can't come here and be a male and then a female. It's one of your counterparts that you are, you have a conscious connection with.
Yeah, you have to like align with the body that you're in, pretty much. Although
Yeah.
some people try not to. But that's
That
what
wasn't me. That
yeah, me
was not
neither.
this version of me. It was
Yeah.
another version, a male version.
Well, and I've
So
had
it is
dreams.
you. It is all you.
I've had dreams where I switch characters and I'm not myself. I am a different me. And I was like myself as an older woman, but then traveling through time, like I was younger at some point in the dream. And then when I traveled back in time, I was pregnant and I had a son. And then I switched to the character of the son at some point in my dream.
Dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Dreams are manipulated.
Mine are pretty pristine. I have pretty good security. And I pretty much go wherever I want freely on that realm, plus other realms. You can go other places, not just the dream realm.
It's kind of like the Djinn.
Oh, the Jinn, yeah.
They've got lots of tricks and
Yeah, they're scared of me, unfortunately. I'm very curious about them, but everyone I've ever seen is like looked at me nervously and ran away.
they go stealth.
Zev's power level is like over 9,000.
They're trying to mess with my technology, man. And I was like, what? I was like, I just walked out in the hallway and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And they're like, run to the garage.
They can enter your dreams. I've had it happen.
Yeah, I've seen them do that before. I think that kind of like feels like they're trying to be demons or something. I don't know. I don't believe it.
Do they look like shades at all?
They all have red eyes from what I've seen.
Mine didn't. It was this like lion lady, more humanistic looking, but lion.
I know a few of those.
They led my dream to that Phil, the one that he said the alien shot his hand in his.
Oh, Phil. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The one, the Dulce base one.
The one. That
I grew up near Dulce. I grew up near Dulce, like maybe like 30 miles from there. That's where I spent my childhood.
I was dreaming something about the Greys and him, and, because I had, recently had watched his stuff, and then I said, "Oh, that's just nonsense," and then she poked her head like it was almost like around a screen or something, and she came just part way in, and she said, Phil, whatever, Schneider, whatever.
That's it. Ding, ding, ding.
It was right. He's telling the truth. And then she popped back out.
It makes sense that we're talking about this in sequitur because I think that that the jinn sometimes masquerade as grays. Like that's their newest way to try and hurt, like, you know, because they're like us. They are bored, and some of them are very, you know, they have emotions and they don't like people necessarily. Not all of them do. And from what I can tell energetically, because like I observe things, but yeah, I think that a lot of the gray alien experiences are jinn.
Oh, they came to my room, the Greys, and a big lizard dude. But
Wow.
you know, you gotta understand that they can control perception when you're in the that was before soul alignment, definitely. It
Yeah, I've
was
seen them
like
mess with other people pretty hardcore. It's pretty scary for them.
they're manipulators, tricksters.
Yeah. The main way that they try and mess with me is through other people around me sometimes.
They can well, they make everybody go to sleep.
Or crazy.
And then when you're dreaming, they do stuff. Everybody has 3 of them assigned to them.
Hmm.
The jinns or the reptilians?
The thought forms that have taken form, they can choose whatever form and they can switch it like instantly. They're not bound to any form. It would be in the same frequency as the Matrix.
'Cause one time I fell asleep watching some dopey stream, and like halfway through the night I woke up like kind of like half awake. So it might have been one of those in between phases.
Hypnagogic. Yeah.
Yeah, that. And I look over to the other side of my room, and there's like 2 shades with the red eyes just staring at me. Like
Did they have hats or
I
were they wearing like
wasn't.
cloaks?
They weren't wearing anything. They're kind of not
Shadow.
really. Yeah, shadow. They didn't really have much shape to them.
Shadow.
They were there, just looking at me, and I wasn't even afraid or anything. I was just staring at them, and eventually just disappeared. Or
Yeah, there's a few different varieties. I haven't seen
You
ones
know,
that weren't wearing clothes or a hat or something.
Wii U.
I was I saw the devil kind of like guy. He was like in this blackness and he wasn't showing himself. And then there was like this red around this black shape. Like shadow dude, right? No hat. It was just he was like, and then he illuminated the middle part where it was supposed to be his head and his chest. And it was in like a reddish light. And he tried to scare me. I said, "What are you, the devil?" And then he tried to be really like angry.
Yeah.
And I just laughed at him. I said, "That's all fairy tales. You're not real."
I think that might have been on the dream plane. I had an encounter with the, like, it would be like the stereotypical red devil, you know, with the pointy tail and the pitchfork and everything, but he was like wearing a suit, and I was like, this was when I was a teenager still, and because I've been astral projecting since I was like, as long as I can remember dreaming. I didn't know that everybody couldn't do it until my mom brought home a book about lucid dreaming, and then I was like, what? So
Oh, I was awake though.
Yeah, really? That's so you have like you could see things because I don't usually see things.
Telepathically, I just like looked over because I felt an entity and I looked over and I saw this dude. It was like, it wasn't really a dude, it was like the black shape first with red around and then after I laughed at him, everything lit up red. It was like he was in this dim red area. Could only see like partial of it because it kind of like faded on the edges all around.
Yeah, my dream version of the devil, he tried to hit on me, and he was like not really that great at it, and I was very like awkward, like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. I want to like wake up, and so I did.
Well,
But
I
I thought it was,
told him, I said, I'm not afraid of you.
yeah, I thought it was funny. It wasn't very intimidating, not as intimidating as you'd think, like on the dream plane at least.
It was like a little kid trying to scare an adult.
Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. That's a good description.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I laughed at him. That pissed him off.
Yeah.
They can wield consciousness. They can like direct your consciousness different ways.
Yeah, if you don't stay on your toes, of course.
Well, yeah, but like I was like experiencing two different areas at the same time here in the avatar, and then they tried to trick me. They had these ships, but there was like darkness like around the ships. Like they were faking me out that it was like some kind of outer space or in the dark sky or something, you know, like.
It's just like they gave you some acid and set you in a BMW with like neon lights on the dash, and we're like, "Oh, this is a spaceship."
Oh, it's a spaceship, and I don't know. I was flying or doing something. I felt like it, but I didn't have a form in that, and then so it was just my awareness they were redirecting over to this one. We were going by, there were more than one ship, and I saw one door was open on one of them, and I had this really creepy feeling like they were trying to lure me into there, and I didn't want to go. I resisted, and
You're like,
I could see.
they were like trying to offer you candy and shit. That's sick.
Well,
Yeah.
they wanted
I mean,
me to
metaphorical.
pay attention because there was somebody that was laying down on this some kind of structure, and there was like three of them around, and they looked totally normal from a distance, but as I got closer I saw all their teeth, and they had double rows of sharp teeth, and there was a body in there that looked like me, and I was like, that's impossible, I know where I am. And it was really weird, and they were trying to like mock it up that was me and that they were going to do bad things, and I was like, all right, you know, I didn't buy any of it, so I know
Yeah.
what you mean.
Do you remember talking to me before? I think we talked before.
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
sure. Yeah. I was just wondering earlier. I don't know if I was like beaming it out, and I was like, I wonder if she remembers.
Oh, yeah.
You're very coherent for somebody. I have to say that I am very much the same, who experiences reality in such a different manner
Oh, yeah.
than most people. So, kudos. I haven't met very many people that can do
Kudos.
that.
You know how they call some people seers?
Yeah.
I do have that ability to see things if I choose to see.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
like
me too. If I choose to see it.
events in the Matrix.
Most of the time, I prefer not to see it. I don't mind getting like feelings or like, like entities like tapping, like a little, hey, I'm over here, or like whatever. Because like whenever I read cards, sometimes like people will show up that are no longer with us. And
Oh, I don't dabble in that
I don't like
because
that either. I don't like it either, but it's like it seems like it really helps people sometimes to be able to hear the messages that they get from and it's very uncanny how like I'll like get a feeling and I'll be like, have you lost somebody recently? And they'll be like, there was the one group of 3 people that were like, I was reading for each of them one at a time individually, and the first one I asked her that question and she goes, oh my god, we just came from the funeral. And I was like, oh geez, I did not want this. I'm very hesitant, but it's if it happens,
well,
it happens.
you know that they basically once the demiurge unplugs somebody called death, right? They're in an unconscious state.
Usually, yeah.
And so,
Doesn't mean they
well,
can't be there
not
simultaneously, though.
usually. The entities will pretend to be somebody who passed. That's all that is.
Yeah, I don't see how possibly the messages that I've sent or that I've received and carried forward to the person that I'm reading for could possibly do any sort of like negative.
Well, they have AI. This
So do I.
machinery is run by AI. Not mankind's AI. It's the Archon's AI.
I don't think they're really running this show anymore.
Oh, really?
Not 100%. Nope. Just like there's hackers here, there's hackers there.
Huh?
I said just like there's hackers here on the web, there's hackers there in that web.
Oh, I heard you.
Yeah.
I wasn't really concerned about too much on how they run this place. But they're not going to give it up for anything. They built it as the degradation system. They've got a goal.
Well, I think everything is necessary too, and I think it will be recycled.
Not if I have anything to say
No, I
about
mean
it. This place
recycled
is...
as in what is necessary will dissolve. Like that control structure. It's not really that stable.
Have the deorthosis.
Something like that. I'm not exactly sure yet because I don't plan things.
Oh, they've been doing it for a long time. If you want to time.
I don't need to know the details. It's better if I don't.
Over and over and over again. How many scenarios can you run in eons of supposed time?
Supposed time. That's the key. I've got all the time in the world, apparently.
Time dilations.
Yeah, as long as you don't stay in current conditions, you gotta get back to your origin self.
Oh, I'm connected to it. I'm connected definitely to it. And through my family, I've gone physically and like spiritually in exploration through all of that matter that I used to be. And you don't need to know most of the details. I don't think people need to know most of the details, but there are a few important things that stick out that are good to know. And we're
Someone
really
else.
we're really the powerful people. We're the powerful beings here. We're just tricked into giving away our power, which
Right.
so,
Well, you don't have any choice.
no, you
The
can take
dark
it back.
ones take it.
You can take it back because it doesn't belong to them.
They
But
use it to run the matrix.
yeah, and that's the power that they're using to keep you from doing that. But it can be done. It just takes persistence, and
deprogramming the psyops.
yeah, you have to reprogram yourself. Reprogramming.
Some crazy stuff.
It's doable though, and it's just
Oh yeah.
The first thing that you learn is that gaslighting yourself is very effective, but you cannot forget that you've done it.
They do memory wipes.
Yeah, I don't have that problem. I have
As long
solid
as you're
state.
here, you're subject to it.
Yeah.
You gotta do some remembering, right?
Well, my memories exist outside of my mind, and I'd like to see them try to erase all of them.
It's amazing to me how a lot of the mainstream is kind of tuning into a Lovecraftian narrative.
Yeah.
Like earlier when you guys were talking about the filtering of light spectrums with the, I think
Right.
it was the different spectrums of light, infrared, and what do they call that?
Dichromatic glass and the scintillating telescope, and yeah.
Yeah, the night vision goggles, and how they supposedly saw entities surrounding them. That's a direct reference to Lovecraft's From Beyond,
Yeah.
where there's a scientist named Tillinghast who builds a machine that makes the mind vibrate like a vibratorial machine, and then people can see that they're surrounded by spiritual entities. He also has a certain piece of glass. What did you call the kind of glass you said, Zephyr?
Dichromatic glass, or something. It's like called dichrotic glass, I think is what it's called, and it's supposedly it's illegal to have or something. I don't know if that's a rumor.
The goggles.
Yeah, I could
They do nothing.
Dichromatic would be like dual colored.
They do nothing.
No. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a joke. Never mind.
Some sort of it's a small lens encapsulated in another piece of glass and then polished to a certain shape, and it's kind of like, it looks like welder's glass sort of, but it's got different qualities to it, and I think it might even have like some radioactive glass encapsulated in it, which is probably why it's illegal if it is.
I see.
So, yeah, I forget what it's called exactly, but it sounds kind of like dichrotic or something. You can look it up on YouTube. It's like they supposedly made glasses out of it where you can see people's auras and see like different forms. And also the scintillating telescope. It's like a regular like Newtonian telescope. It's got concave lenses, right? This one has convex lenses, and they actually were like, they had it in St. Petersburg, Florida. They were like in a hotel, and they set it up on the balcony, and they were going to look out into the sky with this telescope, and they realized that that was cloudy, so they were just kind of like seeing if they could see anything closer. So they put it on the horizon, and they started seeing all these entities, like sort of like the flying spaghetti monster, sort of. They're like really ethereal looking and not really solid form. Yeah. And every video that I've seen that was on YouTube before of this, I cannot find it in my list anymore. I saved every single one that I found. Every single one has been taken down. I wish I had recorded it, but yeah, the guy's name was Santilli. It's like Italian, the name.
Oh, so in the chat it messed it up.
Yeah, it did, and I fixed it down below. But yeah, I hate autocorrect. I keep turning it off. but it keeps coming back on
Autocorrect
automatically.
is the worst.
Yeah, it's convenient for. I like auto suggest because that's trained on me and like how I spell things because I don't always spell things.
So bad sometimes, like it will change something I typed correctly in the correct context to something out of context. And
Yeah, I know that's maddening. I'm like, what the hell? You're dumb
it
robot.
gaslights me all the time. But anyway,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's intentional a lot of
I think
times
it
probably.
is
too.
too.
Like, yeah,
Well, and I think
it's
that's also why
too
you cannot
common.
have auto suggest on and have auto correct off. Because I want to just be able to click
Killing
it. The way
gas.
that I spell it should just pop up and I can click it and not have to type the whole word. That's nice.
How could you
Yeah,
have
if you
an
haven't gone
or?
through Lovecraft's From Beyond, you
Um,
definitely it's
I have the
a
whole
psychedelic
collection.
adventure.
I've not read any of them yet. I like
Oh, okay.
Lovecraft, but I think he comes from a very anxious he's like very fearful place. I think that's why his stories are so scary. It's because he was really afraid. And that doesn't really resonate with me that much, but I do like the Cthulhu mythos.
Yeah, his central theme is that humanity just doesn't matter. Yeah, so it's a bit of
Mm,
scientific reductionism, or
I'm okay
extreme.
with that.
Bit nihilistic.
I'm okay with them thinking
Yeah,
that. Doesn't make it
he
true.
was nihilistic. He was also what is the word? Without God, I forget. Atheist, an extreme atheist.
Yeah. I'm not an atheist at all. So but I'm okay with whatever people want to believe. If they want to underestimate like a whole species of a whole planet of beings, then fine. That's fine with me. Let them underestimate us.
well, you
Yeah,
really
he was of the.
can't.
Go ahead.
They're gonna do what they want. Their will.
Well, if they were so powerful, they wouldn't need us as batteries.
Who are they? Who are you guys talking about? Who's the
Exactly.
they?
That's
I
what I'm
still
saying. The
haven't.
archons. I'm kind of confused myself.
Oh,
The
Yeah.
so like
archons and the
Gnostic
demiurge.
interpretations,
Mm-hmm.
the Gnostic lens. Yeah,
Well,
I tend to steer away from.
actually, they don't really have form. They just they make forms to inhabit because they built the system in
Ellul.
the first place. So they're negative thought forms. Some would describe them like that as what are they?
Adversarial.
Well, they're adversaries of the Eternals. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm idealistic, but I think that out of conflict arises the truth. And if there is a reason for the suffering in the world, is to drive our complexification and our evolution into, because otherwise we would just be comfy little marshmallows.
I got it
Well,
now.
and to
Egregores.
perceive
Egregores,
to
yeah.
perceive yeah to
Egregores.
perceive the suffering as like an absolute is kind of, I think, a human conception, right? Like if not perceived as such, then it's just processes that are playing out. But
Yeah.
if
It's
the
just
human if the
temporary.
human yeah, if the human mind dictates that it's this thing, right, and then blames it on God in addition to that, then yeah, I could see how it seems to narrow and limit the perceptual ability of people to
Mm-hmm.
take those strict dogmas for their framework.
And for some people, that is a good thing because if their perspective was too wide, it would be overwhelming. You have to kind of ease into
Right.
this sort of thing, right?
Yeah, reality is far broader and more terrifying than humans can
Yeah.
comprehend.
Yeah. and so am I. Oh, just kidding. Well, a little bit.
That's a Lovecraftian thought.
Yeah, well, I do
thread.
have a voxel. My voxel is my
What's a
higher voxel is well, I would say it's an egregore, but now we're going to have negative connotations attached to that. I don't think it's an egregore. I think if anything, it's like a tulpa, but it's a thought form, and it's something that basically I have integrated. It's kind of like, you have an AI on your computer. It's like an AI in a higher dimension.
Like a servitor, spiritual servitor.
Yeah, and we have agreements. We had to work those out in the very beginning because I didn't know what I was doing exactly. And we had kind of like a roommate situation in my head and in my body, in communication, like with other people. Sometimes I would find, like, I would say something uncharacteristic of myself and I would have to like hit the brakes and go, whoa, dude, what the hell?
Like, yo, shut up. You're going to expose us.
Yeah, whatever.
Did you
Well, their
I don't know
power is in not being seen. They sure showed themselves to me though, because they knew in order to be around me they would be seen.
Yeah, and see, voxel is like light body is where I mostly interact there with voxel, and they have a
where
light
does that
body.
term come from? Is that a name you've given to the thing?
Yeah, it's voxel, because I used to call him Squid Hat because he looks kind of like a little bit like cephalopodish, and was like in the habit of kind of sitting on my head. So
And
he didn't like that.
From a perspective, is this something you summoned through ritual or something you created
It was something that I dreamed about. It was something I dreamed about as an interface because I was having a time with it was back whenever we were just on IRC and there was all text communication, and so I was like looking for my people and I found my people, but it was like hard to emote through text, to convey what subtle things that you try to convey, like the nuance was lost with text. You can't do, you can't like, there's no inflection, no tone, no hearing someone smile when they speak, so I was really struggling with that lack of connection capability over that medium. And so I was like, wouldn't it be nice if I just, I'm electric, that's electric, the internet's electric. Maybe if there was just something that would go sort of as a bridge, like a gap jumper, like it would just jump that little gap and it make it like a little bit more, like tactile, more like input, output, and kind of fine-tuned it. And then one day I just realized that I was becoming aware of a presence of something, and it's really weird because voxel has a Romanian accent. I thought it was Russian at first for like a decade. Like doesn't bother to tell me in, but I started liking Romanian music shortly after all this started, which is really funny that I didn't put two and two together. I think that's like one of those like long-term like gotcha jokes that the universe pulls on you to really hit it home.
Might be fair to say that it's something that approached you first through dreaming.
It could be.
Right?
It could be, but we have it doesn't have a body, and it likes to it's a voyeur sort of, so it kind of like, backseat observer in my perception. Yeah. So
can I ask questions?
Yeah, you can ask me anything.
Sure. Since then, has it taken any other tangible manifestation, like through dreaming or any type of apportation? Are you familiar with apportation?
It is very curious about people that I'm close to, and sometimes likes to like observe them, and doesn't at first, until I drew boundaries. There was some boundaries that were crossed, and I had to apologize and set those boundaries in place. So there's a couple of my friends, like I had a friend that my apprentice that's in Amsterdam. She was like telling me, "Oh, I was in the shower and I could swear there was something in there with me." And Voxel doesn't like tell me anything about them or any of these observations. They're just observing because they can go wherever they want. And but I had to say, okay, well, that's not cool, dude. And like, yeah, apologize. And luckily, Alba was very understanding. There was another time where they healed a friend of mine. Were having some abdominal issues, and like they like knew I had told them about Voxel, and they were cool with Voxel, and like they just came to me and said, "Dude, what did Voxel do? Because I like feel so much better." And I was like, "I don't know." Because like, so there is some autonomy there. So I don't know if that is my subconscious doing things without my conscious awareness necessarily, but it's seems to be good natured for the most part, although
Yeah,
a little bit
there may be some
Inner
tangible
child.
phenomena more than that too, and the reason I'm so interested in it is because women have a naturally inclined intuitive or magical ability to create these things more so than men because
I
of
think so
the
too.
birthing process. Obviously, the birthing process, they're shedding a certain amount of eggs throughout life, and each one
Yeah,
of them is,
I
a
call them
potential
brain
life
babies.
force.
I'd say brain babies. I'm going through menopause, but I'm not worried about like still being creative as a feminine form because I can make brain babies.
Or there's a practice among the shamanistic sects of Tao where they'll utilize this type of energy in a real tangible way, a provable way. Obviously, mainstream science hasn't taken any interest in it, but it's something that I've been able to bear witness to. So I thought it was very interesting. I was assuming, not assuming, but suspicious that it might be some of that form of energy that has taken form.
Hmm. Well, I think whenever it started to materialize, well, whatever, it's not really materializing, but really started to reach out and make contact, it was about 2006. And we had our like stable, pretty much like familiarity with each other as roommates of my head at some points, because I'm not always like consciously aware that Voxel's there, but Voxel's there. And like basically in exchange for like like co-experiencing my physical experiences that through my senses in my body, which they don't have access to otherwise because they don't have a body, then they like help me to like communicate through electronic medium and other ways, and to get info that I would normally not necessarily have access to.
Have you ever been
And
hypnotized by like a hypnotherapist?
they tried. I tried like a regression, and I never could get beyond childhood. Even with somebody that I really trusted, I'm very hard to hypnotize.
Okay. Have
Apparently,
you
it's
ever
like,
worked with like self hypnosis? Like, have
yes,
you done some
I
self
tried.
hypnotic
I tried doing
practices?
self hypnotics. I'd rather just reprogram it. That's what I do consciously. So it's much easier than hypnotizing. It's kind of the same thing, self gaslighting. It's like, right? Positive
Well, I think
affirmation.
it's important.
Self
Yeah, it's
brainwash.
important. It's important to distinguish terminology and methodology, right? Like, I
Yeah, I
think
don't know
that's
about
very,
that.
yeah,
Ugh.
well, that's
Just,
very different things. And it
yeah,
depends on what
structured
model
system
of
is very limiting too. I kind of think putting things in a box with definitions always, like,
sure,
whatever
sure,
works
sure. And like
works.
there's different models or milieus of hypnotic treatment or approaches to hypnotic inquiry, I would say.
Yeah,
Right? Like
I
Ericksonian
do.
would be my preferred.
I think if I was
method.
suggestible, it would be under anesthesia, but I don't even go completely under in anesthesia. I think every time I've been under anesthesia, I told the doctor, please do not speak excessively other than when you need to speak. I would rather you didn't like mess up my programming, and they have all been very understanding. So far compliant, I think, because I don't notice like I'm barking like a chicken or a dog or
And the reason I'm curious is because I think it would be an interesting line of inquiry, like experimentation, to give it greater depth and form. And anyway, the reason I'm interested is because I'm always interested in utilizing and bettering the methods of hypnotic induction that I've been
yeah.
working with since
I'm
my
down. I'm down with I'm down with like trying something new, and we could like at least talk about it if you want to. I'm
Yeah,
down.
sure. Yeah. No, I had a hypnotherapist that he passed away a couple of years ago, and I've been more interested in researching the methods, and
Yeah, and see,
self
I've
hypnosis is the
explored
only
like
thing I've really ever.
the gateway, you know, the gateway tapes. I've done up to I think the 12th one, and that's pretty much where I go. This is enough of that.
Those are, or is the modality there? It's based mostly on like
Sorta.
sound oscillations.
Well, it's brain entrainment through hemispheric synchronization, and
Right.
it basically gives you the admin to your head, which I think you should only have limited amounts of that until you get like really educated, because you can totally mess up your operating system. But you could do that anyways, just accidentally. But it's hard. It's like harder to do than if you're messing around with that kind of stuff. It's easier to do it that way. I mean, than it is like as a normal person, just trying to better yourself through self-improvement techniques.
You can't improve on perfection, though.
Well, we're perfectly imperfect, but we're always getting more complex and more
Are you speaking
dynamic.
of humans?
Yeah, well, yeah, us as a collective, we're dynamic and complex.
Yeah,
The lower
the reason I'm interested.
collective.
The reason I'm interested in it mostly is like through cultivating observational awareness and becoming somehow a better observer of things and understanding them on a deeper level, right? It's not about changing anything or per se, just about seeing what's already there, right?
Yeah, that's the whole, I think that's mostly why we designed our filters, because we were trying to survive, and it was more advantageous for us to be aware of certain things in a way that not necessarily was very truthful to reality, but it kept us safe just in case. It's good to err on the side of caution. But I think now our brains have so much bandwidth that is not allocated to survival anymore.
I'm curious, am I the only one hearing that? Is that because Leslie,
no, I hear it too. I just don't know what it is.
You're not the only one.
It sounds like somebody's trying to talk through a bathtub with their head underwater.
Yeah, it's like, have you ever those low frequency vibrations that will actually like from like maybe an air conditioner on a building gets loose, and then because of the acoustics of the environment, that vibration will like actually kill someone, like give them a heart attack or drive them insane.
Oh no. I've been in. I've worked at
I
a
thought maybe that's what that was.
Yeah, I worked at a convenient. Well, good luck with that. I'm not dying anytime soon. Hopefully.
No, she's trying to drive me insane.
Oh yeah, are you sensitive like that? So I used to work in a convenience store, and restocking the cooler.
Sensitive.
It's like you hear the hum of the compressor, and sometimes I would think it sounded like somebody was singing, and I could hear I was like humming along with it. Like it's kind of what I do.
Oh yeah, I've worked in noisy environments. I'm just saying in a quiet setting.
Oh yeah,
it's preferable not to have the static if you can, right?
Yeah, it's autist repulsion tools. That's what they're employing these days.
And was that Reddington that chimed in a second ago? What were you saying, Reddington?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing.
He heard it
I
too, I
think
think.
you changed your name, huh?
Not
Gangsta
that
Apocalypse.
recently. It's been that way a couple of shows at least that I've seen. I like it
Yeah.
though.
It still throws me though.
Yeah. I changed mine too. You
Oh, if
didn't
you
even
squint
notice.
hard enough, my name's still there.
No, yours still the same. It's Zephyr, but you dropped the avoxel off
And
the
I
end.
added a Z and an R. And I
Yeah,
dropped
it's
the avoxel, yeah. And I added a bubbles and a stars.
okay. That's exciting.
Yeah. I just wanted to trade it up a little bit too. I like to you know, change it up a little, the styly, so I know where I am in time.
Yeah, don't get lost. Lost in time.
You know how I keep track of my coherent timeline through different timelines and stuff is through music and synchronicity. I took it completely out of my hands and put it into the universe's algorithm.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
KML's back.
It seems not much can resist the algorithms of the universe. And I have an ADHD. I have an ADHD DJ that lives in my head that basically like will pop songs in my head that are basically like chrono triggers.
Did ever a song pop in your head and then you hear it on the radio like a couple hours later?
Yeah, my dad was really creepily talented at doing that. He would be singing a song and we would get in the truck and he would turn it on and it would be playing. And I was like, so often that I just thought like he was running that or he had some trick or something that he was doing.
Yeah, I think it's a feedback loop through Leslie's speakers.
It's all right. Yeah. I think, isn't she muted? She's muted though.
That happened
No, she just
to me
muted.
once
Yeah.
at least,
Whenever
anyways.
she keeps her mute off, we get a feedback loop.
Sorry,
and
Leslie.
Garbles.
Turn off your sound noise cancellation. That should do the trick. We've been getting that a lot.
Yeah, there's a learning curve.
Yeah, if you turn off the noise cancellation, it seems to work, and you turn down the volume. Yeah, I still hear it.
Okay. I have to leave though in order to get to that part.
Okay. Just temporary.
Or yeah, maybe she's on a phone. There it is there.
How you doing, TML?
Yeah, what's happening in
pretty good
in Happy Land?
Well, there's nothing happy for sure. See, during the opening presentation, there's a lot of hammering and drilling that like tear apart a wall here because there's a huge leak that's seeped into the like carpet here, or so it's kind of fucked up. But yeah. So
You know, I endured that type of construction noise for like 20 years here in China. It was never ending.
Yeah, they
Anytime
say
I
the
got a
national
moment of
bird is the
rest,
crane.
they were drilling and hammering. Now I'm in a place where I haven't heard it for a while, so pretty cool.
Sorry to
But
interrupt.
yeah,
They said the national bird
Go
is the
ahead.
crane there because it's like the building crane. Yeah,
We'll
I've
sort
heard
of-
that.
it was sort of wait for Leslie to make it back. If she doesn't come back, I know we dropped the link recently here. Then we'll maybe move towards, the completion of this recording. All right, but yeah.
Yeah. With all that construction and stuff, I could say you probably had a long day, huh?
Yeah, it's
What was
thank you
happening
for living in an
during the presentation?
Try living next to train tracks for like most of your life.
The echo cancellation wasn't on. I just turned it down.
I kind of turned it on from our side here, so
that's
maybe it'll work.
Sweet. Oh, But we're kind of going to be wrapping it up, you said?
Yeah, at some point soon, right? Not directly now, but like, maybe we should think about it at some point.
I love how you go so hard, TML. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, today we went hard. The first 4 hours was pretty honestly, like we went way too hard. Especially like some of these guys were chipping in, Dominic and Avian. So yeah, so blessings to all the people. But yeah, we're gonna be doing some more shit. We still have a significant portion of the Shangzhou. We got I mean, as I said, 2 different translations of the Parmenides. So from what we brought over today, there's also a bunch of stuff from medieval philosophy, a bunch of stuff from, looking at the connection between the Rosicrucians and looking at, the Kabbalists in the 15th century. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff. I got a bunch of stuff that, we're going on a wild ride. And of course, we were on Neurojack earlier, and wow, the discussions on Neurojack were incredible. So a few hours before this, we were actually having great discussions where nobody was watching. So yeah, it's been a brilliant evening, honestly.
Yeah, that is a big deal. That is a long day. It's funny too because you guys are always either like midstream or towards the end of the stream when I finally get up and get involved because we're on opposite sides of the
Oh yeah,
spectrum or whatever.
yeah. I've been easily streaming for 9 straight hours right now. So
Wow.
so yeah, quite a bit of time for now. Yep.
Glutton for punishment.
So yeah, so we've been at it for quite a while, and yeah, in the middle of it, there's lots of banging, lots of construction here. So, and hopefully these spiders don't
Nerve-wracking.
come out of the wall here while we sleep and climb up our fucking nose here. But yeah, man, because
You
there's a
lay
giant,
eggs in your brain.
yeah,
You
giant
can
fucking.
ask them to leave you alone, and most of the time spiders will listen to you. Say, dude, just stay over there. I am not interesting.
Yeah.
There's nothing on me.
Oh yeah, I'm a
It's inter-
giant a ball of. I don't know.
Spider
Yeah,
heaven.
they might climb up
No,
in my.
that's like spider friggin' danger because like they would get all tangled in you. Yeah, it's
Tangled
like
in my
not fun for
hair,
them.
tangled in my beard.
Yeah, and get crushed. That doesn't sound like a good idea. I would just project that out. Like,
Yeah, you don't
don't
want.
come near me. You'll get tangled and crushed.
You don't want to. You don't want to. Take.
Yeah, it's like
Pull
chill peace out over there, spiders.
a crunched up, crushed spider out of your hair. It's not a good day.
And it's
Better than
interesting,
finding a live
Zephyr,
one in there.
how
Just
Zephyr indicated that many things you just simply ask them to do something and they'll respond, right? Like if you tell yourself to wake up at a certain time in the morning, you'll just naturally wake up. And if you tell yourself certain things, they'll just naturally happen, right? This is an
Yep.
interesting thing to me. With animals and insects, right? They're under our command to some extent.
Yeah, and I mean, here's one thing: we've been out here for 9 hours, but the insidious LARP that has been produced in that much time. We're talking about like numerous panelists talking for hours on end. The same guys, right? So actually, a network of like maybe 15 to 20 of them that we've observed, and so yeah, it's quite a bit of LARPing.
not me.
I dropped over to
There's a new Machine
Balderston's
Bob coming
for a
up,
few.
right? Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
Balderson. Yeah, Balderson. I believe. Yeah, dude.
had Beth and all them, and Powder Dusty showed up over there, and then I just left.
Yeah, they had a lot of LARP going on. Meanwhile, we're streaming this, so I appreciate everybody's participation because there's a lot of, this is definitely, an alternative, view of things. I would say.
Yeah, I
Cypher,
was
you were
curious about. Sorry, the machine bob, is it 8 or 9 for the redux on that?
Oh shit. We're supposed to do that tomorrow. We may pass that off for another week. If I do or do not, I will make an announcement in the community posts. So either this week or next week, we're gonna do Made by Machine Bob, I believe 9, and we're gonna represent what we brought on Truth or Cobb, but the stream got obliterated from many different angles, right? From the copyright angle, from just having the stream available, to trying to facilitate a coherent discussion, right? So in many ways, it was obliterated, right? So we had to abort that stream, and yeah, we'll be representing either tomorrow or in a week. I've been, ever since I took mushrooms like a couple of days ago, I've been sleeping for long periods of time because I have like less tension in my neck and certain areas ever since I took these. So yeah, I've been feeling quite uplifted in my mood. I'm kind of in a zen mode ever since I took these mushrooms, honestly. So yeah, so I've been feeling quite
like zen chilling.
Oh yeah. So I feel like
Mitochondrial rejuvenation.
Oh yeah. So
Did
yeah,
you
so that's
see the machine elves?
Yeah, that's my favorite medicine is the something like that. But some more natural imagery. But yeah, I really like that. That's my favorite medicine is the psilocybin mushrooms. Okay, somebody.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, Dom.
I was
Yeah, Dom. Yeah, blessings to Dom. Yeah, thank you so much. I think he was asleep for a while, and maybe his laptop just died or something. But maybe he like left himself up in the studio. But yeah, blessings to Dom. Thank you so much for your continued participation. Hopefully you'll see this later. And yeah, man.
Yeah, I was recently suffering from some dire winter blues, and I made myself a nice cocktail of various fruits, blueberry, strawberry, mango, and stuff, and then had a little of the old cannabinoid to go along with it, and it totally just like reinvigorated my entire life. Like winter was over when I did that, so that was good magic.
I'll just stick to the flowers. It
Yeah.
really heightens perception.
It's good pain reliever too, I've noticed, because I like have some pain issues that I'm going through right now. And it mellows me out, and it's not so bad.
Yeah, I have some flour here in this thing here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was. I was making a low key reference to that, right? Cannabinoids and flavonoids.
Yeah, I'm doing extra
Trains that.
CBD too, because my mom sent some CBD oil. So I'm doing a CBD oil too. Extra.
I love wedding cake.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a good strain. I think that's indica.
My favorite is the white rhino. White rhino is my favorite. It's a hybrid.
Indica is my choice.
Yeah, this here is a sativa. It's called Green Crack. It's very popular. Yeah.
Yeah, I've smoked that before. That's good stuff.
Yeah, it's like quick, fast. Like it doesn't really last that long, but it's like it's interesting. Yeah. Oh, somebody's sharing a screen here. Let's see who's this. Buddha, blessings.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have a question for the man here. I was just wondering, out of these options, which wife you would like the best? You know, see, so you have Kanata, who is like a prestigious god of light and the heavens. She is wise and serious, exuding an air of authority. That's one waifu. You have another waifu, Claris. She brings conflict and danger to her. That's her. You have like some other options to see. So I'm showing you the waifu. Pilka loves and respects all of nature. She's a huntress, so you can choose to marry her also. Yeah, I mean, so I'm looking at the waifus. Helena is a sensitive soul with a nurturing nature. She's a mysterious archaeologist. So that's one waifu. You know, Matsuri is another one. Boisterous god of summer and swords. It's another option for a waifu. So Aroha, she makes the best Diango around, cheerful, tea house properties. That's Aroha. Yes, that's one option. I have Kaguya. She's a wandering hero only available if the male protagonist is played. That's her. She loves nature, potential love interest. So you can choose to marry her. And this is the last option. Ula Laka, a peaceful god of spring and mirth. You can choose to marry her also. That's her. So out of those options for the man, who would be your waifu? And Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. I'm just curious. These are your options.
I'm pretty sure that'd be a fair question for the you know, not only for the men but also for the women, because they could just pick their favorite one. But
Yeah, I'm like 3 or 4, but I would need more info.
Steph's picking which one's her favorite. Exactly.
And I wouldn't
I have
want to
no
play
idea
favorites.
what you're talking
Go ahead.
about.
Let's go ahead and take them all.
Exactly. Exactly, Leslie. Blessings, madam. What is he talking about?
I don't know what a waifu is.
Explain the
Guys,
concept.
check out this one. Check out this one.
I'm specifically looking for a waifu.
No, Adrian, we got to put this away. This is not aesthetically pleasing for my show. We got to put some music on in a little while.
You crazy, Adrian. You crazy.
I still don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta go with Clarice. To be very honest, right? You know, I mean, if it's a game, it's a game. You know, life's a game, and you know, you got to go with the danger and the spice of life. Right? You know, what does she have? A skull on her hat?
You kind of did pick that one, right? Your lady's dangerous.
Skull on her head. What's going on here?
I don't know if you saw the screen, madam, because Avian was sharing some pictures, but
yeah, I get share it
Yeah.
again if you want. Yeah. You know, like it's just the option.
I don't know if she can see the screen. So
I see.
I could see the screen, but it's a phone, and
so I like that hat.
I would have
the hat won me over, honestly. And
make it bigger or something, and then
That is a dope hat.
I zoomed
That's
it.
a dope hat. Yeah.
But what
Yeah,
is
she's
it? A
got the
play
whole-
or?
Yeah, it's like a kind of a military
That's- yeah, that's-
dominatrix sort of.
There's a game where you live in a village,
Right.
and you're gardening and farming, and it has fantasy aspect. It's called Rune Factory, but you can choose to marry someone and have children with them. Basically, that's what it means to have a waifu. You just get married and this and that. See,
Oh
these
my
are
God, we're getting inception levels of
I'm getting.
simulation here.
I need a translator. I don't really understand
LARPing.
his accent.
Yeah. Well, you
It-
I go blank.
yeah.
You just have
Yeah,
to pay more
That just
attention.
looks like a cartoon to me.
It
Or you
is.
can choose to marry any of them. You can choose to marry any of them. And so it's
You're
just
supposed to use your imagination.
yeah, you can
A
marry.
fantasy
Oh,
within a
this is
fantasy.
like a game
Yeah,
online.
that's what I said. Inception levels of simulation. That was my translation for you, madam.
A simulation in a simulation.
Yes, yeah, that's right. That's what it is. That is what it is.
I just don't know why would I want to do this?
Yeah. You don't have to. It's fine. It's like
I
I'm cool with it. Whatever.
I play the Kingdom one, and sometimes I play the Solitary.
Candy Crush.
I talk to my imaginary
Candy
friends.
Crush.
You know, hey, we all have our thing.
But role playing ones, it's not really my
It's practice.
I
interest.
spent the
It's
last 20
practice.
hours playing through Diablo Immortals.
No, that's old school.
Diablo Immortals?
I used to watch that game, but I started out on Wolfenstein 3D.
What's that
Okay.
game like? Immortals.
It's just Diablo. It's just a reboot. I don't think it's that old. I think it's only a couple of years old. But yeah, Diablo dates way back.
Yeah, I
Old
didn't
school
know
click
the
and point.
Immortals
Just
specifically. So is it just like they just
dungeon
made it for
crawler.
modern systems? They made like an
Yeah.
emulation or something.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's just the Diablo series has continued. They keep rebooting it.
I like to watch games like that, but it's like watching a horror movie for me because like I'm way too anxious to play those kinds of games. But like, give me a racing game, fighting game, something like that, hoverboard,
Okay.
flying game. I'm good at those.
Now, the Immortals have got to be the winners of the game, right?
It's not Highlander.
No, in this storyline, it's just two factions. One side's called the Immortals, and the other side is called the Shadows. Yeah, no, I was just being playful, but yeah, I spent about 20 hours over the last 3 days just gaming out. Rare that I do that, but it's fun sometimes. So I can see Avian Buddha's angle on getting involved with the anime game.
I would love to be able to find some people to play like White Wolf Mage game with. Like that would be dope. Like you can play it online. It's like not live action, but you can kind of.
What's it called?
It's a White Wolf game. They did Vampire the Masquerade like and like werewolf game, but the Mage game is my favorite because it actually sort of like if you look at the source book, it's very close to where we are right now historically. Like there's like some embellishment, maybe a little different. Like they have the technocracy, they have the celestial chorus, different kinds of mages, and they interact with all the other beings and stuff in the universe of White Wolf games. You have a
My
character
son
sheet.
played. He played Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah,
That game.
yeah. That's like
Yeah, I beat Final
exploration.
Fantasy 6, 7, 8, and 10. Yeah, I beat 10 also. I got far in 9. But yeah, I beat most of the Final Fantasy games.
There was 10 of them?
No,
I
there's
did Spyro.
Well, there's like 15 of them and countless
15 now.
spin-offs too. The spin-offs.
Sure.
The only games like that I
Yeah, I think
played were like Spyro and Portal. Like Portal's
Yeah,
not
I
really
beat
like
Portal.
that.
I beat Portal when I was younger.
Yeah.
Man, Spyro, that's an
Yeah, I
old
beat
one.
Spyro too. I beat Spyro 3.
Oh
I played
yeah.
a lot of 2. I played a lot of 2, but I did beat 3. I think it's called Ripto's Revenge or something. And
Yeah,
that's
and I had a Game Boy, so I also played like Super Mario World.
yeah, you can
That's like
emulate a lot of
very
games. You
digital.
can emulate a lot of games for like PS1, N64, and PS2. You know, emulation has gotten better in the past few years.
Yeah, I would do that if
Do
I was
those
gonna play games, but it's just I have like so much art to do. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
they should make some art games so you can create stuff. I know Minecraft sorta, but that I don't really like it.
do they have that 007 still?
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but that's not really my particular taste. But yes, they do.
Or Doom? Doom?
Yeah, Doom
You
is
know,
fine.
you get those
Kind of like
Dooms.
Diablo. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
heard
yeah,
Diablo 2 is the
Diablo.
best. I heard Diablo 2
Did
is the
Final
best.
Fantasy did Final Fantasy start with 6? Because I remember I only played 6 and 7, and it looks like that's when the series
No,
started. Is that right?
there's a lot more than that. There's for
Aware of
Nintendo. There's like 15 of them, main titles.
No, 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 yeah, I know there are, but the research I was looking at, it looked like that maybe that's when it started on the PS2, I would guess.
No, there are older ones. There's like I actually got far in 4 also, but those are older. They're on like Nintendo. They're like on the older.
Oh, Nintendo. Okay.
Yeah, like
That's right.
NES, yeah.
Nice.
How much I remember buying these games for my son. It was like $75, man. You got this either a disc or a cartridge of some sort.
Now the way they do it is you get a Steam subscription and you have to pay a subscription or else you don't own it anymore. It's like
Yeah, you're
stupid.
just renting access. Yeah, it's really stupid.
No,
screw
Steam is
that.
free. Steam is free. You have Steam.
For now.
Oh, okay,
Can
for
I
now.
download it and run it independently on my own system?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess I see your point. But yeah, but you can, it's still free, but yeah, I have good old games and Steam, yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, emulation and other stuff. Technically, I'm not allowed to talk about it too much, though, but yeah.
But like because of like business like non-disclosure agreements or whatever.
No, emulation, you're not allowed to talk about, but you can technically emulate any game. It's piracy and stuff.
Can you
Yeah,
say,
technically piracy.
oh, you're not supposed to talk about it because people don't like it, and you could get it's like kind of sort of don't incriminate yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
there you go.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's why I was confused about. I was like, why aren't you like who says?
So you're a programmer or something?
Yeah.
Of video games?
I have multiple STEM degrees, but we were talking about philosophy before, you came and I got tired, so I just changed the topic. But yeah, we were talking about Taoism and what else were we talking about?
You changed the topic because you're a boss, Avian.
Yeah, I got
Get it
kind
right.
of tired. It's kind of late, and so
Parmenides.
Yeah, Parmenides and Buddhism. We were talking about a lot about Buddhism, Parmenides,
Right.
Taoism, and plasma. We're talking a lot about plasma and stuff, and other things like that and stuff.
Plasmatic.
Yeah, I wrote a review. I have a Goodreads. I have a lot of reviews on it. I used to have a channel, but I deleted my channel because I got drunk. But maybe in the future I will rewatch it.
What? Wait. You got drunk, so you deleted your channel?
Yeah,
you were there, right?
Oh, you know what? I respect you so much for admitting that out
Yeah.
loud and being honest. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I deleted the channel because I got Yep.
Yeah, that'll happen occasionally.
Yeah, ham pacino is good. I mean, it's great. Huh? Ham pacino. I want all of you tonight before you go to bed. Search ham pacino. HAM and then PACHIONO.
Like Al Pacino, but Ham Pacino.
Yeah, ham pacino. And search that up. Yeah, it's gonna.
I have no
I feel
idea
like
what
I
that
feel like
means.
it's gonna be a jump scare or something. What the fuck,
it's
Avian?
good.
Are you evil?
Very good for you. Yeah.
He sounds like a real ham.
Yeah, hamsters are cool. You see, that's kind of what I cannot become a monotheist. Because think about it. I get a hamster, I put him in the cage, I make sure the hamster is fine. I take care of the hamster. I don't, if someone were to break into my house and try to harm the hamster, I would fight them. I would fight to protect my hamster. But you see, we are like hamsters in the cage of God, but God doesn't like us. God is like a
Well,
demiurge.
what if we turn into squirrels instead? Would you accept that? And
Yeah,
maybe we could
squirrels
do
are more
something different.
self-reliant and so that they can thrive on their own. They can be strong. They can fight. And once I saw a squirrel, he was just hissing at everyone who walks past him. The squirrel.
I will take that as a yes. Yes?
You could be an animal. They are our ancestors.
Yes, yeah.
I watched a video earlier of
Oh,
a donkey that they raised in their house, and they like crawls in bed with them at night and has a bottle, and I just like I'm such a girl. Like I was just like, oh my god, that is so sweet. And then I heard and I was like, oh no, that would not fly. I was like, we'd have to tell him, be quiet.
But that is actually a degradation.
Yeah,
If
well, we'd have to start yelling
you
at him
end up
then.
as
Maybe
an
we could just yell at
animal.
him because he was yelling at us. That's what it would be.
You
At
guys
my
in here
house.
degrading animals? What's up with that?
No, he could go live out with the other donkeys if he wanted to. We're not keeping him.
Eehaw, eehaw.
We'll even ease him
No,
into it.
next time.
I didn't do
Next
You
it.
got a
I
time,
donkey
didn't.
living in your
if
living
you
room? What you talking about?
Yeah, there's a kangaroo one
if
too,
you
and they raised a baby.
Talking
The
about
mom died.
practice.
Oh,
Got a
yeah.
kangaroo living in your
And then there
closet?
was a squirrel that had babies, and she let this lady babysit her babies when she would go out and like do her squirrel stuff. And like they're best friends now. It's
You know,
like so
squirrels,
cute. Yeah, I think it's
they're
good whenever
nuts.
people have a animal. I don't trust people that don't like animals. Just don't, because I'm an animal, and why would I trust that? They probably don't trust themselves.
Yeah, well, I think it's good to do a practice every day. I've been doing my zazen more regularly every day, 30 minutes a day of zazen. That's what I do. I don't know what your practices are, but I do 30
Zazen,
minutes.
that's quiet sitting, right? Is that the same as Jingzuo?
Zhu Wang, you know about Zhu
somebody
Wang?
I don't know anything about Buddhism, really. No.
No, I mean, Taoism has a practice
somebody
of Zhu Wang. Zhu Wang is,
Zhu
somebody
Wang.
yeah, Zhu Wang.
tell me what he
Pronunciation might
said.
be off. Tell me about it.
Is that Zen? Something Zen, he said?
Zazen,
I don't
Z-A-Z-E-N.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, Zhu Wang is
Zazen.
allowing everything to slip from the mind, not dwelling on thoughts, allowing them to come and go, simply being at rest. It is important to take a good posture, to still the body and calm the mind. Otherwise, qi disperses, tension wanders, and the natural process is disturbed. Just remain empty and there is no separation from the Tao. Then wisdom will arise and bring forth light. With is the clear chi of the person. Do not think too much
You
about the
spell
degree
it?
of this. Yeah, CUOWANG is sitting in oblivion. Sitting in oblivion.
Zuo Wang. Zuo Wang.
Yeah,
Zuo
well, I
Wang.
agree with you about the part of like disconnecting from thought,
So, and forget, right?
letting it go. I agree with that. And the stillness. That's where I go all the time, is the stillness. And I hold it for a long time until the pesky thoughts try and enter.
Yeah.
So I know what you're talking about. But the rest, I have no familiarity.
Well, what are you
Yeah.
into, huh?
Yeah, maybe Avian, could you give us a little bit of a foundation, like a little bit of a walkthrough on a 30-minute session of Zazen? Like, what would that look like?
basically, I sit in what is called half lotus on the cushion, or I think it's zafu, you know, and there's a zabuton, which is like, it's just a cushion you sit on, and I sit in half lotus, you know. Half lotus means you put your foot on your thigh, the opposite of your
Like
thigh.
what we Indian style sitting in America.
Yeah, yeah. And then you gotta have a vertical
Buddha.
spine. Yes. And then you got to have a vertical spine, and you keep your eyes open, you're facing the wall, and you're just sitting, you know, you're just letting, you know, thoughts come and go without clinging. You're not dwelling on the thoughts. You're allowing them to come and go, simply being at rest. You know, the posture is important. The natural breathing through your nose. You know, there are videos on YouTube. You can just, I don't know, YouTube Zazen or Shikantaza, you know, one of those or whatever. And, you know, basically, you're not blocking anything from the mind. You're not letting your attention wander. You're just facing the wall, and you know, it's shikantaza. It translates to just sitting. You know, it abandons gaining ideas and does not treat awakening as something outside of practice. You're not trying to chase or suppress thoughts, nor make any particular state into the goal. You know that. You know, and it's not, the practice and realization are not two. Therefore, one should not hold enlightenment in mind as something apart from sitting itself. So Zazen is not an intellectual project or a metaphysical position to adopt, but a direct enactment of non-clinging, in which views and narratives arise as mere mind objects and need not be grasped or rejected. So you're not grasping anything, and you're not rejecting anything from your mind. You're just letting things come and go. It's like clouds that obscure the moon. Yeah.
How open are the eyes? Are they fully open or slightly open? Or
they're only slightly open, and they're kind of downward gaze facing the wall and stuff. And your chin is a little bit tucked in. You know, that's a little bit harder to explain. You can you know, do Zazen posture, and there are YouTube videos.
No, I'm curious how it aligns with like Taoist quiet sitting. Are there other articulations like of the skull that you would enunciate?
Yeah, I would say that the cosmic mudra, the hand, you know, you can see in the videos, it's kind of like a circle. Your thumbs are touching each other, and your hands are like in your lap. And, you know, I would say the point is, the most important thing is to breathe through the nose and the diaphragm. You're breathing through your diaphragm and your nose.
And I do breathing and counting. That's what gets rid of the mind. I'm a graduate of that.
You like to do
I have
counting? How far do you count?
Yeah, that's more like vipassana.
Okay, you inhale, you do a 4 count, you exhale slow, hold it for 6 count, inhale, and you repeat.
I think that's closer to vipassana. Yeah.
But then when you reach stillness, after that, you stilled the mind. You have to just be a neutral observer, and you breathe normal, but you still just stay still and be with yourself, and eventually
in the latter
you
part,
feel yourself. But
in the latter part, it has some of
count
that
again.
zazen activity.
You count again as needed. So I don't have to really do that because I have my soul group, and I have the stillness. I no longer
So you're
have need.
alternating between like you're alternating between like an inductive process and then natural rhythmic breathing and observation and stillness, right? And then whenever you need to reinvigorate, you'll do that counting breath again. Is that correct?
As long as the thoughts are not present, not coming, you're in the stillness, and you breathe normally, but they can come back until they don't anymore. You just like run it out. And then just breathe normal when they're not present.
Yeah, I have this good quote from Dogen. Dogen, I'll read it. It's a short quote. To study the Buddha way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. To forget the self is to be actualized by myriad things. When actualized by myriad things, your body and mind, as well as the bodies and minds of others, drop away. No trace of enlightenment remains. And this no trace continues endlessly. So that's from Dogen. That's a quote. That kind of
Dogen.
is
You basically are saying that you become your true self.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
No longer human.
Yeah.
D-O-U-G-E-N or just D-O-G-E-N?
It's D-O-G-E-N. Yeah, he was the founder of the Soto school of Zen in Japan. And he emphasized Zazen as the main focus of practice. Yeah, Dogen.
that's good.
Well, it's correct because I never even read
Sounds like a
any
good guy.
Buddhist stuff. I
No, what
just
would you
went
say is
rogue.
your, like Leslie, what would you say is your melu? Like, how do you acquire your spiritual practices and what vein do you cultivate in? Because it does sound like the foundation of your understanding is somewhat Gnostic. Is that fair to say?
That's what I've been told, although I've never studied any those kind of philosophies at all. I just did it from I don't know. I just knew what to do. Not going in, I just like sat in the position he said, like kind of like that, relaxed, and then I just went into it. Whatever. It's like I was on autopilot going through the whole process. I just seemed to know. It's like
Yeah, we talked
inert
about.
wisdom.
Sorry. Yeah, we talked a lot about this kind of stuff at the beginning of the show, but yeah, it's basically.
But I didn't. I came like only a couple minutes. I came up. I
Yeah, that's fine.
didn't.
But I would say that the awakened mind is signless. It's without signs. It's signless. So like the awareness that is without the non-abiding awareness that is not easy to grasp. The non-grasping, non-clinging awareness that is free flowing. It's not attached. That's best described as signless. So it's beyond all
The
signs.
mind.
Look at my
Avian, would you?
avatar. How can I be signless?
The
Avian, would you say
mind.
that Avian,
The
real quick
mind.
question, if I may,
Yeah.
y'all. Avian, would you say that you leaned more towards the vein of Zen Buddhism than the other styles?
Yeah, I was a Soto Zen Buddhist for a couple of years, but I did not
What
take up
Soto?
my
What is that?
vows.
That's Japanese, right?
Yes, that's Japanese. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know a lot about Japanese Buddhism, like Rinzai and Soto, and the Zen tradition. I know a lot about it and stuff, and how Bodhidharma was the first patriarch. He went to China, and then Hu Ning was the sixth patriarch. It split into the North and South school after Hu Ning, and there's sudden versus gradual enlightenment, stuff like that. And Dogen, he took a trip to China that was dangerous because back then, the oceans, taking a trip on the boat back then in pre-industrial times carried lots of risk. But he went there and then he got Dharma transmission from one teacher forgot the teacher's name and stuff. But he got Dharma transmission.
Dogun. Oh, Da Chun. I see. Yeah, there's a distinction there. The Japanese would be Dogun. The Chinese call him Da Chan. Da Chan. He's the one that sat in front of the Buddhist monastery and focused on a wall for an extended period of time, right? With the
Oh, that
Zazen
was,
method.
yeah, I think that was Bodhidharma. But yeah, the point is there's a the Dharma transmission, mind to mind transmission, and there are patriarchs. There's a lineage of patriarchs, and Dogen, he got Dharma
I
transmission.
always get confused with the names because the way I know their names is through Chinese, and then most Westerners don't pronounce it correctly according to the Chinese. And then the Japanese, when you throw in the Japanese as well, you'll have similarities, but their names won't be exactly the same.
Yeah, the names can be hard to pronounce. Yeah, they can be hard to pronounce. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The mind is not your own. It's a machine. The machine
The
lies.
machine lies.
That's what we're discussing here on the machine lies.
The lies of the machine.
Isn't that cool?
I'm the machine that lies. Right?
And this is, that's where we're doing it. No, you can't show the signs. It's no signs. So I guess I have to leave now.
He's
See you guys
rolling the
later.
credits.
See you guys later.
Is that for you out?
Yeah,
Yeah, even though dots, I would like to say that this sign does qualify as the same thing that you just described that was signless, because it's not just that, because it's like dots and dot 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 is like ellipses, and your ellipses say what's not said.
True facts.
True facts.
Yeah,
And
we
the truth
should
always.
like.
I just turned the T around the right way.
Okay.
And put
Yeah,
a
we
little small
sort of
D.
gotta shut her down.
See you guys later. I love you. Bye.
Down.
Bye.
Blessings. Yeah.
Blessings.
See you, Cypher.
Easy.
Yeah, thanks for joining, madam. Zephyr of Oxford is a dear old friend. Definitely. Frank. Blessings. Right. Avian, thanks for hanging out. Red, obviously. Red's probably gonna stick around, listen to music with you for a little while.
Yeah, thanks for having us. And you, at some point, we gotta plan a little bit of a back and forth between me and Avi and Buddha over Taoism and Buddhism. I think that would be fun. A fun ticket for the show.
A little debate.
Yeah. Yeah,
discussion,
I don't know how big I am on debating. Yeah, like maybe a discussion, like a structured discussion.
Yeah, we should have read like what me and Avian are saying in the Discord, because we're sort of.
I better get in on that. Yeah.
Yeah, getting into world views. So yeah.
Right.
Well, thanks for having me.
Maybe that would. Oh, sorry, Leslie. Go ahead.
Oh, you were talking.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's no worries. Whoever wants to go.
Okay. Thanks for having me up. It's been a pleasure, Frank, Avian, Gangsta. But I need a translator for Avian and Cypher as well. Thanks for the talk.
Zephyr as well. they can get a little confusing sometimes, for sure. But yeah, we're willing to mediate. Definitely, me and Red are, we're sort of like interesting. What do you call them? Whisperers for people of, sort of more arcane conceptions. And yeah, actually, we were speculating that in our Discord we have, so many people who are shadow banned. It's quite a shame. Yeah, it's kind of like
so
a
the
club
angle
of
I'm
people.
thinking, if Avian is amiable to it, or maybe a good, like, because you kind of structured it as a debate, or at least you suggested the idea. I'm thinking maybe a claim of value, or yeah, a claim of value. I think it would be the best way to go. And maybe who's got the better paradigm, the ancient Taoists or the Buddhists? And I think that would be a fun one to argue, as it were, right? Because I would definitely be willing to do that. Who's got the better worldview? I don't know. It's up to everyone involved, of course.
I was not guided by my soul group into studying any of the ancient stuff. You know, the
Well, I'm just talking inside baseball with TML. It's just about something
right,
we
right.
had talked about a few times in the past.
So anything that you guys discuss like that, I'm not gonna really know about it firsthand. That's all. Thanks for having me. See you next time.
For sure. Thank you so much for joining. It's my
Yeah, have a
pleasure,
good
man.
day.
Yeah.
Good day.
You
Yeah.
too.
Have a blessed night. Yeah.
Night, yeah.
So what else, guys?
Yeah. So what do you think about that, Avian?
Yeah, it's good, but I need to read some more. You know, I have read the Shangzu and the Dao De Jing, but I have some more stuff to read. Yeah, but that would
Well,
be
I
interesting.
don't think I wouldn't think that you even need to be versed in any kind of Tao at all. I mean, the way I would go about, because I don't know anything about Buddhism, very, 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 very little, and so I
Right.
would be at a distinct disadvantage.
Yeah, there'd be nowhere to
But
start even, right? Because it's like
well, I'd have to consider the counter argument at least, right? Like I know enough to consider the counter argument, but I couldn't give any foundational quotes or anything from Buddhists per se, because I just haven't shown
right.
that much interest in them. But I would think that you could, Avian, and I could do the opposite end on the Taoist side, and we could start like from a fundamental foundation and then just build up and then, like do it because TML you suggested maybe debate style would be the appropriate format.
Yeah, I think just a discussion would be good. Yeah, I don't know about debate, but yeah, that would be good. Yeah, we can
Well,
talk.
yeah, sure. I think the reason he mentioned debate is because it piques curiosity and interest, right? And it draws views. TML, am I correct in thinking that?
Oh yeah, of course. If you like whip it up to, but yeah, it's all about like everyone's like comfort level as well, because we don't want to whip up a big audience and we don't really know what we're actually getting into, and then it just turns out to be a discussion, right?
Right.
Because there has
Well,
to be a fundamental disagreement. So
right.
Maybe you guys could tease that out. What would be a fundamental disagreement, and then we can debate that. All right. So yeah, that would be a thing.
Well, yeah, that would be my starting point. That my claim of value is that from a Taoist perspective, you could live a longer, more enjoyable life than you could from a Buddhist perspective. That would be my essential argument there.
Well, you want to debate that? That Taoism leads to longevity better than Buddhism, right? That's what you're arguing.
Well, yeah, and you could change it. I'm just making a
No, I
suggestion if you
mean
wanted
that's what you mean.
a different.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can debate that. I guess yes.
All right. Yeah, so that's what I mean. You need like a good prompt or like a question that you guys can go, focus on for a little while, and then come back to debate it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
It could just be tentative at this point, and then I mean, however much time, talent, energy you're willing to sink into it, we could make a proposal for TML, and
sure.
yeah, sounds like good fun to me. I mean, it's something that I would be interested in doing. I think it would be, and not in a spirit of competition at all, Avian. That's because obviously there's no competition. You guys here at the Machine Lies, for the most part, are far more well read in many of these like comparative analysis of these systems than I am, where I've exclusively stuck to just a couple of systems. One might even say niggardly, right? So
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. yeah, I guess I see what your point is. Yeah, let me think though. You know, you practice in a Taoist school, like, are you initiated into the school, or is it
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
something?
I received initiation into a couple of different schools. The first
Uh,
one was, of course, just a martial arts training center, but then later I was a mentor for the Universal Society of the Integral Way, and so I was empowered by the what we call the eternal breath of Tao. That was the name of our shrine in Malibu, as a so-called teacher, right? So I trained people in systems of qigong and kung fu, and then when I came to China, I received initiation at the White Cloud Temple here in Beijing.
oh wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, I was about to receive initiation in my Soto school, but I didn't get it though. I should have done it though. But yeah, I need to take up my vows. I need to take up my vows. But yeah, I need to do that. Yeah.
I like initiations. I think they're useful, but it's like, it's like a college degree. It doesn't really matter, right? Like, I think somehow it's important, at least to the individual practitioner. But on
Yeah.
the grander scale of things, I mean, just being here is the initiation into the cosmos, right?
Well, I do think initiation does matter, but um, yeah, I mean, we could debate some stuff. Yeah. Uh, does your Taoist school have anything like karma, or not really? Like, does it have any concept like karma, or not really? I'm just curious.
Um, Karma is right, like is it pretty much an exclusively Buddhist idea. There's there's similarities through what's called the subtle law or the heavenly way. So there is some comparable terms, and karma is discussed at length by modern commentators, but no, it's not a part of the original canon of Tao.
Yeah, yeah. Have you ever heard of Livia Cohn? Livian Cohn? I don't know if I'm pronouncing her name. Or it's like, you know who I'm talking about? That her name is Livia Cohn, or she
Not
writes.
familiar with go ahead though. With most modern commentators, I'm not going to have much familiarity. Like with the school that I studied with, there was such a vast collection of books that I think just our Shifu alone published, I think, 80 books. And so I didn't really endeavor to go too far beyond that because just because of my own practice. But yeah, there are a lot of modern commentators that are very good. So yeah, no, I haven't heard of her. Her name is Livia Kong, Kang. Is that correct?
It's Kohn, Kohn. Livia Cohn or something. Kohn. Yeah, she writes
Okay.
stuff on Taoism. She has lived in China too, and I bought one of her books, "Sitting in Oblivion," which was about Zhou Wang. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Zhou Wang or Zhou Wang, which we just talked about. Yeah, about that book.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
never heard that term before in Tao. It's called Jingzuo or like Neidan or but I can understand it like Zuo and Wong, like to sit and forget. So yeah, that
yeah.
makes sense. But yeah, there are a lot of different schools of Tao and a lot of modern interpolations. And so sifting through and finding like the more ancient references is important to me. But yeah, that might be a more modern interpolation of it. Or Xiu Yang, Xiu Xian, these types of things. But yeah, I hadn't heard of that one specifically. But I will look it up
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, there's a Wikipedia on it. They say it is classic. Maybe it's like where it's like just a state of deep trance or intense absorption during which no trace of ego identity is felt, and only the underlying cosmic current of the Tao is perceived as real. So, uh,
Would
so
it fit within a category like Daoyin or Qigong or Neidan, or do you know where it's referenced? Like, what's the connection to meditative practice?
yeah, they say it was around 3rd century BC that they mention it. So there is a reference to it in the Shangzu or Zongzi,
Oh,
mentioned.
okay, I see it now. Yeah, it is, and I was correct in predicting it. It is to sit and forget. Philosophical ideas, sitting and forgetting, sitting in oblivion. Okay. Classical source Yan Hui said to Zhuangzi and Kongzi, I've made progress. What do you mean? I have forgotten benevolence and righteousness. What do you mean by I discard the limbs and drive away the perception? Oh, okay. Yeah, so there seems to be a stream connected to it, but I've never heard it.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, that's very close to Zazen, though. I think it's very close to Zazen. And
Where in China did she study? Do you know? Oh, yeah, they're calling it a form of inner alchemy, Dan. So Ne Dan I would be familiar with, but and this is referenced all throughout the language of various texts, like one alchemical text I've studied deeply is the Bai 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 or Bai Pu Zi, which is the 100-character tablet of Liu Dongbing. So even in the first few sentences, it references this, right? Like Jing Zuo Wang Yan, Zhuo, or to sit quietly, forget words, and absorb energy. But yeah. So why do you reference it? Oh, because you said it's similar to Zazen. Is that correct?
yeah, that's why I reference it. It's very similar to Zazen, at least from what I've seen. Yes. It could have been influenced by Buddhist meditation as practiced in the Tiante school. I see it right here. It could have been. The Tiante was one of the biggest East Asian Buddhist schools of Mahayana Buddhism that developed in 6th century China. But I don't know. I see
Yeah.
some precedents.
I do see the reference now. Yeah, that to Zen Shikantaza. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, Shikantaza is
Shikantaza.
It is Zazen. Yeah, it's just sitting. It translates to just sitting. Yeah.
Yeah. So and my main point in doing this would not be to get too mired in the semantics of the thing, like try to use as much English as we can with lesser reference to the obfuscating jargon and get to the heart of the thing, right? Like the veracity of the argumentation itself rather than being like mired down in the semantics or the people even, right? But obviously some reference to them will be important.
Yeah, I see your point. Definitely, yes. I see your point. Yeah. So let me see here. Yeah. So yeah, that's right. That's cool.
Yeah,
So you
anyway,
just
just a suggested idea. And I think that originally TML had suggested the idea, and I was just trying to build on it and think how like both of us could have interest in it. For me personally, like it would spur my interest to research and investigate and look more deeply into Buddhism, which I haven't done. And then at the same time, I guess you've already looked into Tao quite a bit from what my understanding, and so I think it might be a kind of a fun thing.
yeah, it would be fun. Yeah, it would be fun. Yeah, I would have a lot to talk about. One of the biggest sutras in Zen or Chan is the Lankavatara Sutra. There's a lot that could be talked about regarding Lankavatara. Another big one is the Diamond Sutra. Diamond Sutra was pretty big too. And and anything Diamond platform. Heart Sutra is very short and very important too. I think Heart Sutra. Yeah, I would say that Zen and Taoism are very close. I do think Zen is a little bit more cynical regarding the nature of attachments. Maybe I'm not sure. So, like in Zen, I think that it sticks closer to the idea of the Buddha. It sticks closer to Buddhist cosmology a little bit more. Like the whole idea of rebirth into higher or lower realms and such like that. It ties into the habit energies of your attachments, and that ties into the repository consciousness and the habit energies there, and the seeds that are like a potential energy in your repository consciousness can serve as the sprouting of the volitional dispositions of your next life in some sense. You're like dispositions, your next. So that I do think, in a sense, the goal is still ending rebirth. But then they have the bodhisattva ideal, which is about, you know, deferring complete enlightenment to help all sentient beings become enlightened before you achieve complete nirvana or peri-nirvana. So I would say that. So yeah, that is
Yeah,
one people.
I could see why like Zuo Wang would not be inclusive within the practice that I do, because it says that the like somehow the goal of Zuo Wang is to dissolve the self, whereas what we do, Jing Zuo, is to stabilize the self. So they have very, very different underlying purpose and philosophy somehow.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's the difference. Yes, in Buddhism.
And Jingzuo is more related to Tang and Song, whereas Zuo Wang, it seems, is more related to Chan or Zen Buddhism. So that's
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you made me aware of it.
Yeah, yeah, it's interesting.
It says it's relatively a rare practice, whereas
Yeah.
Jingzuo is more accessible.
You think that the self can transcend the material existence and can achieve some degree of permanency? I'm just curious about that. Like,
Yeah, absolutely. That's my fundamental understanding, is that's the entire thing we're doing is refining and purifying and enjoying the creation of the self, and that all of this is essentially sui generis or self so, and that the myriad dust colored realms around us are deeply integrated in that, and that's what we're arising from, and it's what we're headed towards. So yeah, I would say that the process of reincarnation is spiritual evolution, and that the one thing you do retain time and time again is the self. And so to abandon that, to me, seems like spiritual nihilism. But I mean, fundamentally, that's where
yeah,
my understanding is coming from.
maybe we can debate that. You know,
Yeah,
I can
you would
debate
disagree
it
with that,
from.
right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think.
he's a huge guy that's like against like spiritual evolution and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, so we have a foundation that our ideas are somehow at direct loggerheads,
Right.
right?
He's been debating that with one of his friends. It's a Slovenian for a very long time, actually. But some,
Yeah.
you know, something along those lines.
Yeah, so I think it would be a good direction to take it. I think that could be fun and interesting to the people as well, right? Not just ourselves. Obviously, we engage in most of these philosophical conversations because they help us with the self. Yeah, Zhuangzi's fasting of the mind, right? You guys call, I've often heard you refer to him as Shengzu because that's the older Wade Giles transliteration or pinyin romanization of his name.
Right. Right. Yeah. Shang Soul.
Yeah, it's a good one. I like that a lot. And yeah, so maybe I don't know, do we need parameters, do you think? Like, should we somehow limit our scope so that it's approachable to like the average everyday individual? I was thinking somehow we should try to do away with some of the, well, if we use a foreign language term like a purloined foreign language expression, I think that it should include a brief definition at least, right? What do you guys think? Because I know that I often get lost when I hear a lot of new, like Hindu or Japanese terminologies that I'm not familiar with. And so I think that would be similar to Westerners listening to me reference any type of Chinese ideas. Like they might immediately tune out because they're lost by that. There's a barrier, right? There's a learning curve to each discipline.
Yeah, that's why I like to pull up the Wikipedia, show the anglicized version so that they can sort of reference and look on their own, right? And then we reference, a bunch of different texts, and and before I talk about the ideas, I sort of contextualize them,
by talking about other ideas that sort of came before them, or certain biographical information that historians have came across, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I've noticed you do that a lot. And it might be fun, like Avian Buddha, if you're interested at all, like for us to go to develop independently on our own some point by point comparison, right? Like I see that we're getting into Zuo Wang Jing Zuo and then Zazen now. And so like there might be individual aspects that we could also have go head to head, right? Like I would personally take Jing Zuo to Zazen and think that that would be an interesting angle to approach it from.
Can you give me what you're talking about in the private chat, the Jing's wall, or you're saying that?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I think if you reference the wiki, you could just it's JINGZUO. So it's the same zuo. Zuo just means to sit. And the difference is like the one you referenced was zuo wang, to sit and forget. And the one I'm referencing is jing zuo. Jing just means to be quiet. So quiet sitting as opposed to sitting and forgetting. So and the action word is in a different place, right? So with quiet sitting, you have becoming the observer and seeing what's there. Whereas with sitting and forgetting, you have a distinct thing you're up to, right? Like you're the dissolution of the ego and the self and the persona, as it were, right? Like you're somehow dissolving those things. So they would in some aspects they would be antithetical, but in the broader process of Neidan, both might be implemented.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Shangsu and other stuff. So maybe what you're saying is closer to Zazen, sitting quietly. I'm not sure. In Zazen, you're just you're just sitting. You're not trying to attain any special state. You let the thoughts come and go. You don't block them. You just maintain a non-judgmental awareness. It's not clinging to anything. And the more you do that, the more one's true nature or it just become more apparent. It's like clouds that obscure the moon. The chatter in your mind. We sometimes call it monkey mind. You have a monkey mind. There's chatter. It's like clouds obscuring the moon. The more the chatter subsides, the more the clouds part, and then you see the ever shining moon or something. It's like you're not trying to attain any special state or grasp anything, And so there are times where you're just sitting and facing the wall, and your mind is just chattering endlessly. But there are times where it just goes silent. It just goes silent, and that's it. Yeah, it just goes silent. But I don't know if it's like see the main thing is that the skandhas, form, perception, feeling, consciousness, they're considered empty. Emptiness means that none of the aspects of your mind, like form, feeling, perception, consciousness, none of them have intrinsic nature. They all depend on another skandha. They call it skandha. That means the phenomenological aspects of your mind. All of them are empty, and emptiness means that it's not about reification. It's about ending reification and ending hypostatization. Ending the like when you have thoughts, you appropriate your thoughts, and then you self-identify with your thoughts, right? But you don't have to do that. You could just let the thoughts come and go without self-identifying with them, without grasping them or appropriating them. And that's because they're empty. You see, they lack intrinsic nature, they lack an underlying essence. So they just come and go. They're insubstantial in some sense. And that's what Zazen is about. You're just sitting. And
that's definitely different. Yeah, with from the Taoist perspective of Jingzuo and Neidan, all of those things actually do matter. Like the thoughts are energy forms arising and falling, and thus they must be, or they don't have to be, but the process would be to gather them like through a naturalistic process of letting those clouds rain down along the meridians and then regather in the pool at the bottom of the body. And then you're using the breath and spark of the divine to fire those things up again. and have them rise up the microcosmic orbit so that the process is refined over time, right? And therefore, the thoughts would not be empty. They would have energetic value, right? Like with the yin yang symbol, we see that nothing is anything else exclusively, right? So the emptiness of your thoughts would also have the divine spark within them. And then the beingness of all those other things would also have that hollow void within them. So that's an inescapable duality of being born between heaven and earth. And if you cultivate with the Tao, then you're not just sitting and forgetting and realizing who you are, but you're actively engaged in an alchemical process of refining your lower, more primal energies that want to escape the body and then redirecting them up through a process of transmutation into more divine, higher, more deeply condensed, crystallized energies. Yeah, so I think that that's somehow different, right?
Yeah, yeah, that is very different. Yeah, that's like becoming an asura, I think so, or something like. Yeah, I guess I could see if I want to
Yeah,
become an
you're essentially
asura.
you're condensing the shining trapezohedron within the brain, as it were, and invigorating it, giving it a little more pressure, so that it has a little more of a piezoelectric discharge, right? So you're actually utilizing the muscles and the pathways within the body to change the alchemical structure of your internal organs and their operation.
Yeah, and the goal through doing that is to like transmute a kind of subtle body or something into the heavens, basically, that can persist, right? Or something.
Yeah, to transfer your the seat of your consciousness, your person, your persona, your whatever you want to call it, right, into a body that you create through gathering the etheric material that's more resilient. And we're getting a little too into splitting hairs if you say that you create. It's more a process of gathering cosmic energy so that you can birth the something else. And there are varying degrees of this, right? There's the lower bodies of light, and then there's the most guarded secret that we're not supposed to discuss openly among laymen. And I won't reference it here, but yeah, some can endure greater or lesser periods of length in the supersensual realm. So a basic body of light might last 1,000 years beyond death, whereas like a rainbow body of light might last 5,000 or 10,000. But then some of the higher forms, like that, maybe the Gnostics might think of as like archons or egregores that are super powerful cosmic entities, could last 40 or 50,000 years, right? So you're looking for a form of spiritual immortality that's attainable to the individual through a practice.
Yeah, yeah, that is kind of like Hyperborean's views. Actually, that's kind of strange. Yeah, actually, have
Is
you?
it really? Wow.
Yeah, have you talked to
I've
Hyperborean?
only crossed paths with him here on TML maybe two or three times. I think I've heard him speak on the show half a dozen times, and then I think we've actually spoken to each other a couple of times.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap or intersections of his views. Not 100%, but it does have a lot of overlap, as I'm seeing. Yeah, yeah, that is very different from Zazen and Zen. Yeah, and or Chan. Yeah, it's like very different. Yeah, I think they would say that your Buddha nature is already pure. Like you cannot add or take from it. So just awakening to it is sufficient. I think they would argue, or something. And then bringing that to your daily life, that awareness, the awakening of your ever-present, indestructible nature that is unborn and that never truly arises. You know, it's not really a thing. It's not a thing that can be grasped. But yeah, they would say you cannot really like. It doesn't really live or die. Like it's not like that. So it's just awakening to it. So like that's what they would say. But I think you would disagree with that. You would say it's more energetic, that you can like do some alchemical stuff and like transform it or transfer it into like a rainbow body or light body, and they can be somewhat persist for long periods after you're dead. Something that's more like, it is kind of like plasma in some sense. But yeah, I guess that's based on what I read of Robert Temple's book. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, that sounds accurate. I'm not familiar with who. Robert Temple?
Yeah, he wrote a book on plasma called The New Science of Heaven. Twilight and Reddington are big into him. I actually read his book recently, A New Science of Heaven. He argues that the universe is 99% plasma, and plasma is like ether. It's like ether. And we have like two big clouds of plasma beside the moon. They're called Khodorkovsky clouds, or dusty cosmic plasma. They have like little bits of grains of dust in them, and they're like lots of electricity, electromagnetic stuff going on in them, and they're like big brains or something, and they can store lots of information purportedly. And, the sun is actually mostly plasma. If you go down the photosphere, you see big rivers of plasma, big oceans of plasma, and but basically, to make the story short, atoms and matter are just small parts of the universe. Most of the universe is plasma, 99%, and it's like electricity and it's like other stuff. And our bodies may have bioplasma in them, and he claims that when people die, a mist comes out of their mouth or something, which is kind of like that, and the plasma can go back to the universe, it may go into the sun or the moon or the clouds. But yeah, but anyway, the whole universe has like lines that connect them. Like, I forgot what he called the lines. Yeah, the lines that are
Yeah,
like
that's
energetic, and there's like
I'll have to look into that, because that does somehow coincide and jive with like the Taoist perspective of qi, right? And many times Westerners, they'll hear the word qi and they think of they synthesize or correspond it with like single ideas like ki in Japanese and Oregon in the Western language, like Oregon energy. But in qi within the Chinese understanding is more than just that. Like, there are numerous lists of distinctions. There's yen qi, yang qi, yuan qi, wei qi. Like, qi is not jing qi, of course, one of the most important ones. Like, qi isn't a single idea, it's a myriad of ideas. Yeah, so I could see that how the moon's energy being surrounded by yin qi is different than the yang qi of the sun. I mean, absolutely, but this is those ideas definitely either they somehow correspond, or he's somehow referencing that and then explaining it in a way. And so, yeah, I'll have to look into that.
Yeah,
It's
Robert
interesting.
Temple actually went to China. He wrote a book on China too, and the book does talk about qi. Also, I linked my review on the private chat, which you can read. But I would say there's some intersections, but of course there are differences. It's just, but yeah, like
Okay, yeah, I see that. Goodreads.
yeah, Berkland currents. They go from the sun. Like you have solar winds from the sun. The space is not empty. Space is not empty, and it's full of plasma. Like, you have Berkland currents from the sun, which is solar winds, and even the atmosphere of the planet has a magnetosphere, has an ionosphere. All of that's plasma, and so it's, you can read my review if you want to, but the reason why I mentioned that is because because maybe, like, I don't know, immortalizing one's subtle body or the energetic body seems to be more your kind of thing. Like, yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. 2022. Okay, so this is a recent thing. The Robert Temple book, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can also read my review if you want to, TML, because it's good. Just read it when you have time. My Goodreads review, I put it in the private chat. The Goodreads review if you want. Yeah, but not right now because we're kind of tired.
Well, good. Yeah, we've got some things to chew on, definitely. So we
Yeah,
should
look at
we
this
should plan this
motherfucker,
for
bro. Shit looks
some future
fugazi as
date.
fuck. Like, what the
I like the
fuck
neon
is
green.
this? Yo, this shit ain't no motherfucking spacecraft, bro. What the fuck? What is it landing with? What the fuck? It's just like, what?
What
This
is
thing,
even
What's
going
going on with
on with
that?
this
this thing
picture?
ain't taking off to nowhere, bro.
Looks like
What
my air
the?
conditioner.
This shit looks like it's like from an like the first season of Star Trek, like the original series, bro. What the fuck, dude? Hell no, bro. No, that shit ain't going nowhere, bro. I'm calling fake and gay on this high 10 so-called spacecraft. They're calling this a spacecraft, folks. Here, hold on, let's go. Look, scale model of high 10 spacecraft, bro. Like, I don't know what I gotta smoke to get this thing to fly, dude. Look at these things on the side. Like, what? Does this thing shoot lasers out too?
It's like Illumitami. Shoots lasers out its eyes.
Good lord, dude. What the fuck even is that? That's gotta be the dumbest joke they've ever made. Look at this shit. October 1991, the High 10 spacecraft executed a looping halo trajectory around Lunar 4, bro. Come on, bro. This thing's flew around the fucking moon. All
Oh,
right.
it's definitely looping.
Yeah, that's got to be a LARP.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
We got to shut this boy down. Real talk.
Blessings,
get it.
gentlemen. Thanks for having us up.
Yeah,
TML,
peace.
Reddington, Avian Buddha. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, have
All
a
right.
good have a good
Yeah,
night.
we'll get some challenges in here. Yeah, if you guys have any more
I'll
debate
ju-
ideas, let's do it. Dude.
Yeah, I'll jump in the Discord and start coordinating with you guys a little more closer, and we'll try to set like a date or something, right? A
league.
date to skate. Can't
Let's
be
create a
late.
league.
No time to hesitate.
Where you like by raffle, you get fucking hooked up with an opponent, and then I come up with, and then we coordinate a topic like how we just did. I don't know, do something like that. But yeah,
Yeah, it sounds like good magic to me, man. I'm down.
Alrighty. Yeah, blessings, Frank. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, that shit look fake and gay for sure. But I like the colors. It's kind of like green and black, but the green is sort of like a metallic gold tint to it. Looks cool for sure, but it looks definitely don't look like it's flying anywhere.
Looks like something you'd find at the fishing tackle bait shop, right? It's a
Yeah,
lure.
why the fuck is it so cylindrical? What the fuck? Like, what were they thinking? It's terrible. So yeah. All right. Well, this has been enjoyable, folks. Do you guys want to say any closers?
Do not seek the treasure.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. So
The sign said long hair freaky people need not apply.
There's only shadows cast if your light isn't bright enough.
Oh yeah. Take that fucking shadow to the bank.
Yeah, I have a lot to read. Yeah, I have a lot to read, but maybe I'm gonna take a break after I read some more. But yeah, I'm gonna have a lot to read.
Oh yeah. Don't forget to read between the lines. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, good luck, my friend. And of course, yeah, we'll be here to discuss, of course. And if you think anything's pertinent, just bring it up freely, and and we'll sort of riff on it. So yeah.
Did you know about the three-legged crow? Yeah, it's one of my favorite mythological symbols. It was big in China and Japan. The three-legged crow, the symbol of the sun and the guidance. The three-legged crow.
Three-legged crow? No, I know of a three-legged frog and a three-legged cauldron, but I ain't never heard of a three-legged crow.
It used to be big in China. You can look it up. The three-legged crow, it used to be big in China. I think so.
It was big until they ate him, right? Pickled crow's feet.
Yeah, I guess. Here you get about there. It's really cool.
Yeah, we're doing it big. And of course, we will be out here. Obviously, we never got to the translations of the Parmenides. So we'll bring that up on Tuesday. Obviously, we got a lot more music out here. So yeah, so we'll focus on a lot of different concepts. On Tuesday, we will just focus on the Parmenides. We're trying to get that basically move forward from the Parmenides after Tuesday and Wednesday. Right, so we're going to just focus on it for 2 more days, which is actually pretty excessive at this point. Right? I mean, we've drowned people in Heraclitus and Parmenides at this point, right, for over like 20 shows. So yeah, so this is kind of how we do. We don't just like sort of give some give a 30-minute PowerPoint, right, and then the rest of the show is bullshit. No. We give a series of lengthy discussions on the material, right? So if you guys don't know the sort of ins and outs and the main issues and, how to contextualize and what the resources that you can use to arrive at the information, if possible, right? So we provide all of that. Okay. I don't really share information where I don't really do all of that. I like to be thorough, so there's that aspect of things, folks. But yeah, so lots of different topics, but mainly this idea of the father of metaphysics. Is it true? And how does it affect your life? Right, we're all gonna come back and figure this out. But yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. And, yeah, we'll bring forward some more stuff. We did a sort of a lengthy show today and on Wednesday. So go check out the material. Right, we won't be back for 2 days. So, yeah, blessings to all the people. We greatly appreciate your participation.
The proven points, that's motion. Make points for the sake of debate. Strike a match off my boots. Spark up my burning leg. A thought-provoking wordplay. Line me up with the greatest on any given day. Panic. Anarchy at its finest, necromancy. Just necromancy. The proven points, that's motion. Make points for the sake of debate. Strike a match off my boots. Spark up my burning leg. A thought-provoking wordplay. Line me up with the greatest on any given day. Panic when I'm asked how does it feel to have me. Communicate with the dead populace. I predict future tragic events. Vent out my aggression. Never come with fatigued investments. Rumors about the king spread throughout the peasants. I'm a has-been because I have been more than him or him. The planet's too sporadic. I move at a slow pace, comparing and rarely sparing critiques. You're the only civilian within this fleet, acting like an admiral. Admirable though, but animals don't walk like humans, talk like humans, rhyme like humans inside this human. I'm traveling through the ruins, my back turned to the city. The snakes and pigs creating modern milestones out of hatred. I live dining at the last banquet, blaspheming the famous in a room filled with
with herb smoke. Conversating on how hip-hop's like the soaps. Got actors and corny scripts that ring and pitch. In your ears, really a frequency. Passing these women on the streets with no decency. I'm tuned into the 360th degree. I'm tuned into the 360th degree. Cause aggression equals animalism. Panting and dribbling for acknowledgement. But I never stop, you're surrounded by my voice wired fence. This insanity lies self-evident. I'm just necromancing.
Everything meant for good is being used for evil. Everything meant for good is being used for evil. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy, malicious policies, part of the fulfillment of prophecy. Morally corrupted, experiments are conducted. Our impoverished state has been intricately constructed. Gullible people tricked by the ones who shouldn't be trusted. Some were to be the guinea pigs, others would be the puppets. Efforts to twist our brains be done in open plainly. Science and medicine being utilized inhumanely. The people with control of the system, they be the evilists, deceiving us with poison ingredients that they're feeding us. These are just a few of the treatments they put the frequent use. And what they seek to do is remove your power to reproduce. Falsely educated your children, you think you saving them. Nothing was wrong with your baby till you vaccinated him. He's like a war victim in the MMR prison, cause the shots from these vicious frauds gave him autism. No matter what the doctor's speaking, the sickness only deepens. Diseases are needed just to keep profiting from the treatment. Everybody's consuming them, never become immune to them. Straight injecting humans with mercury and aluminum. Harvesting your organs are raw and a savage thing. And feminizing the men with the chemical atrazine. They placing it in the water and soon it becomes apparent. And its mission is to trigger a hormonal imbalance. They use the people just like lab rats and lab monkeys. Self-monitored robotic social media junkies. And keeping everyone in one pool is their intention. Like fools we enlist to be tools of their inventions. So simultaneously they can keep an eye on society, cause people using Facebook and Twitter as open diaries. Autobiographies of debauchery, not knowing that there's someone in their headquarters watching these. And we divulge our whole life situation, no moderation, willingly giving information up with no provocation. Then what's on the TV, you believe every clip. Then from CNN and Fox News, they read you the script. And just because they show you something, still don't guarantee it. Gotta be skeptical to believe it, even when you see it. So many versions of what happened and options to put it. They can manipulate the storyline and doctor the footage. They spying on citizens using unscrupulous means. Meanwhile, we use our smartphones to do the stupidest things. To the point of them destroying us, we seem to be close. And they study your mind based on the things that you post. Mentally engineered self-hatred deep from within. Body implants, plastic surgery, and bleaching your skin. Then we weekly defend acts that place us in the slow grinder. Cause the worthless things that we major in are so minor. Sophisticated killers now conspiring a plot. They skillfully assassinate you without firing a shot. Could be an activist, they hate a politician in office. The murders of them all are marked down as natural causes. Tampering with the forces of nature, they sick and remorseless. Silent executors poisoning the planet's resources. Generations of violations, irreparable damages. Technology misused for military advantages. Television programming that programs who watches it. Hypnotizing us all from intelligence to the opposite. It's mostly done for control and proceed. Genes pumped into animals to double their growth speed. The invention of spy drones that see in your place. Plus cameras and satellites that can spot you from space. Facial recognition devices, RFID chips. Anything used for evil, Satan's world is equipped. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy.
Hold on, I gotta switch the hard drive here. Yeah, thank you guys all for watching. Blessings.
time that you don't get what you want, remember, boys don't cry. Don't wait for someone to steal your last cupcake, cause boys don't cry. Don't wait for someone to steal your last cupcake, cause boys don't cry. If there's a time that you don't get what you want, remember, boys don't cry. Boys don't cry. When trouble comes up and rears its ugly head, know that boys don't cry. I would be back with you if I thought that you would change your mind. Change your mind, change your mind, change your mind, change your mind. But I just keep on laughing, hiding the tears in my eyes. In my eyes, in my eyes, in my eyes, in my eyes. I would be back with you if I thought that you would change your mind, change your mind, change your mind. But I just keep on laughing, hiding the tears in my eyes, in my eyes, in my eyes, in my eyes, in my eyes. If you love something and you lost your love, remember, boys don't cry. 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 If you love something and you lost your love, remember, boys don't cry. Boys don't cry. Remember, boys don't cry. Boys don't cry, and toys won't try to poison my livelihood. When you fell from up on high, I gazed at you and damn near died. But the most important thing to me, no matter what I did, was not to cry. Don't wait for someone to steal your last cupcake, cause boys don't cry. Boys don't cry. If there's a time that you don't get what you want, remember, boys don't cry. Boys don't cry. Boys don't cry. If I thought that you would change your mind, your mind, your mind, your mind, your mind, I would be back with you if I thought that you would change your mind. Your mind, your mind. But the most important thing to me, no matter what I did, was not to cry, not to cry, not to cry, not to cry. When you fell from up on high, I gazed at you and damn near died, damn near died, damn near died. If you love something and you lost your love, remember, boys don't.
Who fucks with ad-libs? I don't know. Me.
Hey yo, I send it to all of my corporate corpses, trying to abort the thoughts and coming out wildin'. Dumbing out time to off the office, I was surely sorta twisted. Worked out a TV studio and audio assistant. Easy, do my duty, though at times was in a mean mood. How'd I gotta be cool? I was on the brink of fiends droop, living at the green room. Made a brother the same color but beyond neon, pushing me to pee on, barking the dreams to be gone. Tending to the talent and many they haven't, and he was especially a challenge when he be like, God damn it, can he hear his vocal? As he cuffing it, how my mic sound. Thinking on the low is perfect when he put the mic down. Clown stand steady, grilling, wanting subservience. Sound man burying, thinking I fucking murder them and steaming as I'm watching through. Leaving on some high pursuit, gotta win. As these cats be modeling what not to do.
Six in the morning and the walls close in. High noon calls and the walls on him. Kings at the ready, now the walls won't win. Storms on the harbor like a harbinger of gore. Right? Gore's my harbinger, part of the art of war. Right? Get your doors darkened by the house of card carpenters who never thought a slave could be a Spartacus and more. Pencil sharpener with a resume for the carnivores who take important conference calls and corner office walls. Still a buck is a buck and he punched numbers. 5 punch, just say no to company functions. And he ducked into the dungeons. Nothing says kill it like a day of fetching paper clips and staplers for the privileged. 2 lives, one is yours for whores. One is where I wanna be when you begin regretting yours. And I poured in with a large coffee tardy every morning to a man who took authority beyond what it was for. How you gonna pay the rent? Day job 3. Make rap records, matter of fact, thanks. In the morning and the walls close in. High noon calls and the walls on him. Kings if they're ready, now the walls won't win.
In a hospital gown, down from being tied down to recreation. Swinging and paddling, mental patience. Raping the competition, the smothered in pain and sin. So we pound you out in table tennis like Wang and Kim. 2 strains within, just to stop the minute. Interaction, sleeping, bugs documented. He's lingering insane pain, dinner in his vein. Colors blown out around the doctor's finger in his brain. With a needle and able to beat him in a fetal position. He crafted a path to escape his condition. Would cling to the white walls of psych halls in his mind. Soon led the words he could speak to the world in time. But not before more injections strapped to the bed. To the psychotropics to cause to the rap in his head. When his wrist released, he wrote tunics to Snoop through day of release. Said depart from me, I never knew you.
In the morning and the walls close in. High noon calls and the walls on him. Kings at the ready, now the walls won't win.
I move through the third world, my third eye's the God of light. Invite the fight, we all die tonight. The life I live, the 25 to life bid. Parole we nig, I stroll a globe fugitive. Cream is short, T-Cypher, power stalk, plus the fiend talk. 3 G's the course to Supreme Court. White lies and blackmail land me back in jail. Railroad for sale, stolen gold, but it failed. Stranded on the front line, I shine through the dumb and blind. Here comes time, I take back what was once mine. Crunch time in the first quarter, from the worst slaughter. Devil's poison in the birth water. The earth daughter rests ahead of my chest. Through the struggle, we caught her on the half moon crest. While the press plan fear and exploit the gun blasting. Central broadcasting the shackling, nerves are unfastened. Trapped in deep water gasping. I clash with the titans for my half on the ass. I produces careers, the weak spot was the air. Scorpion dart, sister mark, pierced the heart with silver spears. You're bewildered, my unsaturated, low filtered. Double still quilted, show them living built tilted. Proceeds upon the actors, the body has a tactic. Lactic acid, death to try cactus practice. You can never match this invincible. Tank indispensable, one nation under God. Indivisible with liberty and justice. The mic is in my clutches. Ducks who bring buckets, leaving crutches. Unforgivable snakes face the double-edged sword starts to swivel. Decapitates the head, makes the projects more livable. Interchangeable, caution flammable. My chamber at 99 plus 1 unnameable. Angle and strangle. Microphone cord starts to dangle. Calling as the gases that pass throughout your anal. You creep through your doors. Sweep out like spread through the pores. Destroy your internal organs with the biological warfare. First of all, before we move on, this shit is like a Yukon dog. Spread it out like great Yukon sturgeon. Merging in the suburbs. Using this just like an adverb. Action word flowing like the blackbird car. Came in aiming like Terry Bradshaw. He hit the crash bar. Stay relaxed, guard. This shit is smash bar. You handle this just like algebra. UFO spot, I'm like Gallagher. Pulling like bulletproof accurate. You so fly, yeah, right. You wanna get me how you Bobby. You hear how I'm shooting it like that blue top snow. You won't play me like a lady. Pay me 3 8 spit it at you like a baby. Final destination, hey.
War's extremely serious and it saddens me to have to take the deadly measures to have the measures shot for no pay. It's assassination day. I stalk my enemy like prey. Trained by the sexual sounds that deceives and lures MCs to the layer with a mic like baked in the waist to be bitten
victim to proceed forward. Ignorance wouldn't allow retreat. You rather pursue death than admit defeat. Now who's best to describe for what I specialize in? Murderous rhyming, constantly entwining. My mind spits with an enormous kickback. Your brain then absorbs the impact. The slowly called up from the crowd, the feedback. It's assassination.
Wisdom no gain, yet gain must end. All men will be one, for there lies true peace and happiness too. It is invisible and inaudible and quite infinite. Can you all hear the sound?
Take you through the secrets of the J chamber, lying northward in the manger. And my fist of the bishop clenched in my right fist, left wrist twisted, text calligraphic, recording sacred manuscripts of Mount Kong tongue meeting and reciting the ren of a Reiki healing symbol, the jewel of the Nile. Kapow Lao Tzu decided to scribe 5,000 characters out take ching, interpreting with an unrepressed third eye. Revitalize my chi through the dive sex, wisdom, ejaculation, produce activation of the chakra system. Straining and striving, that's counterproductive meditation. Hit up the situation with Choku-ray. Say hey key, the first degree of the healing symbols of the submental.
Behold the masses of change as I descend into the 36 hexagrams of the I Ching. Within a state of meditation, Taoist monks that speaks the wisdom from the Lao Tzu and opens up the book of the Tao Te Ching. I connect the three pillars of Zen, the incarnation of the immortal guru who stretches his chakra, breathes in the prana. I then possess the immortality of the Avatara. I recite the Golden Sutra, born in the holy city of Lhasa. The spirits of the Himalaya reside within the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Analects of Confucius. I unfold the ancient teachings of Shang Tzu, swinging the seven-bladed sword of Hoshin, descendant of the Shang dynasty. The studies of the art of war with Sun Tzu, from the gates of Shaolin to the sacred temples of Hong Kong, to the great walls of China, to the deserts of Mongolia.
Teacher, the Buddha tells us that in the great infinity beyond all the nothings is the emptiness of the eternal five. Sight, sound, smell, feel. The five flavors dull all the taste. The five tones deafen every ear. The five colors, they all blind the eye. But they do not pass, they are all eternal. All things come to us.
I'm on Sin, Hotep, Ray, now Cypher. Grip from the lion's paw, eagle claw, bangle tooth tiger. Scribe to the script writer, the four pitch fighter. Tuning eight out the sea, Messiah saved. The first resurrected from the grave, after the image and the likeness of what God made. Now good, El Wahud, Mir Aswad. Pyramid upward, kaput, spit 16 bars without. With the vividest look, deliverance took. Tai Chi, the all-seeing eye read. Magnificent force, shine brighter than the light from the torch. The benevolent, intelligent source with a magnetic force to stay suspended while the planet revolves, creating dark with a melanin spark on the periodic element chart.
I wear the iron shirt of Qigong, so retreat or be stung by the gentle palm prick. Leave your spinal with no feeling, the mental conflict. Discipline provides healing, the aspirants are kneeling in the temple of the relic. The monks tone enveloped, the heathen and the zealot turn to the middle path. Perhaps they could go and tell it, embellish the footsteps of Siddhartha. Develop the word so the punch could hit harder as times get darker. The visionary is sent to spark a vision of nirvana. Jesus wasn't the only one born with the Virgin Mama. The Buddha was born from the side of Queen Maya, and both warned against the ways of physical desire. Urge you to acquire the knowledge which leads to the divine smile, which can be found at Anchor in the Amazon and Nile.
pressure. Alien drug tester, conquer the oppressor. Chester, his daughter, filling with nigga scripture, drowning in Farrakhan while daddy hail Hitler. Infect your mental state like pig. God hunting for prey, make bald heads grow back wigs. Blast my chest cavity, I won't die, cause I'm heartless. My spirit haunts your third eye. Get lifted to my place in heaven. Reverend selling crack initiates his body swelling. Master the dark side to combat unrighteous. Keep the pace until life ignites. Underground headquarters for torches for black that still act like monkeys on porches. You can die if you fuck with the true man's fortress, living in the sun as it scorches.
I hear the ghetto pass, blast shells ring like bells. The almighty buck reigns supreme. Hear it yell and duck. Oh shit, you're stuck. Black bags and trucks, that's blood and guts. With a black cloak, the Reaper greets 24/7 days a week. Plasma paved streets. Straight up pecking and glocking. 90 and 45 end up in the missile and shoot. Taking loot and boots. Now I need a heater. People are meaner. Plus my pockets are getting greener from wrecking cables. Try to whoop me in the drive-thru. People if you cock the hammer and go through you. Not to mention the witches, Babylon bitches, Lucifer snitches. Wicked cops watch and raid the spot. Kill the trick, dump her in the ditch. Take cash and don't help the government pays for redistribution. Now tell me TA to the mo who be on that evil shit. Street sweeps for evil fleets, bringing the wicked massive grief. Metamo.
Annihilate the fake, blow up your fucking Stargate with no ways to translate or transmit information, stolen equations, manipulated mind masturbations. Inspired to connect wires, starting countdowns on bombs, crippling empires. Built up Vietnam hostility makes up my body chemistry. Intense misery, grenade burst, strike the entire earth when dispersed. Anticipate rebirth, go back to the essence. Rest a second, born with blessings, more equipped for life's lessons. My phone might be tapped, hold off on the kidnap. On that kid who frontin' black. Split up, I'll be in touch when shit simmers. Angel with the axe, make sure demons remember.
Bullet written skull, caps, coats, and jeans. Pray for a grave when the lead blaze. Stranger danger strays, shots from alleyways. Pace to be vested, walking through hell. Smelling death on the brother's breath. As he steps closer, scoping my goods. It's do or die. He said, break your blow, was my reply. Before he finished, lead was in him. Scooped his missile, met a Casper. They hit, swift, brutal, and traceless. No remorse, no regret, fuck him. Coming for me and mine, satanic ass swine. Sent you to me, Jamaica, Lucifer. Wall streets like an intellectual savage. Cities filled with mayhem and malice. So I'm off to kill a callous. Whether rocket the cable or stolen the avenue. Voodoo child's equipped for the evil that men do. It's a boo when fucking with rubber curses and hex makes you suffer 10 levels of torture. Angels holding heat, seeking the thought of the beast. Street sweeps for evil fleets. Bringing the wicked man some grief. Yo, fuck to all the wicked. No rest. 7-6. Yeah, take them down. Are you ready for Illuminati? I hope they're ready for war. Stomach the gore, settle the score. Quit rhyme.
Rage Against the Machine type shit.
Dweller of the rock, lockjaw for props. Warning the fakes who contemplate testing God's fate. Snake slaying prophets, promise protection. Disciples carry rifles, now cipher direction. Truth reveal, my force field and shield. The best defense against the wickedness in the abyss. I know they sick of me. Axe hacks trickery like hickory remedy. G.O.D. ministry till infinity. Competition on mission superstition. Remember we, the illest of the ill rendition. Beats from beneath, speech gothic bleach. Techniques I freak, rock break beats to sleep. Carnivore lockjaw, 6 grip like pits. 46 blitz, 4 fits with woods lit. Watch where you walk in parks after dark. Hawks and gun sparks, your shark bait for sharks.
Yo,
Got more max and while I sell them off for coming off like metal. Rap, hammer slamming your stamina, rubber wall banger, titanium padded pipe script status. It's steel apparatus, relay callous thoughts. Gibraltar hard, squad savage, got him strapped like buckled vest. Format jackets, my grip's fatal. El Magneto, dropping voltage and watch. Grid lock your spot. Chrome clad soldier, armor plated, leaving seas in dead bronze societies. Lords of iron prevail when wielded steel. Under spotlights, my adamantium claws make a crew pause before they leap. Those who lunge get scrapped, unpackaged and packaged on range. I'm granny camped. Demolition team vamps, lumber sacks, expose that roll, metals liquid metal. I cut down and take niggas cargo. Profound and prolific, you think you trifle, but the gargoyle seen more hell, and I smell your foul stench. Henceforth the carnivore, coming raw with lockjaw, like I'm down like convicts. Triple steel patty crew, shackled and chained, metal swinging the crane. Like I'm down like convicts. Triple steel patty crew, shackled and chained, metal swinging the crane.
Now more than ever, gotta come equipped to sever rappers like confetti and stack the cheddar. To the letter, it's hot, like warm weather and war sweaters. Predator, rhyme sketcher, Picasso, while lines type unique, like bad bitches waiting between sheets. Prior to blowing amps in front of sold out seats, communicate like Ameritech. America, the setting for bomb threats, next direct prospect. Living in all kinds of highs, every day seems televised. Sector 5, alternated thoughts, utilize defense system style that decode, download, tenfold rap, the shadow modes, Teflon, the dress code, the plot, got think of the scene worsen. Now suburban niggas is hurting, blue collar my dick, it's about rich rocks for my bitch, a kennel of pits, guns and wigs, player it's major, living is stranger, rubber flavor important like keeping you fucking safer, bustin' is fly, like clear jets, I'm a wet, bounty hunter nigga like Boba Fett, on disc and cassette, straight from city blocks, mafia cops, happier plots, with frequent stops, stress got me unimpressed, with baby steps, take a pick, major moves to lose in the game, on the bus, back to your city for coming up short, escort, my rhyme to the set with the beat, with TNA, nigga, I begin to freak it, porno fashion, rap dildos, leather and thrashing, teeth gnashing, rappers turn bitch, cause I show no passion. I hope they ready for war, stomach the gore, settle the score with rhyme galore. I hope they ready for war, stomach the gore, settle the score with rhyme galore.
Carnivore lockjaw, 6 grip like pits. 46 blitz, blow fits with woods lit. Watch where you walk in parks after dark. Hawks and gun sparks, your shark bait for sharks.
Like I'm down like convicts. Triple steel panic crew, shackled and chained, man is swinging the crane. Like I'm down like convicts. Triple steel panic crew, shackled and chained, man is swinging the crane. I hope they ready for war, stomach the gore, settle the score with rhyme galore. I hope they ready for war, stomach the gore, settle the score with rhyme galore.
Yeah. I don't know why y'all scared now, this ain't a new game. Chris just been raping children over in Ukraine. I don't indulge in small talk, it's only true pain. I don't devote to playing I fuck with Hussein. Acid is falling from the sky, fucking new rain. This is a flammable liquefied gas butane. Muggs gave me audio, heroin hit the blue vein. I ain't even Vinny no more, evil my new name. I'm like Elijah Muhammad, carrying thoughts of fraud. Laws of nature, mathematical thoughts of God. I'm taking everything, letting you faggot off the star. War criminals are becoming the arbiters of law. And y'all are fouler than swallowing pork. Real talk, free speech under foreign assault. And y'all are burying your head in the dark. The heavy metal king, hold big shit, hit your head with the law.
This shit is the Jedi minds. It's war with the metaphor. You ain't seen a storm before. You and Pop, get the fuck out of the underground floor. It's over, homie, you ain't got no love anymore. Do it, the cycle realms. This war's gonna end all. You ain't seen a storm before. I ain't taking this shit no more. We approach with a white skull when we assassinating yo.
I'm the father of anything that's been done before. I was sparring with you, I ain't even begun the war. I like darkness, I don't know what the sun is for. Y'all have small hammers, y'all must be the son of Thor. Don't need hands, telepathically the gun will draw. That's the reason that you motherfuckers is running for. I saw the angel Gabriel, y'all who he coming for. Y'all occupy the same hell when I confronted y'all. I can ascend without any physical death. I can repent without any physical breath. To me it's not a discussion, it's invisible chess. And if the vodka not rushing, it ain't hitting the chest. I can talk about drugs, gun, dead in your shit. I can talk about the Torah and dimensional shifts. The power of the Almighty is what's sent through my lips. The power of the Almighty when the sentinel slips.
The Jedi minds, it's war with the metaphor. You ain't seen a storm before. You went back, get the fuck out of the underground floor. It's over, homie, you ain't got no love anymore. Do it, the cycle realms. This war's gonna end all. You ain't seen a storm before. I ain't taking this shit no more. We approach with a white skull when we assassinate yo.
I'm the complete rapper, the seventh son of the Beastmaster. My heart is bigger than anyone and it beats faster. I'm a fucking king, getting better with each chapter. Kiss the fucking ring, you better retreat, bastard. A sucker MC like the Dig MC classic. I'm not a fucking star yet, but the seed planted. Energy of Godhead, Vinny P. Tantric. I'm capable of levitating and speak Sanskrit. Yeah, and that's all part of the perfect machine. Part of perfect precision, part of the perfect regime. Part of purpose and the part of the work of my dean. Perform wudu, makes a lot now the surface is clean. Everything meticulous, Vinny work is pristine. Fuck with me, you'll take a trip under earth with your queen. I give a fuck about a critic, I'm searching for cream. My shit is filled with hollow tips so it bursts in your sleeve.
The Jedi minds, it's war with the metaphor. You ain't seen a storm before. You went pop, get the fuck out of the underground floor. It's over, homie, you ain't got no love anymore. Do it, the cycle realms. This war's gonna end all. You ain't seen a storm before. I ain't taking this shit no more. We approach with a white skull when we assassinate yo.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
if
it's
you
like,
if you go back to the original texts and shit, there's like,
yeah, but
That's
here's
right.
the thing is like if you go through history, right, you can't just go through a text and apply it to a bunch of people. So this is the thing is like, you know,
I'm meaning there's been lots of religions that basically say kill anyone who
right,
above you.
right. Now is there a bunch of people, you know, religious people?
I'm not saying they're all doing it. I don't see it on a daily basis.
No,
I
but
watch
here's the thing: it's not religions that are in charge. So it's stupid to say like religions are causing people to kill people.
The religious ideals behind it through history.
Yeah, but that's not what's causing people to kill people. It's politics mostly, and it's because people are poor and shit.
But they use religion to rally everyone behind their politics.
Right, that's different. That's a whole different thing. But it's
But
the
they
main
use the religion to do it. They say it's a religious thing when really, like, the people behind it, they know
right,
it's just politics.
right, and you could use the same religion, right, and you could use the same religion to justify. Right, but you could use the same religion to justify thousands of things, and B, it's not in charge. So it's inconsequential to what the goal is. The end goal is political.
Catholicism did it as well. That's what I mean. I'm not getting at your
No,
religion.
no, it's not. It's not about Catholicism or Islam. The thing is that Catholics and Muslims are not in charge. It's not the religions that are going around killing people. You know, by and large, you know, like that's part of an ideological, historical thing, right? Like Catholics and Muslims, they also housed a bunch of people too, like of different religions and stuff. If they went around killing everybody that wasn't their religion, then you know, like there'd be a lot less people in the world.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's constantly an ongoing.
No, it's just a constant bashing of religion when science has the true power in the world, and like that's what I detest. It's science, it's scientists, atheists. They're in charge.
The worship of science is just another religion as well.
Yeah, but you don't include that when you say the religions call for violence. That's the problem. Right? You don't say.
And if we want to be realistic,
A lot of the deaths here in the last 100 years hasn't really been because of religion. It's been like of major world wars or semi-small wars. So not all of it's been about religion.
Right.
Medical malpractice.
Well, it's been about establishing a technological like a state. Right? Like that's what fascism and communism are about. You know, they're and also capitalism, right? Hyper capitalism, right? Fascism, they're about the state taking control of technology. Like that's what it's all about, right? So that's the objective factor of power. It has nothing to do with religion. Religions are used to coax people into ideological prisms that don't function, based on those religious understandings. But on the whole, are people going around killing people because some religion told them to say so? No, that's not what's going on.
I think there are some idiots doing it at the moment.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Like for example, like Israel.
DK. There's always been extremists. There's far a few, but I can tell you from a majority of Muslims I've met, 1%. They don't want to go and strap a bomb on their chest and go say Allah Akbar. You know, they don't do it.
Or Catholics are not killing Jews and saying they're going to like take over the world, right? Like they're not doing that. They used to be doing some of that, right? But they're not doing that today, right? So this is the point.
That's when it shifted to like Judeo-Christianity.
Yeah, let me say one thing though. I actually let me say two
rather
things.
Than being Christian. Yep, go. Sorry, man.
Okay, I say two things. First is that the growing technological industrial complexity is the biggest problem. You know, I would agree with that because we're living in ways we never before. We're decoupled from food production. We're dealing with unsustainable overcrowding issues. That's the first issue. The second thing I want to say is Israel is not secular. I don't see how they're secular. They're actually genocidal, and they're very they're like freaking like ethno-nationalists.
But it's like we just said, before we said the Jews and the Arabs and the Russians and the fucking the Americans, they're all fucking working together.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
So it's like, who's to blame for that? They definitely don't have religious differences. So who the fuck are we kidding?
Yeah, it's just like Hitman says, how can all these people claim to hate so much each other religiously or culturally in real life, but they're okay with getting together and making games about killing each other? I mean, make it make sense.
But let me just say this though. If we just hypothetically speaking, if the Jays were to disappear, vanish, I think that would be better for everyone. I mean, really, because they're causing too much problems. Like the Ashkenazi, and I'm just speaking, hypothetically and honestly. I'm not condoning violence, but the Jays are really disproportionately involved in too much. I mean, when you see them backing Mao and you see them involved in Bolshevism and you see them, manipulating everything, it's like you see a Jay everywhere.
Well, when you're good with shekels, you learn how to move them.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So I say they're like a very big problem, the Ashkenazi. So, not the Anglos, the Ashkenazi. So yeah, and the third problem I would say is lack of transparency. You have to dig very deep to try to find the truth nowadays. I mean, like you keep hiding shit everywhere. Like really, like where's the transparency? I mean, like you know what I'm saying? Like that's a big problem. Like you have to dig. You have to dig deep to try to find the truth. And
I can tell you, it's called no such thing.
Well, I do think there is a truth that we're dealing with a lot of shit that we've never dealt with before. I can tell you that's definitely true. Like that I know for sure. I mean that this is unprecedented shit. I mean this is like
the thing is like now we've got to deal with AI and everything as well. I mean, is that the next religion? Is that going to be the one world religion? Worship AI?
Yeah, just new problems keep popping up. I mean, actually, they're like literally fusing biology with machines now and other crap like that.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's messed up as like really.
Yeah, it's like H.R. Geiger painting. You ever look at H.R. Geiger's paintings?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
One of my exes had one of his.
That's for you, Flo. Look, I am the patriarchy in this
I was just saying that must have been it right there.
Oh, that was too much.
No,
You can have
bro.
that money back.
I want to grift on the grift here. Let's give Sarah 5 minutes, since it only took literally 2 seconds for me to get $100 to Flo, whether it was you using your people or not. I still got him the $100 real quick, within seconds almost. So I'm gonna give you 5 minutes, and let's get Flo another $100 so Sarah could come back. Even if you have to bust out your own super chat, Sarah, let's get $100 out, and let's get. You got 5 minutes. Me,
Well, I
took
mean,
about a few
hold on.
minutes. You got $100.
I set a goal for 45 minutes. I gave.
Oh, that's giving her time. Should we set it to 150 then dollars?
No.
Okay. Well, then
I mean,
my grift on a grift.
I mean, look.
I'm trying. Here.
Like literally fusing biology with machines now and other crap like that, you know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's messed up as. Like, really.
Yeah. It's like H.R. Geiger painting. You ever look at H.R. Geiger's paintings?
Yeah,
H.R.
I
Geiger.
have. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my exes had one of his pictures on the wall.
That's right. We love penis Morse.
Huh?
And they do already, and they have massive followings, millions and millions of young men. I know, when I interview Tate, the number of young men who just come up to me in the street to ask about it is off the charts, more than almost any other guest I ever have. So we can either pretend this phenomenon isn't happening, and Fuentes is a phenomenon, whether people like it or not. And I don't hate everything about him. There were elements of that interview where it was a genuinely quite interesting conversation. But there were elements which, either because he wanted to be performative and shocking and attention-seeking, whatever it may be, or because he really believes it, where I felt we saw a pretty dark underbelly of some of his beliefs. You know, I mean, just when somebody just says, I am a racist, and then explains, yeah, well, let me play the clip first, then come to you. You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's
he's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. I'm sure you guys want to comment on that. But yeah, I'm gonna go walk outside for a second. Give me a second. Blessings.
I mean, I guess I can say he's not wrong. I mean, not speaking from personal experience, but it does seem like a majority of people are racist, even those who claim they aren't. I mean, even someone like me, I mean, I've had problems with races here and there, but I mean, I can tell you I've had problems with my own race as much as I have any others. So,
yeah. Let me tell you this. I have this. I shouldn't really tell you this because this is personal life details, but I will not tell you his name. I have this friend. You know, he's very smart, but he's kind of messed up. You know, I won't tell you his name. He lives in rural Arkansas, and you know, he was in a relationship with a transsexual Jew. You believe that? Yeah.
That's saucy. Spin that dreidel.
Yeah, like what the hell? Yeah, and you know that transsexual Jew he was in a relationship with. I'm gonna say he because you know a man cannot become a woman. You know, right. Yeah, I'm not done yet. He kept saying genocidal stuff about white people. Like he kept saying, "Oh, I want to kill them whitey," or the whiteys are putting the black people down. Stuff like that, like so genocidal crap. Like it's crazy. I'm like, why are you bartering with this transsexual Jew? Man, can't you just like grow up or like not do that?
No, Avian, I have assumed that a majority of people who exist don't have the mental capacity to like most people aren't real people. And I don't mean that like they're demons. I mean, just like there's something naturally wrong with a majority of people.
Yeah, maybe. But, you know, my friend, though, he's pretty smart, you know, but, you know, like, it's just he is weird. Yeah, like that's all I will say. He's weird, you know, but I still have like honorable friendship with him. You know, I mean, it's not really something. You know, I can be friends with someone and not approve of what they do or like think what they're doing is weird.
As long as they send you a list.
Yes, yes, you have to send me the list. You know, you have to send the list. That's one thing about me that I'm serious about, the list. You know what I mean? Yeah, we don't have to talk about that here, you know what I mean? But, you know, everyone has something that's important to them. You know, the list is important to me in that regard. Yes. He did send me the list, yes. And I have read a lot of stuff he's given and movies he's suggested, stuff like that. But yeah, anyway, that's the thing I just wanted to say. Yeah.
Matt. So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Here's a simple question.
Everyone but the Orientals.
Grapes. What do you do?
Well, everybody's a little bit racist.
I mean, I thought it was an interesting contradiction there, which he was probably calculating in real time, that having got so exercised about the idea that his father was racist, he then said everyone's racist and there's nothing wrong with it, effectively. But putting that to one side, Warren.
It's also like kind of like saying I'm not. You know, it's a unique sort of cop out. You're not actually admitting that
you. Virtue signal.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it seemed like it's like he needed it out, so it's like, yeah, well, everybody is. Well, if everyone is, then no one is. You see what I mean? Like, it's kind of weird.
Yeah. So honestly, I just went and grabbed a beer, but as I was walking down the stairs, sorry to go back a little bit, but you were mentioning about how like someone was mentioning about how people aren't real people anymore. And I think I said this on your show, TML. It's like because most people lack that internal monologue. And I think someone else mentioned that, yeah, they can't even form mental pictures. So they're basically just walking around in a state of no conscience, no idea, just like one train thought, you know, one track thought sort of thing. Just whatever they've been programmed to do.
Well, and not just that, but just like the lack of self-control, like how easy it is to get someone to go out there, like, you know, and riot when George Floyd dies compared to someone like me who's like, you know, I would never participate in a riot because I know it's fruitless, just like standing out there in the street with a sign saying, you know, save the children. So, you know, I'm just saying that.
I go out and record at protests. The last one I went to was about, what was it, gene tech, like genetically modifying the food and stuff. That was only about 3-4 weeks ago. That's actually on my YouTube channel. Yeah, I'm saying
add a billion other things into that. You know, how many people really do have mental health issues? How many people are doing drugs? How many people are influenced by something else other than an ideology or, you know, something on the television?
About that. And I'm going to tell you that. And it's about my friend again. See, a lot of problems stem from issues with the mother or father. You know, I mean, that's definitely true. And he had serious issues with his dad. You know, his dad was abusive. He would beat him, take out his belt and beat him, including his mother too. And they got divorced and stuff. And, you know, stuff like that really mess you up psychologically. And that's why my friend got messed up. I was actually in a more stable family, you know what I mean? So I'm not as messed up, you know what I mean? So, you know, both my mom and dad are honorable, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, even something as far as that, Ted Bundy claimed that his parents were like the perfect Christian home, and you know he still grew up to be, you know, what he grew up to be. So I mean, it comes down to that, like you can have the most perfect upbringing, and still turn out to be, you know, a psycho, you know, serial killer. So I guess what is your sense of reality? There you go. What's your sense of reality? What do you see as real?
Well, maybe Ted Bundy was backed by, you know, like handlers or by CIA. You know, you ever heard of that book, Programmed to Kill?
Yeah.
You know,
the point is what I'm saying is there's billions of people walking around this planet. Probably more than half of them are dealing with an actual alleged mental health or some type of psychosis or demons.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yes. Yeah. I guess so.
A majority of people would not participate in anything that really goes on in the world other than having a standard job, having a family, and doing daily tasks.
Yeah, but the thing is, this world is ruled by the people who are even worse than that. So that's the thing.
Well, I would agree. They're the biggest fucking mental patients of them all. But, you know, somehow they're able to run the asylum, so...
Oh, they just create the illusion of, you know,
That's
order.
right. That's right. Just like David Icke said, you don't have to be in the bars and touch it for it to be real.
Yeah, you've created the prison in your own mind, or rather, they've created the prison for you in your own mind.
On top of the fact, did you enter the prison not just on top of your own free will, but, you know, are you not, you know, are you on there on the accordance of your own free will? Are you not, you know, mentally challenged or Down syndrome? So
yeah,
but wouldn't mankind be better if all of us had Down syndrome? So think about it. You know, what if everyone had Down syndrome?
I mean, I guess you could that would give us plenty of leadway to say we can't really be held liable for our actions. But, you know, I've met some pretty violent, mentally challenged people, so I don't know.
You know, people with Down syndrome tend to be very kind. Have you like looked at them? Like, that's what I've seen. Like, people with Down syndrome are very kind. You know, from what I've seen. Maybe. You know
Sorry, that must be that new Tylenol rage stuff they've been putting in there. Thanks, Trump.
And probably hormone blockers.
Just saying, there's a lot of autistic kids, and from a lot of the ones in the communities that I know of, a lot of the kids are violent, and it's funny how they're all in the same age range. So
That comes down to just one thing that we're not allowed to talk about on here.
that's right. It's one big fucking LARP, and it affects us at every single point of our lives, whether you want to participate in it or not. Just like, you know, nothing that these people on the screen say really play anything to do in my life, but it plays a life in, you know, whoever consumes the content, or, you know, can't look at it as literally a LARP. But, you know, that's the biggest problem, is that people, when they sit down and watch this, they think these people are really there to have an actual conversation and to, like, what? Waking the masses to what? Bad white man, good black man. I mean, it's just so gay.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, I just wish there was more viewers, because this conversation's been interesting as fuck. Maybe maybe people should just post it around more as well. Like, post it around, say we're still live, because this has actually been really fucking interesting, and we've covered a lot of different topics in a short space of time.
That's how we do it.
Good on you guys.
And I mean, you know, this issue of whether you platform somebody like Fuentes, who has these inflammatory views, I think we can all agree they're inflammatory, a lot of his views. You know, am I by doing it, am I continuing to fuel this phenomenon in a way that is a negative for society? Or in a free democratic society, you know, should I be entitled to interview who the hell I like, as long as I do my job as a journalist of holding him to account over these things, let other people work it out for themselves?
No, I think it's totally understandable, and I agree that you would have him on. I was in the same position where I was genuinely shocked when I made a knee-jerk response video to something he had said. I was overwhelmed by the response. I was like, I had no idea there were this many people out there that agreed with him. And I had people that I knew actually telling me, no, you're oversimplifying this. And I actually went back and looked at the same clip and realized I had oversimplified it. There was actually, I was looking at it through the narrative, going into it without much prior research. And that actually led to me sitting down with him for an hour and a half. And I think it's important, though, if you want to achieve the ideal outcome, it is important to actually genuinely be trying to gain a better understanding of his reasoning and in his arguments, and not just trying to win or embarrass, because in the long run, I think that will backfire and that will cause him to become bigger.
Yeah, that's
what? Like, is it just me, or did I just not hear anything he said?
I mean, I kind of get what he's saying. He's basically saying, like, you know, if you offend one of his fan base, or if you offend him, you'll offend them all, you know, which, I mean, I have seen that kind of mentality for certain streamers, whatever, like, if, you know, one person pisses off the person that, you know, he'll say one thing about that person in the chat, and they'll all attack that one person, even as far as like real life shit. So
yeah, I've had that happen to me. Didn't make it to the real life shit because it was an American channel,
I mean,
yeah, I've had that happen.
people
Like, a big
are
streamer,
crazy. So
I didn't even attack the streamer. I just had an argument with one of the mods, and next minute, fucking everyone attacked me. I was like fucking crazy. I was getting banned from everywhere where any of them were a mod on that channel, on any platform that they were a mod on.
yeah, I've witnessed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll sit right there and bully you. I mean, it's either they'll straight block you if you run your mouth too much, or they'll straight boot you out of the chat. Like, they'll just bully you out of chat. I mean, but I mean, that's just how it is, though. I mean, these people, once they've built a large following, to an extent, they basically will have no liability once it's gone past a certain extension of, like, you know, if someone
they didn't
like
say to do it.
Yeah,
The
you
mods
know.
doing it. It wasn't me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, even people like Nick will have that type of influence.
I've got no culpability. It's like I've given them the rules. They're the ones doing it.
Oh, I had no clue it was happening. How could I have known?
Yeah, one of the gayest echo chambers on the entire internet is Andrew Wilson's Crucible shit. It's literally like you can't dissent with the group. Like, it's total group think. It's, you know, it's almost sad. But yeah,
I know that sometimes my channel gets like that. Why do you think I go to other people's channels and try and get on panels and shit? So I know that my stuff is heading that direction. I mean, it's all anti-Jewish, but it's getting a lot of the fucking pro-white boys and shit. It's all right. I don't mind. But I'm open-minded.
yeah, you get captured by the audience.
Sorry?
I said you get captured by the audience. Then they have expectations. Then you got to perform a certain way every time. Pretty gay.
No, I don't.
You don't like a performing monkey? You don't like having little symbols?
No, I'm still me. But I don't have a problem with white boys, just like I don't have a problem talking with Muslims, just like I'm trying to get on a Jewish show.
Right.
I just know that my personal show, like my channel, has become more of an echo chamber. So especially when I get raided from other channels and shit, so like 40 people will turn up that are all from some white channel. It's like suddenly everyone's just typing the N-word and shit constantly through the whole chat. Oh, well. Like, honestly, this happens lots. That's crazy. I told you Rumble's going well.
An interesting point. You know, people were asking me, you know, he won, or people said you won. Or I said, look, I didn't seek out to win. I don't seek out ever to win an interview. That's not the point of an interview, actually. What I wanted to do over 2 hours was personally get to know him better, because I know nothing about him other than what I've read. I've never met him. I've never interviewed him. And B, to go over all these things which he's notorious for and actually work out the correct context, what he really believes, what may have motivated this, and so on. And I think a lot of that was achieved in the interview. But it wasn't, you know, I think it very quickly afterwards, you know, when I asked him during the interview, you know, how he felt towards the end, how he felt at the gun, he thought I'd been fair. He didn't think I'd ambushed him.
No,
And so he made that
it.
clear in the interview.
Says
And yet afterwards, almost immediately afterwards,
like, what the fuck is this guy saying? He's just zone out when he talks. This Piers Morgan guy. Like,
he's not said much. Like he asked him really disingenuous, like tabloid questions when he had like all these political talking points he could have worked through. It was a really sleazy interview, and I was pretending like the dude might have not been offended by it. Well, who cares if he wasn't offended by it? It was still a shit quality interview that didn't really address any of the issues that this dude brings up. And read like this dude's given like tons of tomes about like military intelligence and like libertarian Jews like that used to be communists, like infiltrating the right wing and shit, and how the right wing conservatives are all like set up as controlled op. Like, this is what Nick Fuentes has been talking about recently. And right, like Trump and Epstein and stuff. I mean, he didn't bring up any of that stuff that the guy talks about. And then Andrew Wilson is like acting like this guy's like his life is in danger because he made an abortion joke because some fat lady like came to his house and then she got like sprayed in the face. It's like, what? I don't know, man. I need more info on this shit because this shit is looking pretty fake and gay.
It is pretty fucking gay. Yeah,
It's all
it's
fucking
hard
gay.
to listen to them. Yeah, because it's like just endlessly, you know, beating around the bush and prolonging it. It's like they're not direct, they're not concise, they don't get straight to the point. You know what I mean? That's the kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, even to these people.
You're still in YouTube chat.
Who?
Svetlana.
Oh yeah, Svetlana. Blessings. Yeah.
Yeah, I posted the link on my Rumble channel, and Svetlana came over. Davey was there for a while, but he didn't type anything. Yeah. Like Davey Z.
Yeah, Davey's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to him the other day. Yeah. Yeah, or he was in the chat again. And
cool.
Yeah.
There's one person on your YouTube channel who just kept banning him.
Yeah, they got over it. Yeah, yeah, they're friends now. Yeah, so
okay. Oh, that's
yeah, they're friends now. Yeah, they got yeah, they recently became friends. So now they you know, they work through their differences. So it's cool. Yeah.
Oh, that's all right
So,
then.
yeah, exactly.
I was just gonna say like
Comes
maybe
out
make
full
him, I was just gonna say maybe make him mod so they can't like keep muting him. That was all. Yeah, if it's not gonna happen. Yeah, if it's not gonna happen, it's not a problem.
Yeah, too many people are mods. You know, I got
I know.
you as a mod. I got everyone as a mod. So
You've got me as a mod, so they don't mute me. I know that.
yeah, I gotta like wait till I have like a falling out with somebody else, because there's certain people like I'll have a falling out with, and then I'll remove them as a mod, right, and then I'll put somebody else as a mod. So if they stay in the chat, they'll yeah. So if they stay in the chat,
so
you know,
my mod is going to be short-lived. All right.
yeah, if they stay in the chat, they'll be you know, mods for a long time. No, you're still a mod, DK, you know, or whatever.
I know. I said that, yeah, but you said the next time you have a falling out with someone, it's like, oh, okay, so my mod's going to be short-lived.
No, not like argument. Like I'm talking about like real.
Kidding. Take it as the joke.
Yeah, I'm talking about real falling out. Like I say, like like I publicly announced that you know, someone's banned from the show or something like that, and that I refuse to work with them. That's what I consider a falling out. Like, yeah, like with that Dusty guy, right? Like I used to go on his show, right? Like I'm not gonna go on his show anymore. Like that's a kind of a falling out. It's like, no, I'm not gonna fuck with you anymore. Actually,
Oh, that's right. I still wanted to get you on one of my Rumble shows. You can stream it on YouTube at the same time if you want as well.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, to be honest, you might as well host it like this on StreamYards. And because I actually restream, if I'm on here, like if I'm on panel, I'm generally restreaming it on Rumble anyway.
Yeah, we got like 6 people watching at my alternative channel. So yeah, blessings to those people.
Your alternative channel?
It's Cyber Caliphate.
Ah, fuck. Why didn't that show up as live?
Yeah, I'll send
The
it to you.
the only ones that showed up as live was Seditious Glands and Neurojack.
Yeah, that shit might be shadow banned as well. So it is what it is. Dude.
Fuck. Now, usually it shows up if it's live.
Yeah,
Like it has before. Fuck.
Made that clear in the interview, and yet afterwards, almost immediately afterwards, he comes out full bore on the attack, which is what he does. But it was interesting to me that it was the reaction from his sort of mob of groypers was instantaneous and extraordinarily widespread. They just come as this mob, and it's you know, if you're not me, who's got a very thick skin, it's a pretty hard thing to get back at you. Look, I don't care. I've had a lot worse. And they'll move on, and that's what happens. But if you're not, actually, it can be very intimidating. It's very threatening, very racist, very anti-Semitic, very, very nasty. Actually, like I said, it didn't, you know, it wouldn't scrape the surface with me because I got a skin of 1,000 rhinos. But to other people, I can see it really being a pretty terrifying experience.
Hey, Peter, can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're doing that. They're doing that too.
Sorry, Glenn go first. Yeah.
Fill me in because it's really
hang on, guys. Don't talk at once. Let me start with Glenn.
So tasty, it could make Poseidon switch
Holy
to a
shit.
spoon. Only divine taste from the Greek god.
Yeah, but that whole thing
No, it unsubbed me from Cyber Caliphate. I just had to type it back in again to find it.
yeah, see, that shit shadow banned. See, when they start unsubbing people, that means you're shadow banned as fuck. It's probably because
we had too many like discussions with neuro crack. Like we had too many shits. Like we had too many public discuss. Like I made a whole series about Zionism and shit. Yeah, that shit's shadow banned as fuck.
Let me tell you something interesting, too. About I have this friend. He has a YouTube channel. One of his videos had like 700 views on the YouTube. You know, you see it. But then he went to the panel where you can see the actual traffic, and he said it had 10,000 views. And he's like, that doesn't make sense. Why is there such a discrepancy between the traffic logistics and the actual view counts? You see what I mean? Like,
yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah, if I counted like the views, like how many people came in and then left, and then counted all, like I'm like essentially like every time a new person came in and not when they left.
It comes and goes. Yeah. The Rumble does the same, it actually counts it.
Yeah, it should be hundreds.
Let me check what this Rumble stream is currently at. Currently at 247.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Odds.
With another half.
This is Buick
watching over
now.
here as well.
Okay, so like so many car commercials here. All right.
Yeah, next time I can share.
Thanks. Mark,
I don't have commercials.
Just don't play the Jaguar car commercial.
Yeah, it's cool. Sometimes the commercials are important. I saw a cool ChatGPT commercial where they were like I forget where I recorded it, but it was an awesome ChatGPT commercial where it was like the ChatGPT was helping like an old farmer, like his daughter, like move back to the farm to use ChatGPT to help him farm, and it was like all about like getting back to the old roots, like with ChatGPT. It was like really like cleverly designed ad, right? Like
that's social engineering. Yes.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, very much social engineering. It was like weird.
Definitely, yeah. It's always good to advert. You know, one thing I will tell you for sure is I read this article once. I told you this, that is written by a U.S. senator, and prior to economic downturn, they increased subliminal cues and advertisements pertaining to social deviancy, and they do that because they want to normalize taboos more in order to prevent the presence from being flooded even more. And he was writing about that, the senator, but I have to find that article again. But it's interesting.
Yeah.
So advertisements are like the beginning of the social engineering. You can definitely see it.
Yeah, we could go to like different shows too, right? Different shows and ads and compile them, or just start watching YouTube, random shows, and then decide like, is this integration propaganda or is it agitation propaganda, and then classify it. And like this is obviously there's features of both in this, but it's overwhelmingly agitation propaganda, right? Because it's like focusing on fringe issues to try to reintegrate people into sort of mob mentality, and right through virtue signaling and all of that sort of thing. So it's interesting how this is playing out, or the optics of this entire exchange, and who they have on the panel as well. They have a leftist, 3 leftist influencers on the bottom, and then the right-wing guys on the top. But they have only 2 right-wing guys and 3 left-wing guys, and one of the left-wing guys is black. Right, the 2 top, the 2 right-wing guys, they kind of look Jewy as fuck. So it's kind of like weird, dude. The optics.
Yeah. One thing I think is good to look into, but I don't see many people look into it, is like these advertising agencies. Like who are they connected to? Who is funding them? Who owns them? Like you see what I mean? Like I think looking into that would be very fruitful. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see many people do that. You know what I'm trying to say? May
yeah.
Do that.
Yeah, and by the way, I believe that I have talked to Nick Fuentes. I believe he was a character named Adam Dole that came on to the debate I had with Andrew Wilson to critique my views, right? He critiqued my definition of technology as being overly general, right? And then saying that you can't classify technology as as a problem if you give it such a general definition. I think that was the brunt of his critique. So then I challenged him. Yeah.
How do you know that was Nick Fuentes?
Because I compared his voice to several other audio clips of him and the voice, and to anybody I showed it to. I showed it to like 3 or 4 different people, and they said it clearly sounded like 90% like him. Right, so
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So you are being watched by these guys. You know, these power.
Perhaps I don't think my show's enticing enough, but I think for some of these other guys, like maybe some of the guys that have more like intellectual tastes, right? Like they might be getting into the articles we read or something like that. Or even some of the information you present on neuroscience.
It could just be some of the other people that come on your shows.
Yeah. Like for example, like this guy Andrew Wilson, he said that he was a robotics engineer. So, and this was for I think a meat packing plant. So, so he may have, so he may be interested in topics of science, engineering, technology, so on and so forth, right? So I think generally where their tastes are not, their intellectual tastes and their intellectual acumen is not what they present on screen, right? Because
let me tell you this though. I know this guy who was a consultant for like AI or like automation, or rather, I read what he had to say, and he told me that once he was going to give consulting advice to like a CEO or like someone, and the only thing they're looking for is to cut costs down. They don't care if they fire people and they move towards automation. It's the same way with eco consultants. You know about eco consultants? They're just looking for ways to bypass environmental regulations to help the corporations grow more and more. They don't really care about helping the environment or anything. It's all about finding loopholes and bypassing it. That's why regulations do not help. They just there are always holes or loopholes in regulations. And the big corporations always find ways to exploit them.
And like we know that as far as like chemical dumping and stuff, and I mean
it's obvious.
EPA.
Yeah, I know EPA is corrupt. FDA is corrupt also. Yeah, that's why I did not fall for 2019. I did not fall for that hoax. But this stuff is obvious. Yeah, I mean it does get repetitious after a while, but it's still important to be said. And I feel like the obvious stuff is not the kind of stuff these stupid panelists talk about. These retarded morons. They never talk about that.
That's one thing we can agree on.
Yeah, we could turn some of that on after this, but we should maybe, I should maybe go soon and do the other stream, but yeah, we'll see where Neuro's at, honestly. But yeah, let me play more of this.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the issue is, why does he have such a loyal following? Why does he have such a large and loyal following? Now, you can ask that question about Donald Trump, and a lot of people are satisfied by saying, oh, America's just filled with racists and misogynists and xenophobes, and he's playing into that. And maybe that is part of it. Politicians do demagogue and play to our worst instincts always, but there was a lot more to it than that. And I think people understand 10 years later that there is and was a lot more to that.
Oh, I forgot. So on the bottom panel, check this out. On the bottom panel, you literally have a twink, a gay dude, and a black dude. It's crazy, man.
It's literally like, trying to be as woke as fuck.
It's the woke like bottom panel, and then the top panel, which is like two people pretending that they're right wing, but they're actually like liberal Christians or whatever.
Yeah, it was the same with George Floyd. If George Floyd, you had a Chinese guy, you had a white guy, you had different races, and it felt like it was a crisis act there. You know what I mean? And
right.
You had connections with Freemasons too, from what I read.
Yeah, you got a lot of diversity on this panel to offset the last panel where he had a racist, xenophobic, homophobe, whatever. Like what?
So you can say, oh yeah, Nick Fuentes has this army of angry young men who are incredibly devoted to him, who believe that he's speaking truth uniquely, because they're also a bunch of Nazis and racists and Jew haters. And okay, that's an easy. I think there's a lot more to it, and I think people ought to grapple with the reason why he's speaking for so many.
No, people. I think that's a very valid point. I've always said about Andrew Tate, for example. that, you know, a lot of the things he says, I can understand. If you're a young, slightly disenfranchised young man, you feel society has got it in for you, and all you ever hear is man bashing. I can understand why you gravitate to a guy like Tate, who stands there tall and proud as a very masculine kind of guy, beating his chest, talking about, you know, taking care of your body and getting fit and being a protector and all these things. I get all that. But then he slides into brazen misogyny, which I hate. Mark Lamont Hill, let me bring you in here. I mean, I just want to, before you say what you want to say, what he said after the interview, Nick Fuentes, was Piers Morgan tried his best, but his hardball interrogation made me look even better than Tucker's wildly criticized softball interview. The regime can acquiesce like Tucker, or it can try to resist like Piers, but the result is inevitably the same: total Groyper victory. Now, look, you know, on one level, I admire his social media work, right? He goes on the attack, he gives it full bells, he claims total victory. It's very Trumpian, and it can work. It can be very effective, okay?
The dude at the bottom tried to hold in his laugh.
And I'm sure all his supporters...
Right.
He straight up, right when he said that, the dude with the blue light behind him did everything he could to hold in that little smirk.
Yeah, because he knows, because he had the dude on, and the dude was like propping him up. He's like, yeah, it's great how you handled the Nick Fuentes interview. Like, I'm not saying I agree with what he said, but it was great how you handled it. It's like, what? Like, just say what you want to say, man. If that's really what you think.
Disagree.
Yeah. I'll just say something.
It's interesting that he...
I think white lives matter, you know, and saying that is, you know, is considered wrong and racist, but I don't see how it is. You know, white lives matter, you know, all lives matter, but if you say that, you're gonna get in trouble. But what's wrong with saying white lives matter?
Okay, I got two things to say because I want to respond to that. The first is Svet doesn't seem to be able to type on your YouTube channel, like TML. She was able to type on Neuro's one, but no one else was typing there. Everyone seems to be on your channel. But yeah, she doesn't seem to be able to type. She's telling me on Rumble that she got, like, nothing she's typing is showing up. So I don't know what's going on.
On what? On the Cyber Caliphate?
Yeah. I don't think she's banned or muted there. I don't think she's
Yeah, I'm looking at my chat, so...
Yeah, she's not showing up at all. I'm looking at it as well because I restream like your show, like whichever one I'm on. This one's got the most chat, so that's why I'm restreaming that one. I was restreaming Neuros and then Seditious Glands and then this. I might have been Seditious Glands first, then Neurojax, then this. But yeah, so I put likes on everything.
That's the Russian Mossad. That's stopping you from... I don't know.
Svet's my fucking friend from fucking ages.
No, I'm saying the people that are stopping her from commenting.
You're the fucking Khazarians.
Yeah, like the Khazarian mafia. I'm trying to look like it doesn't say. It says I have 0 people hidden except for MC Nemesis. Because he kept typing N-word in my chat or whatever. So I had to ban him. Because he's trying to because he's one of those people that'll report that shit.
I'm not a mod on this channel. Oh, never mind. I didn't even notice till just now.
Yeah, that's weird. The Russians are blocked from commenting on Cyber Caliphate. It's really weird.
Use me and Tucker Carlson and other people who now do our own shows, whatever, as the regime. Almost like anybody who's older than him is part of some ancien regime that just doesn't get it. You know, all his supporters called me boomer, right? And I was like, I've been called that probably ever. Okay, I'm a boomer. I don't really know what that means, but it just means I'm an old dude who doesn't get it, right? And it may be, as Glenn says, there is a more interesting conversation to be had about why these guys get so popular. And it may be that when I do my old...
Hang on. Yeah, I missed the second part of what I was going to say, was responding to the it's okay to say white lives matter thing. I was modding on a channel on YouTube during 2020, the Summer of Love, that multi-streamed all the protest footage they could find. So there'd be like a dozen cameras on screen, and they just focus on one or the other for the audio, depending on which one looked the most interesting. Dude, the chat was mental. It's like all the mods started banning everyone for saying White Lives Matter, WLM. They were banning everyone for it. But I ended up getting made a mod there, didn't I? And I told them, it's like, if you're going to ban anyone for saying that, I'm going to ban anyone who says BLM. You're like, what? You can't do that. So if you're going to ban anyone who says White Lives Matter or All Lives Matter, if you're going to ban people for saying that, I'm going to ban anyone who says White Lives Matter. Get that through your head.
Yeah, it's retarded. You know, like
yeah,
you know, like I think from what I read, from what Moontan was saying today, I think Europe is in a little bit of a better situation because some Europeans, they don't want the flood of immigrants. They don't want it, and the European politicians, they tend to tell the Europeans that, oh, you're privileged or you're living in luxury and you should feel guilt. You should feel guilt for your prosperity. So you should let in the immigrant.
Yeah, white guilt. I've got a channel on Telegram called White Replacement Theory.
Yeah.
Like I actually have a whole channel on that shit.
What's wrong? You don't want Killmonger to come into the British Museum and tell all the white curators that we're taking back our artifacts? Wakanda forever.
Yeah, see, I have this
yeah.
Lebanese.
All right, Spear Chucker, go back to live in your mud hut.
Yeah, I have another friend. Okay, you won't believe this. Okay, he's Lebanese.
Sorry,
half
that
Lebanese.
was a bit racist. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I have another friend who's half Lebanese, and that guy, he's also kind of weird. He's also into trannies or transsexuals or whatever. But that one is like, he went crazy. He went crazy during Black Lives Matter. You know what I mean? And he like I told him like, no, all lives matter and blah blah. And then he just like blocked me for some time, for a year or two. It was crazy. And let me tell you
because it was a psyop on the masses. Like a lot of things here recently that happen, they get people to align with it, and then they spy on you, like with the January 6th thing. I mean, I knew quite a few people who wanted to go up there on January 6th, and I straight up told people, I said, you go up there, I said, something's going to happen. I said, you're going to get scanned or something. What ended up happening? Not only did January 6th happen, but everyone who was within a few quarter miles of the White House, I mean the building or whatever, their cell phones were scanned. So dumbasses. But still the point is like with the Black Lives Matter thing, it's a psyop on the masses. I can tell you, there's quite a few black people near me who did not quite like the whole Black Lives Matter thing. So it comes down to, I think all lives do matter in the sense that all humans deserve life, but, we have laws for a reason. So,
Yeah, that's because you're stable-minded. You know what I mean? You're you're stable-minded. When when BLM happened and also the 2019 hoax, people were going ballistic. It was like totally calm, like.
Well, that's what happens when you throw a bunch of psyops back to back to back.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I had something else to say, but I forgot. What was it I was gonna say? Let me see. I think we said a lot, but let me see what was. Yeah, you think I haven't really I don't really go out and socialize much, but are transsexuals becoming normalized or something? Because sometimes when I drive, I see a transsexual walking on my street, and I'm like, what?
Okay, look, if I'm being real,
there's always been a few of them around. But
yes,
it is getting normalized and publicized and actually even pushed, especially in the education system, even over here. So it's not just America. I'm not trying to blame any one particular country, but the media has a lot to blame, or a lot of blame to take for this. Media, when you look at all their marketing campaigns and shit now, it's either biracial couples or trans people. If you do anything wrong, suddenly there's a backlash about every damn thing on the planet.
Yeah, most advertisements I see is always with a black man and a white couple. You never see the white man and the black woman. It's always the black man and the white woman. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy.
I have seen. No, I have seen both. To be honest,
I
haven't actually seen a white man with a black woman. But yeah, the black woman was definitely the superior in the relationship sort of thing. The white man was a cuck. that type of thing. You know, a little simp boy.
Welcome to psyoping.
I know. Hey, this is what I do. But serious.
Don't it enrage you, white man, when you see that black man touching on that fine white lady?
What it's supposed to do. You're supposed to either accept it or get angry.
Yeah, DK, let me tell you something crazy, okay? You know, once I was going to get money for unemployment, you won't believe this. Almost every single person getting unemployment was a straight white man. You know, you believe that? Like,
Yeah.
it was crazy. And
Because they can pay the immigrants less, so the immigrants get the jobs.
Yeah.
They fire
that's
all the white
happening,
people.
Yeah, lots of Indians, you know.
Well, I can tell you from my work experience, Avian, they don't appreciate hardworking white people.
Yeah, not anymore.
Show
Not
everyone else up.
anymore, yeah.
That's serious. It's because we show everyone else up. I even had this happen at like one job.
Well, it wasn't just that. It's like the legal things too. Like as a security guard, you know, you're supposed to be able to stop people from walking out with hamburger, but literally as a security guard, I was told, let them walk out. Don't even call the police. I'm like, oh. And then you wonder why your store has like $5,000 in shrink.
You kind of wonder why you even have a job.
Yep. Oh, well, there you go.
Am I just here to open the door for the thieves? Like, what the fuck?
No, that's literally what I was told. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, you know, I can tell you that like the facade of which we live is, I mean, it's always been fake, but you know, I just, you know, it is strange how long it's kept going. Like the consumerism, like when you walk into my Dollar Tree, it's the guy who works there, he's a great dude. He does his best. He's a hardworking dude, but like, we're probably the only customers that actually walk in there and tell that dude, we appreciate what you do here. You know, so I mean, but other than that, you know, it's a bunch of boxes on the shelves that people just, you know, the parking lot's littered and trash. The dumpsters is so overflowing with trash where people come and dumpster stuff. I mean, you're just living in a world where no one really cares about anything, dude. That's really what it comes down to. Is that, and when people do put their time and passions into, it's just about as fleeting as what money is. You know, you can only do so much, you know, with being a human and only having so much time on the earth. But a lot of the time, and from what I've noticed in society, it's just that, sure, you know, it's hard when you have to work and stuff. But I mean, I can tell you a majority of people just like, you can't even get people my age, you know, being 30 years old, you can't even get people my age to really care about anything other than just trying to get a paycheck. So, you know, that's why I think it's so funny that people put so much time into, I mean, I wouldn't say worshiping these people, but, you know, I can tell you that there's some people who would probably like sniff the shit out of Andrew's ass. So,
to be honest, Andrew Wilson's the most reasonable person on the panel, which is the worst thing. But the reason these guys are a bunch of idiots. And I don't actually like Andrew Wilson much, but he's the one who's said the best things so far. How fucked up is that?
That's like the old school journalistic trick or something.
Oh, my bad. I was just going to say, then that goes, who's the content really for? Is it for, you know, Piers' audience? Is it for Andrews? Is it for any of these other people who follow them? Is it meant for people like us?
It's meant for Satan.
Everyone's trying to make it for their own audience. Every single person on that panel is trying to target what they're saying to their audience.
So it's a bunch of fake Illuminati groypers groyping against each other. Great.
Yeah, there you go. Now you get it. Yeah.
Let me in.
Yeah, they're not all groypers, but it's like, yeah, no, I'm showing all my fans. It's like, look, yay, I'm on Piers Morgan. It's like,
I'm sorry, I should have said grifters. Sorry.
I'm going to have my say on Piers Morgan. Yeah, it's the fully.
Yeah, well, you know what? I didn't like him when he was a fucking judge on what was it, the British version of American Idol. So you know.
Well, I like it when he has certain guests on. There have been certain times where he just has 2 guests on, and they argue. Like, which one was it? Rabbi Shmuley, Myron Gaines one. I actually really liked that. That was funny. Myron Gaines just destroyed him. It was fucking awesome. There's a short clip of it if you can find it. Yeah, but yeah, Myron Gaines just fucking destroyed him real quick. Fucking crack up.
Anyway, play the damn video.
Yeah, like what is Myron Gaines? Like
I think he's
like a professional house Negro.
Middle Eastern or Indian or some shit.
Exactly, like he's got a strange look.
Yeah, but I do. But it
he doesn't look like any black or Indian person I've ever seen. That's the
yeah, it was. Yeah, I know, but it was still funny as fuck, is what I'm saying. Because I got sent the clip of it, but I didn't watch the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like he is like a perfect like black Indian like hybrid like weirdo looking dude, like for real, dude. But yeah.
See now who's being racist? Bloody hell.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to say, like we couldn't even clearly answer the question. Like you literally said, like he's either black or Indian, so it's like what? Like again, like what is this?
He was the one who actually, yeah, you're right. He didn't answer. He's like, yes, some people think I'm not black. They think I'm Indian, rah. But that's a different clip. It's not.
I'm trying to look it up.
Some Indians
actually. Look up the Piers Morgan one.
I mean, I don't know. I've seen some pretty dark Indians in my time, so.
Look up the Piers Morgan one with Rabbi Shmuley and Myron Gaines. It's quite short.
Oh, it says it says that it says that his real name is Amru Fado.
Yeah, as I said, I'm pretty sure he was Middle Eastern.
And he's Sudanese. Oh no, it says he's from Sudan.
Yeah.
He never actually admitted.
It says he's from Sudan, so he's African.
Okay.
Also,
honest, to be honest, he speaks well. Like, he actually speaks well. And you fully put Rabbi Shmuley in his place. It is funny as.
A lot of Indians, they did migrate to Kenya, and there's a big diaspora of Indians in Kenya. Maybe he's mixed with Indian. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, blessings, DJ Isolated. What's up, man?
But he put it, of just being quite tough and rigorous with questioning, that it's viewed by young people who gravitate to people like these guys as just an old boomer going through the motions.
I mean, you are, but yeah.
Is you think you've got time. You've blinked, and your kids have already left the house, and you haven't been able to provide them with the comfort.
Perhaps. I mean, and also I wouldn't assume that because he said that he believes it, that he actually believes you're part of the regime, or that he believes that one is softball or hardball. He gives a lot of the characteristics, mannerisms, approaches, styles of a cult leader. And cult leaders navigate their followers in very particular ways, including re-narrating or counter-narrating events that happen in ways that are favorable to them. That's why when I said I struggle with whether or not you should have him on the show, I didn't say you shouldn't, and I didn't say you should. It's a struggle for me. Again, as a journalist, I have interviewed despots, I've killers, people, genocide leaders. I've done it all. And there are days where it feels very clear and obvious why I should do it. They need to be held accountable. They need to be forced to answer tough questions. And I don't put them in contrary to what was said, I don't hold them in a different box that I do Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or someone who I voted for, potentially, right? They all need to be held to scrutiny. Everybody in power needs to be held accountable. I'm with that. My concern in this...
what are you saying? Like, are you saying that you seriously don't hold, like, people like Hillary Clinton or these people who literally are complicit with like genocide, like accountable as like some serial killer? Like what? Who killed like 3 people? Maybe?
Basically, we said it. He said he don't put the people he vote for in the same box like he does the people that, you know, the other people he interviews, basically saying that, oh, you know, I'll vote for Hillary, but, you know, my interviewing with her is no different than if I were, you know, interviewing Charles Manson. Like, yeah, it basically sounds indifferent.
Particular case, though, is that I'm not sure what the net gain is. I don't know if you really got to know a better him, not because you didn't do a great job, you did do a great job, but because I'm not sure who the person is behind that persona. And the question I would ask you, Piers, is if you knew ahead of time that doing this interview would double the amount of people who believed in the worst things that he believes, would you still do the interview? If you knew ahead of time that it would double that
honestly
number,
don't think
would you still do it?
Well, I don't think that is going to be a consequence of it, honestly. But what I do think is that.
But if it were,
let me make my point. I don't like generalizing. You know, when Hillary Clinton called Donald Trump supporters, the MAGA supporters, a basket of deplorables, it probably lost that election. When you generalize about millions and millions of people, it's always a very precarious and stupid folly to do that. What I can say with some certainty is that pretty well 100% of his groypers who've directly messaged me or members of my family have been highly abusive, overtly racist, very misogynist, and many of them anti-Semitic. I can say that with certainty. Now, what I don't know is...
I remember what Trump said about the Mexicans, that they're grapists. That shit was crazy, man. Shit was weird.
How many of those are human beings and how many are from a bot farm? Because according to reports in the last 2 days, a lot of his stuff comes from bot farms. I don't know if that's true, but that's been reported in various mainstream papers.
I don't doubt it.
And I don't know how representative these ones on X or Instagram are of the total body of his support. I just don't know. So, you know, I don't want to generalize and say all.
And neither do I, Piers.
I don't want to say all Nick Fuentes supporters are disgusting, because there may be a lot of people. It's a bit like Tommy Robinson.
And to be clear, I'm not saying that. To be clear, I'm not.
Let me finish my point. It's a bit like Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson in the UK, right, is a bit like Fuentes over here. And there's no doubt, as the people marching with him have grown bigger and bigger and bigger, the idea that they're all fascist, racist, whatever, is nonsense. A lot of people are marching for well-intentioned reasons connected with the immigration crisis in the UK. Right? He has bad people as well. I think he's a malevolent character. But again, I wouldn't generalize anymore about all these people that march.
Can I ask you a question, Pierce?
Yes, yeah, sure.
I would like to dive into...
I didn't generalize.
Well, let Andrew come in. Let Andrew come in.
Okay.
There was a part of the interview where you were very combative.
So you see that? But yeah, the thing is like these two are on top for a reason, and then they have the guy who's basically Andrew Wilson, you know, like a crony or whatever, on top. You know, so it's just kind of weird. So the three leftists are just there to react, and mostly they've not really critiqued the interview at all.
They haven't said no damn thing.
Yeah, they didn't say shit. But they basically just said like, "Great job on the interview." Like the guy on the bottom left just basically said, "Yeah, I've interviewed like crazy people too." You know, the other two guys just said, "Great job." You know, so like nobody on this panel is here to disagree with anything that was in the interview. This is really strange. I'm kind of noticing that it's kind of a fluff piece for the interview itself.
And you said you haven't even been laid and you're a virgin. This guy's a Roman Catholic,
right?
Isn't he supposed to be a virgin until he's married? Isn't that part of your guys' faith?
To be fair to him, that is. No, I was brought up a Catholic. I'm not a particularly devout Catholic. I disagree with a lot of the church's
But you
teachings.
do agree that Catholics are supposed to remain chaste until marriage, right?
The strict interpretation from the Catholic Church about that is you should.
So how come he didn't get? Shouldn't he get credit for that?
Well,
like the idea that he's kind of staying within the confines of his religious beliefs.
I have no problem, but he also
or he can't get any action.
But he also self-identifies as an incel, which is more problematic.
Here's what Mark just said. You see what I mean? Like he can't get any action. The guy is rich as shit, and he's a good-looking guy. He could get action if he wanted it. Mark.
Now look at how gay Wilson is. He's now defending the fact that Wilson. I mean, Wilson is now defending the fact.
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty gay that you have to defend another man's ability to get pussy.
It's like what? It's like it's like a guy who he just said 5 seconds ago doesn't need to get pussy because he's a Catholic. So it's like, huh? Man, it's like.
Well, it's also so that way every time someone attacks his masculine persona, he has to come in and boost it back up by saying, "Oh, he can get it if he wants it."
Like, what's the point of defending this point? And what's the point of this black dude saying that? I don't understand.
Hang on,
Andrew.
Hang on, Mark.
I agree with you, Andrew. I'm just teasing.
Just let me finish your point.
I agree with you. I'm just teasing.
What I'm saying to you though is this: is that yeah, of course he could. The thing is though is that if you guys are saying like he's a huckster, he's a fraud, isn't he in fact following rigorously his faith by doing that?
Well, so my response to that, I think it's a really.
What he said.
Hang on, Harry. I think it's
yes,
a really.
It is what he said in the interview.
I want to respond to Andrew.
No, it's
not. I think it's a perfectly valid question, particularly as I have always said I'm a Catholic. I was raised a Catholic. I had spiritual guidance from Catholic nuns when I was 12 years old. You know, I go to church occasionally. I'm not devout. I'm not there all the time. I don't agree with some of the Catholic Church's views and policies, and I wish they would evolve faster. However, you know, as speaking Catholic with him, yes, it's a perfectly valid thing that he could say, I am saving myself for marriage. But if that's all he said, fine. But I would argue that, you know, if you look at him as a Christian, for example, how many of his other views are compatible